Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は175日目です。It's day 175. We have like a half lesson, like a third lesson day. And tomorrow will be the same. It's not too bad. I'm gonna separate our peak days today. It is 7, so let's refresh and pick up the 15. 143. Yeah, that's definitely a different unit or a different level of stuff along with maybe the 60. So let's get right into it. What's to do today? The things have been getting a little bit later than usual because yesterday I was chatting up a storm with a new person. Again, currently modding for your streamer friend, but will be in and out throughout the night. Aw. Well, what is your streamer friend doing today, Brain? Good luck in my reviews. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Yeah, lessons today as well. I'm kind of curious what we're gonna learn. Duolingo and Speakly. Oh, wait, you two know each other. Is that a coincidence? Okay, so let's hop into this. Oh, we definitely chatted up a storm yesterday. Whew. Okay. I should really be shifting my schedule a little bit earlier. Okay. Or back to its normal starting time. Okay. Alright. YOLO?
Yoi.
Oh, that's a YOLO. Yoi. Kokyo. Yes, I knew that. YOLO? Oh, that's the kun. Huh. What? How to breathe in? Breath. So what do we have for breath? What are our vocabulary words? Alright, well, I'll come back. Okay. iClan is fine. That's fine. Although they probably blocked out clan because something else has been ascribed to clan. Fair enough. Oh. Hi. Yellow. Okay, that's a bad yellow. Stand and field. Or stand in hometown, right? Mere. Oops. What did they want to rejoice? That's not an altar. What is it? Actually, I have no idea. Jackhammer? Okay. Oh, no.
顔文字
Aomoji.
神
Kami. Ne? Uh,
意外
Ingai. Side idea. Ingai dane. Anata. Anata imoto. No, anata ototo to. Ne? Oh, ototo imo. He's starved guitar on Twitch in case you were curious. If not, just ignore you. Oh, that's fine. How do you get it to give you an example sentence? It's a script. Or is it that just on higher level? It's a script. Have you visited the community tab? So under, if you scroll down, you'll probably see community. And it'll take you to the forums. And then when you're on the forums, on the left side, there'll be a script, right? It'll have like third-party API as a little thing. If you look at the top FAQs, and then go Control F on context sentences. You probably only need Control F on context. You'll find the script that I'm probably using. Or you'll find maybe 3 actually. And one of them looks like this. There is a bar here, but I normalized the color between the 2 panels. That's why it just looks like this. But yeah, there is something here. There might be 2 things, but not too much. It'll become very obvious which one it is. And I read this, you know, as a crutch. It's my crutch when I'm out of ideas. This is, I know how it sounds like, but don't you want to read context sentences? That's the correct way to learn. It's like, yeah, I understand. I do that when I'm not doing this. So this is to practice other things. Ikai is, if it's not an exception, then it's probably unexpected. You see it's kind of crushed, but also seems very helpful, depending on the mindset. You can't find the FAQ? Oh. You have to, well, first you have to go to the third-party thing. There should be a bunch of like categories, and it's at the very top. So one of the categories on the home page, like when you click on community, and then there's a bunch of hyperlinks where it has like content, reading. You have to click on the API third-party group. Yeah, and then it should be the very top. It's stickered at the top. So that is a really big colossal thread that collects most of the working scripts right now, and follow the step-by-step. It's not as complicated as it may sound. So the step-by-step is fairly intuitive. As it's pretty fail-safe, I think. There is a little jankiness to scripts because they're not officially supported. The context sentence one, after you do like Tamper Monkey and then load this onto Tamper Monkey, is that when you start your review, you have to click the refresh for it to work. So that every time I start a session, I like refresh. That's why it gets it to work. So if you're curious and you load the script and you like go to your reviews, like nothing's happening, you have to click refresh. Some of the scripts do not register on the link going into the review, but they are triggered when you refresh. You do what you can, right? not officially supported. So generally, you work around. Thanks, Chelsea. Let's see. Right. So where was I in my? If it's not an exception, then it's an outside idea. If it's an outside idea, then it's unexpected. Right. Yep. Okay. Blah 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 blah.
全面
Zenmen.
場面
Ramen. You've been checking out my Spanish streams on YouTube, and you knew they were similar, but I can't believe how similar French and Spanish are. Yeah, yeah. It is like, it's one of those things. You got it to work? Nice, Betty. Yeah, no worries. No worries. It's a general, like, the WaniKani team grows. Like, it's been 11 years since WaniKani, so people have matured and they have gone into like different phases of input and whatnot, and these things happen. Right? Obviously, the WaniKani team is sticking to their guns. They believe it can be an overcomplication, but where there's other people who are interested, check out the different common. So that FAQ is a list of common things that many people over the years have encountered. So that feature list can inspire a lot of things for you to do. Yeah, it's like modding Minecraft. It's not for everyone, exactly. However, if you're into like behavioral studies and understanding what people like, you know, like if you want to know, not that it's not for you, but you can understand what other people are interested in, right? So that FAQ is a combination of like many years of common things that crop up. So you can at least read through it. In my opinion, I would suggest reading through it to give you an idea of maybe inspiration or things you want to do on your own or manually, or feel out what other people feel like. Like, for example, over time, these things come up because there are enough people to want them. Not that you want to use it or not, but it kind of gives you in the mindset of, oh, what does WaniKani struggle with every day? Or what are the problems or pros and cons? Looking at people's solutions and modding solutions and how popular they are gives you a consequence in which you can like explain and or use to your own advantage. So there are things that I don't do, that there are scripts, but I do them manually instead, because it's I think it's a very essential part of SRS that I do not do elsewhere. And context sentences was definitely the very last thing I brought back, because yes, learning in context is fantastic when you're not using SRS, in my opinion. It is tackling a very specific function. So if you want to increase retention and stuff, there are more appropriate mind techniques for this type of thing. That's largely why WaniKani, as I see it, did not include the context sentence on the card. Now, for those who want it, you can put it here, and I like how small this is because I don't actually look at this until I have to. And then when someone says, oh, you should always learn in context sentence, I disagree. But I do learn in context sentences when I'm using a different routine. So, you know, the separation of routines. I read stories, I read grade readers, I watch vlogs, you know, podcasts. Those things are in context. And then there's also listening. When people say podcast, well, podcast is not visual most of the time. Vlogging is visual. So when I'm vlogging, when I'm looking at vlogs, I'm paying attention to what they're saying in the context of the scene and their actions. In a podcast, I'm listening specifically for the context of the sound and the subject matter in here. And in SRS, you don't do any of those things. You work on finding connections and context between the characters and their isolated groups. So these are all different types of routines. So when you try to make everything, at least in my opinion, when you try to make everything feel like everything else, I hope you don't get bored, because I would be burnout. So nowadays, I kind of like take a little bit, like, oh yeah, I'll spice it up a little bit with context sentences every once in a while. And then when I'm really focusing on context stuff, I'll do it in a different way. So then I wouldn't feel like I'm doing the same thing like non-stop. I think that leads to an incredible tendency to get burned out. Also, Brie, dude, French and Spanish, that's one of the big reasons why every time someone brings up Spanish, like French, I'm like, yeah. French and Spanish feels unironically even closer than Japanese and Chinese, but at the same time, it's more like Portuguese and Spanish. But it's so interesting. Have you heard of Satori Reader? Yes, I have. We can't stream those things, unfortunately. I don't use that service. You can find publicly accessible readers and use your intuition and your ability to gauge reading material, but Satori Reader is an automation and convenience for combining the somewhat elements of SRS with graded readers. Yeah. So lots of newer apps have been blending all the routines into one app, one place, and that is very convenient for lots of people. I would probably suggest it for those who do not have discipline, as in like they don't like scheduling or recording or taking chores of their graded reader stuff. Yes, Satori Reader is very excellent. If you don't like care to keep track and do all that stuff, so you can do a more automated version of graded readers. Otherwise, you can pick up graded readers elsewhere or in publicly accessible things. There are quite a lot of educators who contribute to like the Japanese government sites and databases for different graded levels of reading. But Satori Reader is quite a nice automation of that. Yeah, it comes up quite often. And then obviously there's Boom Pro, which if you want to spice up and decide to hit up a bit of grammar, Boom Pro. It's a grammar with SRS related automation. Yeah, been around, pretty nice. I do have a project related to the latter, but that's not until 2026, so I'll keep you posted. Satori Readers, I could email them about like that kind of things. I don't know what liberties other people think they have, but generally speaking, when it comes to like writing material, like if they produced all the writing and then those writings are from different authors, I try not to touch that too much when it comes to this. For personal consumption, I don't really have a lot more time for personal consumption. I think reading video games, using your own competence through various foundations is sufficient to start manually providing and grading your own reading content. I think if you're a starter, if you're a person who don't like reading, for example, right? Don't like reading, but want a mechanical way of saying, oh, if I read this, I'm doing something. I think Satori Reader is fantastic. Like if you're indifferent to the subject matter and you like to mechanically improve your reading comprehension, Satori Reader will be pretty goated for you in my opinion, because they have a wonderful automation for that. Outside that, if you're someone who's already reading something, like you have sentimental investments in your reading content, generally speaking, a combination of what other people counter would be a combination of sentence mining with ad hoc to the thing you're reading, like a manga or something, or like the news, the NHK news site, then that is a great way to also engage yourself in the type of reading. I read a few samples of Satori Reader stuff, and I don't mind it. Now, does that overlap with the other things I read? It does. I typically read like video comments, Japanese video comments, and like I read things that are in the context of the things that I do. So like Japanese video comments, people responding to chats, like video chats that deal, like this type of interaction between Japanese and English speakers. So those are the things that I'm typically focused on when it comes to reading. Not yet. But I'll tell you, one day, if I do have enough, maybe built up resume or something, I could send Satori Readers peeps a email to see if I could show it off, like in real time. Like, you might be thinking, okay, well, other content creators make videos reviewing these things, but those are reviews. They're not individuals who are documenting the entirety of the app. So when you review something, you do it, and then you provide a review, which typically involves not spoiling the whole thing, doing the whole thing, right, in place of having users use their product. And in this case, it's kind of a sticky situation because it's a reading thing. It's also I'm saying this largely because there are a lot of things that are very fantastic for language learning. However, they are not fantastic legally for streaming, at least in my opinion. There can be repercussions that are not seen until later, where someone's like, wait, you built your whole entire thing on our writing material, but you don't pay us for anything. So that's kind of one of those things that you have to get the clearance on. If you're wondering, what about WaniKani and HanziHero? There's like mnemonics and stuff and things that they've written. It is pretty clearly stated in the terms of service. Now I can still get in trouble for this, really, if they really want it. In the terms of service, it's under class 0 in Creative Commons. Now this isn't a law or like a legal binding thing, but it's a pledge. So the WaniKani team dev and the HanziHero dev use the same TOS, Creative Commons claim, which is you can iterate and do what you want as a form of displaying the thing, provided you have the trust system where this is WaniKani. I'm not going to pretend like it's not, that kind of thing. Satori Reader does not have this openly displayed anywhere in clause. I'm going to be taking some more gambles later down the road where I email the devs or whatever their contact team is or community manager just to clarify, oh, hey, I kind of want to show your product and do this. And then in the future, I could say this is the nature of how I'm going to use your product. Are you okay with that? And instead of having to try to explain it or use a word of mouth, as in oh, I'm just going to describe it to you, and then the creator, the developer is going to say, I don't believe you, you're just telling me these things. And instead I can show them, hey, this is what I did. I've invested over a year in many of these things. I just wanted to see if it's okay. Alternatively, there are someone mentioned Babel yesterday. I'm not sure if it's one of you two. And or say Bushu, and then someone else mentioned Renshu. This is the same thing that I'm trying to do. So I'm building a publicly accessible record of how I want to approach showing things. So then I won't have to explain too many of this other than, hey, it would be really cool. Like, say they say, okay, we'll give you like a month to cover these things with certain topics. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'll just tell everyone what the conditions are, what I can and cannot show, and then what I'll cover, right? Typically, that's how I would go about these things. Have you tried Satori readers, Wedi? It's like reading school books, if I have to make a mention. You use it on your phone at night? I see. And I kind of like that because I can use my imagination to fill in stuff and be creative about it. I think one of the things that are interesting are people started grading other things. So I'm kind of be curious in the future if there's going to be like a Satori reader of various things, right? At the moment, what was the edgier thing to do? It starts with... I keep forgetting it. Miyoku? Miyaku? Hold up. Migaku. Yeah, Migaku. Yeah, Migaku is the like edgier and newer way people are getting on board. Yeah, Migaku. Yeah. So those things are definitely worth considering. And I think if you have the money or the time, or like you get so many ads for it, I bet. Like if you have enough to like take the current amount of time, like this is not professional advice, but something that is worth considering. If you say you always use 2 hours a day for doing something, but if you're starting to feel like some parts of your 2 hours, like throughout the day, it doesn't have to be 2 hours continuous, seems to be a little difficult to like maintain or start, you can subdivide it and then add a new routine or add another thing onto it. And then it can be incredibly cathartic despite them possibly covering the same content. It doesn't, heavier diversification in routines in order to push back burnout, in my opinion, is a great extra boost to retention by the way you engage things. That this is provided if you pay for all those things. So subscriptions and live service can stack up over time. So that's a different area that we're talking about. But Migaku seems pretty nice as well. If you're already doing that, which a lot of people manually do what Migaku automates. So Satori does the similar for reading, and then SRS does the same for vocabulary. So you ask yourself, what type of routines do you want to learn and work on? And for me, if I were to use like Satori Reader, I would spend like maybe a month or two, extract like the structure, their methodology, and then demonstrate how to apply it manually. Like then I will say, what if I curated based on this strategy that they have? And then I would apply it later. And then eventually I would stop Satori Reader as well, which is what I'm doing now with WaniKani. At some point, I would probably stop WaniKani, but I'm going to take those design cues and stuff, streamline it with whatever I pick out from Duo, and then so on and so forth. So we might cross that bridge sometime in the future with Satori. And then maybe like an immersion-based scheduler thing. Migaku is one of them. The downside about Migaku is you don't plan on finishing. No, I plan on finishing it, but that is the natural end to WaniKani. If you know what I mean. Like these things are finite. They don't necessarily... I didn't say when I was going to. I said when I'm finished, or when there's a logistical end to WaniKani. If WaniKani ends in a certain place, it ends in a certain place. If something even more interesting and opportunities present, I will drop WaniKani at any time. All of these are my personal projects, so they don't end. They come with me. So that's probably a different type of mindset. You don't finish this. You don't finish WaniKani. You don't finish Duolingo. You integrate, take their ideas and continue. You don't lose the experience from what you gained. So the idea is, if some opportunity comes along, I don't add more time to my routine. I have a very specific amount of time. So being realistic with yourself is also one of those things. If something incredible, like an opportunity to showcase Satori Reader for like 3 months, WaniKani will have to give because of time. That doesn't mean I wouldn't be using what I learned from WaniKani, of course. Things don't get finished. Actually, most of my projects, I don't particularly think I've ever finished a project. I come to a satisfying conclusion or tentative conclusion most of the time. It may be at the end, it might be quote unquote at level 60. It could be at level 40. It could be at level 30. It could be tomorrow. The idea is I'm typically looking for opportunities. When opportunities present themselves, I maximize the opportunities. But for the time being, WaniKani is going to exist in the routine for at least 2 years. At least 2 years. So we're looking at the end of 2026. Now, 2026 is going to look very different for WaniKani and HanziHero. Both of them, much like Duolingo, looks very different now than it did 2024. Most things change on a biannual basis. I stand by what I say about constantly improving your process. It is not about sticking to something for so long and exercising diminished return on the routine. Now, that doesn't mean I couldn't be inspired to do something with WaniKani, like on top of WaniKani, somewhere down the line due to some opportunities, right? Which, for the record, I do have a 2nd year project, and it deals with WaniKani, but it deals with another product because it's with WaniKani. So that's why it will look different. That's how you keep to something, right? At least in my opinion. So if you're already doing something for more than a year and it's never changed, that's not me. It's got to change something. It's got to improve. It's got to be more efficient. It's got to be more clever, creative. And when I mean more efficient, I mean time efficient, not efficacy efficient. Where WaniKani will take up on average it takes up about 1.5 hours to 2 hours right now, across, but unevenly distributed, right? Uneven, but across the 11-day cycle, it will get reduced for something else that is added. I either become more efficient at it and I don't add anymore to the WaniKani thing. Like, for example, it took me double the amount of time in the first month to do WaniKani things in that 11-day cycle. The 11-day cycle hasn't changed. It's consistently been 11 days. Now, what I did in those 11 days are far more efficient. And then when I became more efficient in WaniKani, I did more in that time because I didn't add anything or subtract anything. So like when you run, if you get faster, you save time. I reinvest that liberated time back to doing even more with running. WaniKani is the same until it's not. So in order to make room for Satori Reader, for example, I would have to liberate the time from something that already exists. I think this is a very important topic that I would like to spend more time on, maybe in the future. This is like different from someone who says, oh, I want to play this, I want to do this, and then they stack time. As in, they're going to spend 1 hour on this, And then in order to play something new, they're gonna play 1 hour of this and it becomes 2 hours. Not, I spend 1 hour playing video games and now I'm gonna split it between 2 video games. So that's 30 minutes and 30 minutes. What happens is the former is not sustainable. The latter is sustainable. It's using time management. And that's kind of how I go about doing things. So if I ever get faster naturally from practicing, I have to decide how to invest that time. If I need to have a new project, I need to divide up the time that I'm currently using, as opposed to overextending myself continuously. Yeah. So I do plan on finishing WaniKani, like, I guess reaching level 60 for the time being. Otherwise, no matter what, I'm going to reach level 60. It might not be with WaniKani. That's probably a way I want to put it. Like, whatever is in WaniKani, if Japanese is going to be part of my life, it's irrelevant if I reach level 60 or not. Eventually, those things will come to fruition on their own. So, not necessarily the end of a journey. It's part of the journey. Yeah. Excellent question though. I don't think anyone has asked me if I plan to finish WaniKani. The plan is to do as much as possible, and then if the next product is super interesting or someone convinces me, we'll find a way, because all that knowledge I have in WaniKani, I'll normalize it to the new product and we move on. And that new product will pick up where WaniKani stopped, so to speak. Right? No worries. I think that's one of the mindsets that are required for someone to like stop and start something and even return to something. If you see it as standalone, separate things, then not finishing something will feel really terrible, which makes sense, right? Emotionally, it would feel really terrible because it feels like you haven't accomplished anything, because the end goal is the only thing that makes it worthwhile. If you don't finish something, then it's never complete. From my perspective, the mindset is pretty much everything I've done has never been completed. They have been sufficiently covered and extracted to my satisfaction, but I don't think they're ever complete. Life skills, building legacy, resumes, they're often never complete. They won't ever feel complete, at least in my opinion, from my mindset. Like when I publish a piece of artwork, they're never complete. Like all the Inktober prompts, none of them are complete. They are as much as I can do within the time that I have available, and I do the best that I can each time. I often think about what happens if I go back and revisit them with my current skills. I have thought about that. That's why they're never complete. It gives that refreshing mindset that, oh yeah, I can go back to the thing and resume with new lens. I could even start over and then do that and it'd feel great. Instead of the former mindset, which if you go back, it's like, oh, I have to start over now because I forgot everything. And then now I'm just trudging through the same things again. I would go back, start over, and it's like, ooh, I have so much more new experiences. This is gonna be a wild ride, even doing it again, like, or watching a movie again. Like, I've watched like 40 movies before I watched this movie again. I wonder how I can relate to all the movies that I've watched since then. Yeah, WaniKani is very similar. Language learning in general. Deadlines though. Deadlines do make it seem like things are finished. I don't know if this is a bad thing or a good thing for a lot of people. When I had deadlines, when I was like working, on the job, or in science, whenever you quote unquote publish or complete an experiment, it doesn't answer or complete the idea. It leads to, again, more questions with increased knowledge. So oftentimes I live a life managing that feeling. Unlike perhaps other people who might not find this relatable, too relatable, is the idea that they need to feel like they finished something to feel accomplished. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit of a extremist when it comes to adapting to the idea that, yeah, right now WaniKani is finished. Like at this very moment, if I stop here, I know what I have accomplished in WaniKani, and it'll be with me for the rest. This can be the end point for WaniKani. I don't need, like, or at least I don't need the satisfaction or someone else to tell me where the finish line is, because it's probably not the same. Yeah, like when someone says, I finished this game, did you finish the game? What do you think is the finish of the game? And they'll just define it and like, yeah, I did finish the game. Like, so what are you gonna play now when you finish the game? Well, I didn't finish the game. I mean, that game, I'm gonna be talking about it for the rest of my life. Like, whenever I play the next game, I'll be talking about this game. It's not finished yet. There's still plenty of time. Right? That kind of thing. But yes, level 60 is the tentative plan in 2.5 years. It's going to take 2.5 years. So mid 2027 is when I will probably reach level 60. Provided that nothing change. Right? We talk about statistical extrapolation. Statistical extrapolation is assuming that the conditions stay the same. So it's every 10, every 11 days. 11 to 10 days, so it'll look, it's basically this way, linear in the sense that my rate hasn't changed all the way to level 60. And if we were to assume nothing changes, it would be somewhere in Q2 of 2027 is when we'll see the conclusion. It's kind of funny because there is one person who comes by on the YouTube side of things every 2.5 months, I would say, roughly 2.5 months, and they would ask me one question and say nothing else. They would ask me, what level am I on? And I would say, well, now I'm on this. Again, the pace is still the same, so if you assume a 10 to 11 day projection, you will probably be able to guess my level without ever asking me. Or look at the most recent YouTube video. But I don't mind answering it. Right, I don't mind answering it each time. That's kind of one of those things. Fun. All right, let's. Where were we? Okay. Okay. Also fascinating. Fascinating. What are we looking at here? YOLO. Okay. That's a bad YOLO. Okay, what did I use for that? Sickened skin? Oh. Wait. Yes, I'm not doing Chinese right now.
心配する
心配する. Oh. Oh, wait. No, just kidding. Wait. How do you... Wait. What am I thinking of on the right? Nani kore? Hold. この辺は小さいが多いですね。Oh!
神社
Jinja. I'm like, what is going on? My brain. Alright. We're fine. These things happen.
運命
Unme. Destiny or fate? Okay. Ah.
日光浴
Nikoyoku. Okay. Oh no. The changes. The change stuff. No, it's not that. Yellow. Okay. It's not it. I mean, there's a shot in the dark. Haiku. Nadu? Oh, that's Nadu, probably. Haiku otona ni naritai na. Probably not.
なる
Okay. Stretch the context sentences. Okay. That's not
集まる 母親
Oh yeah. That was a gut feeling. Wait. Whoops. I think that was a typo.
話し方
Yeah, hanashikata. Kotoba.
言葉
Early? Sure.
要求する
要求する. Hmm.
浴びる
Abiru. 水泳.
水泳 戦争
戦争. Ne?
意味
Imi. Itakuchi.
北口
Itakuchi. Oops.
電波
Denpa. Ne? Oh, I forgot, Weddy. What are you juggling right now? They got Satori Reader. Were you Bushuing? I don't. Oh, yesterday we had Bree, we had there were like 3 people yesterday, so now I'm all over the place. The last week has been wild. I think usually I average like one person every week, but the last couple weeks things have been wild. You just use WaniKani, Duolingo, Satori, and then handmade flashcards to practice writing. Oh yes, you're the writing person. That's right. That's what we bonded on. The writing thing. That's a lot. Like, you're doing quite a lot. I like the homemade flashcards. The handmade flashcard idea. Oh, you could make it so exciting. Like, I don't know if you... Wait, Weddy. I think I looked at your channel. You play Osu. I saw you play Os. I play Os as well. Actually, are you the Os person? I actually look at all your channels. I hope you guys know that. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but I do click on your accounts. It's just saying, like, you have to know that whatever you post, I know. I'm kidding, but it's a way for me to... Oh, you play DDR? Wait. Someone plays Os, but so it's not you, right? Or some like, do you play Os at all? Someone does, but I'm getting people confused. But you play DDR. That's close enough. Close enough. Let's see. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure about Bree. Maybe it was what's his name? It's not Jazz. Who was the person I was talking to yesterday? Oh no, it's the person I was talking to yesterday. My bad. You did not play. You don't actually have anything on. I don't think you have anything on your end. I'm not sure about your YouTube account though. I could look at your YouTube channel. You better hide all the incriminating information. I'm after you. I'm kidding. But I know you have a YouTube account. I should take a look at that. It's a person I met yesterday who kind of reminded me of you, Weddy. They are in Hong Kong. Yes, that's right. They're in Hong Kong. They're Korean, but they're learning Japanese, and they have an exchange student that they're hanging out with who's a little bit who's quite a bit younger than them. They're from Japan, and they're both in and they moved to Hong Kong for like studies or something. And this guy works in tech, and he most definitely plays Os. so yeah, I'm trying to get everyone sorted out now. Bree, we talked a lot. Like Bree, we exchanged quite a lot already. And then Weddy, your what is a very defining thing? Artist's wife. Yes, Spanish, Cuban. That's right. 3 different types of Asian in one. Yeah, we had a long chat. Like, this guy from Hong Kong yesterday had to, because he technically, that guy is diaspora, but he's diaspora in a different way, and I haven't gotten an opportunity to literally talk to someone who's a diaspora, someone like moving between places. So he's born and raised in Korea. He moved to Hong Kong and he's studying another language. This is the closest thing that I have to that relationship. My parents raised me in under a different culture, living in a different country, but I know languages, but I'm learning a different target language. And that we just talked so much yesterday. Like I was 30 minutes from sleeping, my sleep time, so I decided to just skip. I didn't eat yesterday. I just went to bed. Eating is optional. You can survive for one day. I had something a little bit after I got up, but we chat for so long. And then Weddy is the day before, which artist's wife, Spanish. And there's Spanish on the side because his wife is learning Spanish. Yeah, lots of details. Gotta sort them out. Gotta attach them to something, you know. And Weddy fap. Man, I can't believe I'm saying that word. It's your fault. You're the reason why I have said that word publicly. Now it's there forever, for the rest of time. It's your fault. It was Fetty Wap reversed? It's not truly fap. Okay. Is that a thing? Do people say that still? Isn't that funny though? I could have sworn you typed that. Oh, but it is implied. Oh, okay. I see. I could have sworn you typed that yesterday, like 2 days ago, instead of saying Fetty Wap. You know, your buddy was, oh, Khan's Gina. Oh, come on.
中級
I guess we were young at one point, you know? We were all young at one point. We just made a bunch of names swapping the first 2 letters. Yeah, is that still trendy? When people did that? I think one of the original reasons behind that was to circumvent censorship. Or circumvent, you know, getting slapped on the wrist for being naughty with your language in public. It's still in vogue? Oh, I see. Speaking of language, circumventing words by swapping the first 2 letters. Have you ever done Pigland, Weddy? I think that's like the OG version of that. You just convert it to Pigland and then you're fine. Back in the day. Every time you see Fetty Wap, that's what you think of. Yeah. It's effective. It's effective. Oh, language. Oh, language.
Hajimaru.
Hajimaru. We're all mature adults here, right? We can understand context. Silly goober. Fetty Wap. That's what I call youth. You love the word goober? Oh yeah, I use. There's a funny story about that. Or a little like mixed feeling story about that. I met another person who frequently use the word goober, and who's up with yeah, calm down. I met another person in a different time in streaming. We were very different at the time, and I thought we could bond over the word goober. But boy howdy, did the icebreaker slammed into the wall. I asked her, like, in the chat, like, this is when I used to still actively seek streamer collaborations, and I asked this person, like, oh hey, where did you start saying, or why and how did you start saying goober all the time? And then her reaction was like something that catastrophically burned the bridge immediately. She said something like, wait, are you insinuating that I took the word goober from you? And I'm like, no, we don't even know each other. But I was in the chat, so it didn't really matter. But she said something like that, and I'm like, you know, this is not what I intended. But not a lot of people openly use the word goober, like, unironically. So that is a weird way to beat the mood of this. But I use goober openly. I think gooberinos is pretty good when you add eno to things, you know. Pepperinos. What's a pepperino? Oh, this is I'll share with you a familect, or a friend dialect that I have. We use the word pep all the time now, right? Pep. My age is showing. Gooberino. Okay. But listen, I chat with 20-year-olds, okay? So pep, you know, like pepega, right? I know. So like Pepega, right? But nowadays it's been reduced to Pep a lot of times, like Pep. And then now it's like I just use Pepper. And then Pepper I add Eno. So now I do be calling people pepperinos. But it's not a pepperoni. Which is where like if you were a boomer, you might be thinking, "Oh, that's a fun play on pepperoni." And I'm like, "No, this is a but it's in a nicer way. Yes, it's a euphemism. So between close friends, it's endearment. It's a form of endearment as opposed to maybe a unironic or ironic use of in saying they're like dumb in a aggressive way. So now we do like pepperinos, we do pep, pepica, like just saying it weird instead of saying pepega, just say pepica. So this is kind of the nature of English now, when it comes to internet familex, like friendalex doesn't sound as good. I like familex. So like people who you almost associate as family, you start developing these things. And the reason why I say this is because lots of people teach me different terms, and then they're like saying, like for example, when you're learning Japanese, a lot of times English speaking people or people who are non-Japanese will go out of their way to tell how friends should speak to each other. And I kind of understand how that works in Japanese, right? If I were to be interacting with a Japanese person. But we also speak English, and English has a different dynamic when it comes to making friendship talk. So oftentimes when people talk about public stuff, it makes sense. There's a lot of like big stipulations about, oh, you don't say this in public, it can be really rude. Or yesterday I was talking to the Hong Kong guy, right? And his exchange friend, his language exchange friend said like, oh yeah, anime is not a great reflection or representation of how real life Japanese people talk to each other in real life, right? And I'm like, yeah, that tracks, that makes sense. But how do Japanese friends talk to each other? Or I actually asked them, I'm interested if they understand that if that is true, like, if that is something that you live by, like zeros and ones, right? What happened? Does that mean all Japanese people don't have a representation of how like English speakers speak to each other in real life? Because my thought was, when I see Japanese people speak English to each other, like in like videos and stuff, it's like, oh yeah, that's how Japanese people speak English to each other. So when my thought is, because when will it be, like say fast forward 2 or 3 years, when will it be that the exposure outside of Japan is driven so greatly by Japan's media, which they are actively doing, that they create a subculture of their own, which is a regional dialect, right? Friendalex, and like familex happen very, very rigorously. Now, yes, I can appreciate maintaining public decorum, and if you go to Japan, you'll know that you don't speak like anime, because those people don't speak like anime. So you can know both to understand the language. It's all of the above, right? However, there is this very overcompensation for what is and what is not. And when it comes to English, there is another personality. Like if I'm gonna speak Japanese, I will understand how to speak Japanese in public. However, if I were to engage with a Japanese person, right, like as a friend, as a personal friend, it would be a cultural exchange of all the languages I know and this person. Like truly to be friends with another Japanese person, even the extension of a slightly Chinese person, what happens personally is the dialect it between us. So ironically, what happens personally in Japanese, I would say, is akin to what I'm sharing here. It's going to be something that isn't both. So whenever a stranger comes up and tells me, oh, this is the casual way of talking to each other, it's like, it probably isn't, because when you talk casually with your close buds, it's a mix of everything. Like, I'm a little stickler for this. When I am friends with someone, we share each other's beings. Like, we exchange each other's ideas. We don't enforce each other to behave a certain way, right? That's what, like, we become each other by wanting to be with each other and talking and exchanging ideas. So at some point, Jack did this earlier. He typed, Jack literally in the Discord said, fair enough. And that is what I mean by when you start reaching a level of friendship. Language exchange happens naturally. So at some point, you're gonna communicate in a way that happens so frequently that at some point you're like, I can't not hear this. And by the way, I'm not the pep guy, okay? I don't acquire these things. Pepka? I do not acquire these things. I acquire this from a pepperoni, a heckin' pepperoni that I know, all right? There is a pep that I know that I interact with on a regular basis, and that is the reason why I've adopted this term. There's no, like, in my wildest dreams, I would not naturally pick up this thing. So I just thought I'd share something. Language is incredibly, if you're looking for rules and you love rules about language, right? You use that for formality, for public use and whatnot, and you love those rules. To me, if you have friends, right? If you have lots of friends who are like you, then those rules continue to stick. Right? They carry into the future. But if you're on the internet and you're kind of like me, those rules, they go out the window. You have to bend, you have to compromise, you have to twist, you have to do flips, you have to do mental gymnastics, because what really truly binds friendships, especially if you're talking to an quote-unquote Asian person, because you have to peel back like 8 billion layers of onions in order before the guy's like, okay, I'm gonna abandon my rules and we'll be friends. Like, okay, no more formalities, no more stuff. Let's just get down to nitty gritty. Do you like anime? No, I'm just kidding. That's it'll be something intimate. It'll be something at a deeper level that whatever you say as friends will end up paving the interchange between the languages. So I love this concept of familek. And then I don't know if somebody already coined friendelect, but I lean very hard on this as a novice, like a really novice language learner. My communication skills have integrated the concept of familect formally into my like vernacular. So nowadays, not only do I communicate using shared like experiences and ways to communicate non-verbally through like the sharing of emotes and all that stuff, now I have a hyper use, like a lot more elegant use of developing and playing on language exchange. So nowadays, Japanese words are transformative as well. Like, daijoubu is not the same when it comes to my friends. No, they don't know Japanese. They know some Japanese, but they don't pick up like the same nuance, you know, in public or whatever. But daijoubu means pep as well. Pep and daijoubu is on the same wavelength. For one of these little goobers. So one of the goobers that I know for a long time. And actually, it's actually Daijob. I hope he doesn't mind. He knows who he is. He knows who he is, but he says Daijob instead of Daijobu. But Daijobu can be shortened to Daijob because U at the end can be an unvoiced thing. So it's kind of funny because he doesn't study Japanese. But when he says Daijob, it's funny because that's kind of neat that he came to conclusion also by habit to drop the unvoiced thing. So Daijob is the same as pep. Yeah, it's intuitive. Isn't that amazing? I absolutely love this. Like, I pay attention so much to it, learning a new language and learning like other languages, and you're paying attention. You get so hyper caught up with the way people speak now. And that's wonderful. Like every day is like, oh, okay, what else are they going to type? What yesterday? Reading is the same way. Okay, yesterday the Hong Kong guy, right? The Korean Hong Kong guy. Right now I'm not remembering his name, his like handle name, but he uses apostrophes really, really well. Like, and contractions really well. And actually, Weddy, you also do that too, which is kind of humorous because you happen to be multicultural as well. But when it comes to like people who are monolingually English, apostrophes, it's a very long time when I see apostrophes. Like contractions, it's, and you have the difference between it is and it's, like they're so different, but at the same time, I'm not saying you should or should not do something like this in public, because one of the fine lines of becoming really acquainted with someone is you kind of know their idiosyncrasies, right, through observation. So if you want to be more formal, like one of the strategies to getting close to someone, right, is to dispense with dictation. But at the same time, when you're learning a language, dictation gives that discipline to create the foundations of learning a language. And then you have this, and I know Daijobu, right? Daijobu. See, I can't even get the way he says it. He says Daijob, right? Daijob. And that sounds cool, but man, the moment that slips when I'm talking to a Japanese person, I have a feeling their eyes is going to roll back to their skulls. But that's perfectly fine, because I can explain why I had a Freudian slip with Daijob, as opposed to it even takes me a while to like reimagine the pitch accent, because Daijob is not the pitch accent for this. So I think these things happen on a daily basis, and I've leveraged this quite a lot. Like, try this technique. I know it's not like a special key to friendship or anything like that, but there's something very special about presenting and inculcating a term that transforms between the two of you. It's like, you know, when you were a little kid, you had like an imaginary language for your friend, or like a decipher language. But in this case, when you're older, it takes less and less to form a core for each term. There's other terms like pen. I'll let you can take a guess what pen is. Actually, if you're curious and if you watch anime, it's actually born out of pen, or pen squared. It's a character in Evangelion. It's the penguin in Evangelion. But at some point, at some way, I thought it would be fun to call someone a pen, so I called him a pen because the penguin is really chill in Evangelion. Like, they just give no butts or no butts or coconuts. So I started calling him a pen, like pen, and then pen shortened to pen, and now pen is also equivalent to pep. So whenever like I ask them a question or something, they would respond with either pen or pep. and you have to know what it means. Like, it's one of like what's a great characterization of Japanese nuance? Daijoubu. Right? Like, oh, do you want a bag? Daijoubu. Daijoubu desu. Like, what is that, yes or no? Because like, typically it means, oh no, that's okay. In the context of a convenience store clerk asking you, do you want a bag? Daijoubu desu. Right? That means like, no, it's okay, I don't need a bag. Right? But then when you say, are you okay? Daijoubu desu. And it's like, oh yeah, it's okay. Now it's affirmative as opposed to negation. This happens in English, right? You gotta read it. You gotta read the subtext. So whenever you have these things, you have words like all right. Okay, what does that mean? What does all right mean? Well, in public, they settle on like odds are 80% of the time in public it means politely content, right? When your friend says is all right, what does it mean? The sky's the limit. When my friends keep saying I'm okay, I don't think they're okay. I'm just saying, like, if you're becoming closer and closer with me and you keep saying you're okay, like to most things, I don't think you're okay. So then that's kind of one of those things, like when you think about Japanese, probably operates very similarly. Not in public, but in personal lexicons, right? Like friendelex. Anyways, I always wondered what are examples of, Familex and Friendelex stories that you have with your friends? Because language is incredibly powerful. Written language is also incredibly powerful. In fact, a lot of today's Friendelec words are only typed. They're not spoken. Right? There's no intonation and like different things. They are usually just typed. Like I don't know. Oh, yesterday was really fun. That guy said his exchange language partner derived a lot of their extra English from Apex Legends callouts. So he gave an example, and I absolutely loved it. He said at one point when they grabbed a cup of coffee, right, and they finished a cup of coffee, the other person said coffee, one shot down, and one shot and downed or something. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means. I don't play Apex Legends, but the moment I think about it, it's like, oh yeah, that is totally a call out. And I think that's absolutely brilliant. That is instant friend material. Like, what I mean is, and it's funny because the other person tried to break the ice too, the guy I was speaking to, and he decided to use a meme that just had a Japanese person tell another Japanese person that his wee is small. Instant friend, like that is like hardcore friend territory. That's how you break ice and create instant attachment to language related things. And that's kind of what I mean by it's very different when you become friends. Constantly staying dictating certain things, that creates formality despite it being casual. Like when you're saying casual things, you can still enforce formality between friends, and that actually pushes people apart, not bring them together. Like here's one that I often hear about. when from a foreign perspective is, oh yeah, if you say, you know, if you keep using like mas form, like, you know, arimasu, irimasu and stuff, right? And you're saying, oh yeah, but then, you know, your friends would think that you're distancing themselves from it. Like, but I'm a foreigner. If I'm speaking like that and they know I'm a foreigner, it might end up being the identifying quality that makes me the friend and not another Japanese person, right? So I know it's very a stickler, but generally speaking, identifiable idiosyncrasies in private tends to push the boundaries of formalities. Now, it's great to make a friend based on decorum and formalities, for sure. To ice break, being formal, distance yourself, for sure. When you're friends, being formal or casual, you're already friends. It might actually be the identifying quality. Like, how do I speak to my best friend? I don't sound like this when I speak to my best friends. I'm going to tell you very, very straight. Like, and you might be thinking, oh, you're probably like, bruh, what's up? No, it's the opposite. I actually sound even more formal than I usually am. Like, I really do say this from a perspective of a foreigner. When someone says like, oh, well, you're not always formal, your best friends. Like, I am. My closest friends, I speak incredibly agreeably. Like, I tend to sound even more like unsure in a political way than I sound now. I typically try to be a little bit more indicative when it comes to streaming, and because that's a bit of more social norm for people. So when I say for people, that is an adaptation of streaming. I don't willy-nilly necessarily throw out like, oh, most people do this, most people do that. I don't actually say that to my best friends. Like, it's a very different dynamic. So that's kind of one of those things I think other people can appreciate when they have really close friends. When you learn a language and you look at how you talk with your friends, like, wait a minute, we do not use this advice for other people. Do not use this advice for other people. Let them explore their things. But learning the fundamentals and like proper etiquette outside of it before friends, nice. We say kek W, oh boy, in our group chat, and a lot of kaka, but never say it in person. What is that? That's pretty good. I might have to take that from you. The kek W, yeah, I have seen before. Like, what's his name? The emote. You typically just see the emote. You know, the emote of the guy. It's kaka? What the heck is... Where are you getting kaka from? Are you crows? Are you crow bros? Bro crows? I'm not trying to be cringe or facetious. I think that's fun. Kaka sounds... Oh! Wait, are you talking about like boomer kaka? Or is this something else? Bro friends with crows? Yeah. Wait. Is it like kaka from... Or is this a new age thing? Because kaka is like an OH thing, an old age thing too. It came from a type of kekw. Oh, I think. Oh, okay. That's cute. All I can imagine you guys going is ka. It's only in your WhatsApp group. Okay. All I can hear is you're a bunch of crows going ka to each other. Bros with crows. There you go. You're thinking of kaka like poop? Oh, yeah, that's true. That's what I was referring to, by the way. Jack, the kaka, like, yeah, a poop. But I think it kind of checks out too. Nothing to do with poop. Are you sure? You're the person with Fetty Wap. Are you sure it has nothing to do with poop? Are you sure about that? Anyways, I thought I'd share. something. I haven't shared anything about my friend Alex, or like the use of language to build relationships. Yeah, the use of language to build relationships is underrated. It's incredibly underrated nowadays, because typing, right, writing, and I mean not like speaking, but writing, because some of the most types of interactions you have now are the form of typing. You're exchanging written language, so being able to leverage that makes it like you're not fighting against people. Like, for example, hey, we can only be friends if we jump in voice chat and talk to each other, and then we can only be good friends if we have both of our cameras activated so we can see each other, and then we're really real friends if we meet, we travel like 300 miles in between us and then meet at a convention. That's a lot of barriers. That's so many jumps for friends. I don't know if you like, I don't know if this is understandable or I'm trying to empathize, but that is far more complicated than having to go somewhere and then you bumped into someone and now you're friends. Like, hear me out. I'm not trying to downplay that it is hard to make friends back then, right? But back then there were obligations in order to cause people to bump into each other. It's not the same now. So I'm trying to be I'm trying not to sound like a boomer, because the current generation of people, there are many steps to becoming real friends that older people and much more well-adjusted people to an older time suggest is a gold standard. So when you're talking about, oh, this is not like talking to real life people, you're doing it on the internet now. There are real life people who use the internet. Like, so normalizing that will, in my opinion, encourage people to become more creative in the way they are gesting, because the old lifestyle is not a standard for a new lifestyle. And I think sometimes it's unfortunate, in my opinion, a little unfortunate, that people reinforce things themselves that they themselves don't want to do, because older people from a different bygone era is enforcing those standards. Like, for example, a young impressionable kid will say, oh yeah, you know, I don't have any friends, right? I don't have any friends. I don't, and then what they mean is they don't have any IRL friends. They don't have any real friends. I'm like, so what kind of friends do you have? Like, oh, I hang out with this guy every single day playing this video game. That's more than an IRL friend. I mean, IRL friends don't even hang out that much. Why isn't that person your friend? Like, well, you know, we don't talk about friend stuff. Like, why don't you? I mean, you hang out every day. Why don't you do it? Like, you practically spend more time than IRL friends usually do. Like, what is stopping you? And in my opinion, it's not because they don't want to. There's no normalization for that behavioral pattern. Like, it's crazy how long people spend time together and they don't use their language or communication to be friends. And one of the biggest excuses, in my opinion, and I'm not saying that they think it's an excuse, I think is unintentional excuse, is the idea that, oh, online, when you make an online friend, they're not real friends. So you do not enforce or try to improve the way people talk to each other online. And yet, whenever I see two kids spend like the large majority of time together, like 3 hours together, it's like, my best friends, you guys spend like, and I mean you guys, I'm talking about the kids that think that they don't have any friends. You have nearly like multiplicative amount of time to connect with someone than myself. like with my best friends. My friends spend exponentially less time. And then they would argue, well, they're more meaningful hours. Like, well, you can make them meaningful hours. The people is what makes the hours meaningful by choice. But then they would argue like, well, you're not like next to them. You don't like touch them or see them and stuff. It's like, yeah, but you spend like 3 times more hours with them. Use your words. Type. Create a family together. There are other ways to communicate. Now, with that said, there isn't a generation that has experienced that yet. We are living in the current generation. So when a bunch of people who didn't live in this age of the digital age start saying real friends are the people you share space with, real friends are the people you touch and be able to touch, there are different ways to touch the soul. There are different ways to communicate, not just literally, right? That was a gold standard when you spend occasional opportunities to hang out with your friends. You can still do that. But until then, it's crazy how often people on the internet spend time together and still not really spend time together. Like, they occupy the quote-unquote same interest. Right? Play Roblox, play Fortnite, language learn, and yet there's no like, there hasn't been a natural development of communication skills to seize that opportunity. Why does, well, you could argue, well, you're doing it. It's like, yes, because I'm applying things. In my opinion, if someone says like, well, you make friends online, right? Like the goobers that I keep referring to. Yes, because I'm the boomer. I'm the older person who is using communication skills that you would otherwise, quote unquote, should have learned or exposed when you're forced to bump into people randomly. But that's not the case anymore. So what do quote unquote older, more adjusted people should do? Illustrate that. Demonstrate that, yeah, you can't shake hands or like throw a beer to the next person. You can't just drive over there, hang out and go to the batting cages. Yes, because the most substantial amount of interaction, relatively speaking, is online. You send a message, you link a emote, you link a video, a YouTube short. There are ways to make them special to you and your friends through the communication and use of the language, the pattern of your using, create that connection. But generally speaking, I don't think people talk about these things anymore. It's still like very archaic, old hat. It's not like do both. I like saying do all of the above. If you can't meet with your friends, you don't have, like, you can't meet IRL, they're still real life friends. They're people at the other end. Now you can always encourage yourself to meet every once in a while. And guess what? That's pretty much how often IRL friends meet anyways. I'm going to be honest with you. When you become very close with a friend, IRL, you actually don't meet that often. Like, expecting like to normalize that to an IRL friend is like in my opinion, a recipe for disaster. Where someone says, oh, when you have IRL friends, you'll be really close and lovey-dovey and share every waking moment in a common space. You don't. It's actually the opposite. And then the reason why that's kind of a social norm for younger people is they literally do that online most of the time. Literally, but figuratively. Like, the people are inseparable online, but yet they don't develop quality in connections. And I don't think it's intentional. I think it's a conflict of interest. When someone says, oh, you have to touch someone or meet them IRL to truly be real friends, because they accept that, in my opinion, or it's grilled into their head, then it's already okay and a great excuse to use for not being close and invested in someone online. So they treat online friends differently than other human beings. And I really am often disheartened by this pattern of conversation. Like the idea that, oh yeah, these are my online friends. So I definitely, they can't become real life friends until we actually meet up. I was like, what does that mean? So they're lesser humans, or they're just lesser important things until they suddenly become real life friends. And in my opinion, that is how people teach language to each other as well. It is exceptionally palpable when it comes to Japanese. I mean, I'm not saying it's only restricted to Japanese or let's say to English. They happen to be the languages that I am associating, right? And you're like, imagine Japanese. Think about how much more prevalent that is. When you make friends, you're people who occupy your space, right? They live in Japan, and Japan is a small country. Not a bad or a good thing, but Japan is a small country, and relatively speaking, to the predominant demographic that their language is being exposed to. Like, Japan is smaller than the rest of the world. I mean, I could even say that with the United States. The United States is smaller than the rest of the world. So the idea is the internet smaller or larger than the country you're in? Usually the internet is bigger. So what happens now is that you have this really odd feeling. I have this consistently odd feeling when people are dictating how other people, instead of meeting mid-ground or demonstrating like, oh, this is what we usually say in Japan with other Japanese people, and then this is how it contrasts with how you think it is happening. So then you know what is and what isn't, and you can choose to work with that. You can compromise. That's not how the internet portrays it, and it is evidence. It is very evident not only in English, it is so evident in Japanese and others, where they say, oh, don't do this, do this. I'm like, on the internet, you're saying don't do this on the internet. The internet is a different space. So you're saying, oh, these are 2 ways, or there's 3 ways, there are 4 ways. All of these are represented on the internet. I prefer this way, and when you're in Japan, this is how they go about it. When you say don't do something, it means forget that, and it's lesser, and it's not worth consideration. Now, I don't know if this is the intent of especially Japanese content creators, or like even Chinese content creators, or even content creators in general, but very, very particular, like trendy culture. When they use English to teach Japanese or Chinese customs and stuff, I'm not entirely sure if behaviorally, when they say don't do this and do this, is creating the intention that they expect. Because overall, they are also speaking a foreign language, or at least a language that is dictated by their immediate environment. So when you're saying don't do this and do that, it means forget this and only remember this. That is the term and consistent use of the word don't do this and do that. Always do this, don't do this. Never do this, always do that. That is what, in my opinion, are what the words actually mean. So it's ironic, it's weird, it's funny that when someone is trying to explain to not do something or to do something, and it's like about their native culture, the English they're using might be due to their misunderstanding, in my opinion, of the language they're using to communicate that. So oftentimes that's what I think about too. Like when I think about in telling people about Japanese, like what I know about Japanese, I know that a lot of it is going to be different. Like because if I use the target language in a culture that towards another culture that uses that language as their primary language, there's going to be some miscommunication, largely because you don't live in that culture either. So whenever I come up with this, like when someone gets a mentality where like, oh, we never do this, so therefore you shouldn't either, that means that I'm talking to someone that doesn't understand that when they say that, they are also doing something that people don't do and do, probably unintentionally. So I often wonder, I would love to ask someone like a very influential person if they ever consider that when you constantly say in English, if English is not your cultural dominant language in the country you are, is that English different from who you're trying to communicate and educate? Because in my opinion, I would contend that when you say don't do something, it's to never consider it as a value in English. Your target audience that you're trying to talk to. So when Japanese people say that, I don't know if they know that's what they're saying to their audience. Because there's going to be a time when how do I think about this? Here's a consequence that it's coincidental. I'm using correlation, so this might be not causation. But when Japanese, especially Japanese natives, use strong English, right, on the internet, do they know that they are creating consequences that is behaviorally not what they think it is? For example, if you use strong English, you incur strong behavior. So when these people visit Japan and then you notice a lot of strong behavior and then reinforcement and vitriol and like strictness that may not line with your culture, this could be all connected. This could be a feedback loop. What was an example? Nervousness. Coldness. Intolerance. So when when a foreigner comes to Japan, if they always were told that, oh, never do this, never do that, this is unacceptable, this is unacceptable, and then you have tourists who comes by and say, I'm like, they're like jostling and being nervous and really strongly being worried about these things, and then you have like other natives who would say like, oh no, that's okay, like we're reasonable and we understand about foreigners and whatnot, that type of thing. It's a clash. It's a clash of a conflict of interest. And I don't know how much of this actually feeds into it. But for a while now, there has been a lot of like trendy talk about how tourism is greatly being negative. It's becoming a negative sentiment for tourists in Japan. And it comes with representation. And a lot of Japanese natives representation is using strong English language. But to me, that's probably normal for them. In Japan, I would say if you translate some of the Japanese stuff, right? Like if a Japanese native and they become bilingual, for for example, they become bilingual. They learn English and Japanese at the same time, but they only talk among Japanese people, right? And I start to wonder, the same it becomes a double standard somehow for Japanese people when they say, oh, hey, our language, you use this and this. It's like, yeah, but you speak English to me when you're only using English in Japan. Do you come to the United States and use English to understand how you would bridge the communication nuances of English? You don't. So what happens here is it creates a really weird, rough double standard. And on one way, it is acceptable. The other way, it's not. So now I'm kind of curious if when Japanese person, right, a Japanese native say, oh yeah, oh, this is very, very bad. You never do this. Do they really mean that in English, or do they mean try not to do this? This is a little bit, it can be rude, but here are ways to get around that, or to compensate for it, or if you made this error, you can say these things. I don't think so. Because I think in Japanese, when they say don't do this, it's kind of very strong. And when English is being used in that way, then it's even stronger on the online. So like, you get to the point where there's an impression where like another foreigner would be angry at another foreigner, right, who's learning Japanese. I have some personal anecdotes where they would tell a foreigner, would tell another foreigner, and they're both learning Japanese, to only do certain things and always believe certain things. And in the moment they get to learning Japanese on their own, they realize that it's a little bit more like most of the time and sometimes, not always, and stuff. So for example, one really recent anecdote was someone, it was someone's birthday, and that person's like, oh, you know, I said, this is a recent one, I said, otanjobi omedetou, right? And they're like, oh, you should say this now since we're friends. It's like, I disagree. I think actually friends do say this. But instead, I made a consensus. I'm saying, well, in public, I like to sound a little bit more formal. Like, it's kind of like telling if we're friends, and then you're like, use slang only. That's how we're friends. And I'm like, that's not how that works. But when you're learning a foreign language, and when both people are foreign language learners of a dominant culture, like a culture like Japanese, and then they get their information from Japanese natives where they use strong English language, then you get that schism, you get that intolerance. It's like, what do you mean you have to use this because we're friends? Like, there are Japanese people who say otanjobi omedetou to their friends. So then you get that this riff and this rife of correcting, and it's not unintentionally offensive or anything like that. It's the idea that that creates coldness. When was the last time you like having a friend that constantly corrects you on being friendly with you? That's kind of rough. So it's a little bit of a downer. So to balance out the bright example I had about Familex. But generally speaking, I think most of this stuff is connected with the way communication works now. Try it out. Let me know. Sorry, I had to talk about language in some way, shape, or form. Let me know. I pick up people's mannerisms intentionally because it brings me closer to the people I'm talking to. So when someone says like vibe, my next sentence will probably have something to do with vibing. What I mean is like using the word vibe. If someone's gonna say poop, I'm probably gonna say poop. There's like that. If you're paying attention to language is a dynamic process, right? Especially when you're talking to a real person. So a lot of times when people say, oh, that is not representative of actual real conversation, you're talking about the mechanics of social norms, like the language social norms. You're not talking about communication. But somehow that person, in my opinion, especially a younger person, thinks that communication is the same as rules. So like if you're always formal, you're always this, that's kind of very Japanese. That's fair, right? That's fair. That is a compensation for communication online because you don't know who you're talking to at the moment and resonating with. So communication consistencies is dynamic, and that's what most people say about real life conversations. When you have a real life conversation with another person, it requires communication skills, not dogmatic, not like overzealous dogmatic dictation of rules. Conversation tends to be organic, it's natural. So if if you go to Japan and a lot of people adhere to the same rules, it is also good for communication because it's consistent. Then when you get online and you start telling that to other people, your communication skills have to adapt and change. So when you're like talking about how to communicate to people online, like, oh, you never say this in Japan. It's like, yeah, when someone visits Japan, how do you interact with another Japanese person online? You spend a lot of time doing that too, right? Like that's what I'm getting at here. I think the world, people who increasingly have access to the internet now, as a human species, right? Communication has fallen behind technology. So there people, at least in my opinion, one of the things that are happening is there's still an overemphasis that the main form of communication for our younger peeps now, like the goobers, all the goobers, is that they believe that the most common form of communication that is worthwhile is still in-person conversation. So in my opinion, with that emphasis on that, there is less and less attention, ingenuity, and promotion of effective communication on a medium that they spend like 80% of their time talking. And what I mean by talking, I don't even mean using the voice. Talking is now typing, it's writing. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious is great. That's a great example. You don't just break that out, but you can online. And I can't believe you spelled that because I went, oh, I guess they're always broken up. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Okay, it's fine. But hear me out. That's what I mean. I'm not saying you still can't have real life encounters and whatnot. It's fantastic to meet someone. Like for me, I don't meet up with my friends very often, like maybe once a year. But when I do, it's like I have billions of resources. What I mean by that is when I meet my friend, you get so much information, additional information. It's almost a culture shock for individuals who don't do that anymore very often. But when you meet someone in person and have an environment and a shared experience, it's almost like you become overwhelmed with how much information you can use to get to know someone, right? However, that is not the norm, but it's like extra. There's so much information to that, and you can compartmentalize some of that in online interactions. Some days you might use voice chat, some days you might use video, and then one day you take the plunge on that. But those steps to get there is so far away now, and trivializing all the steps before it, like the process of getting to a real life friend, is either you do it, like you take the plunge. So like it's kind of like saying you can't make a real life friend, Japanese friend, because you didn't go to Japan. That is tough. Like, well, hot dog. Does that mean that I should give up and say I'll never be able to interact with a Japanese person? Well, if a Japanese person is telling me, right, that you can never understand real life conversations without going to Japan and interact with a Japanese person, then I accept that respectfully. And I'm going to say I don't. So then I adapt my communication skills. So what can I do? Well, I can interact with maybe some Japanese people who like English online. So now my behavior is adapting to a realistic goal. And then what happens to the advice that people have about Japan? Well, when someone tells me, "Oh, you're never going to sound native," it's like, that's fine. I'm not going to visit Japan. Right? So now we have a non-cognitive dissonance. There's no conflict of interest. When someone asks, "Oh, aren't you concerned that a native Japanese person will not be able to understand you?" It's like, well, I might visit Japan someday. I'll be a foreigner, and I'll continue to remain a foreigner, and that produces the appropriate interactions. I'll try my best, and they will know. However, while that's happening, most of my interactions are online with other people of different cultures. So I'm going to adapt my communication skills appropriate for that. So when you have other people who are like, I'm a Native American, and no, not that type of Native American, but an American native, and then this is what you do, it's like you're making the assumption that everyone that's going to interact with an American native is going to visit the United States, and then it's going to visit the very specific part of the United States, as opposed to, hey, when you're interacting with an American online, here are some of the many things that could happen. And then when you're learning English, here are some of the things you might encounter when you're speaking to someone like me, which, by the way, I represent less than 6% of the United States population. And not all 6% of that United States population are on Twitch and YouTube or make content. I would say like 1% of that 6% possibly. So when the things I say, and then someone's like, "Oh, that I learned from this guy," said, "You didn't learn from me. You saw that I am a example of this." And that's a way to understand that when you're offering advice online about how you communicate with other people, not simply learning a language, but when you learn to communicate with people, the forum and the medium that you're using must also be in line with the environment. So if a bunch of people is, especially in Japanese, I understand I'm picking on Japanese, but we're learning Japanese right now. If natives are finding a lot of success on saying, "Oh, this is how Japanese people say this," it's great. It's great information about what's happening in Japan, like at Japan's level. Now, if you're speaking like all the people, your audience will all someday visit Japan, that's not true. There are going to be far more people who like Japanese and Japanese culture that probably will not be visiting Japan or living in Japan or even having Japanese friends. So when I think about how it's different from someone who's passionate and just talking about Japanese because they're like, "I'm Japanese, I love my culture, let me share with you the richness of the culture," versus someone who's going around saying, "Don't do this, do that, never do this, never do that. Oh, foreigners don't understand this," or "Top 10 things Americans don't understand about Japan." Those things are assuming your audience is one type of person. And to me, that is one of the things that make the internet so conducive to poor communication skills because you fit everyone in a category. You consistently categorize things so that it's easier, quote unquote, easier, but not, it isn't easier. It's simpler. It's simpler to reductively reduce the diversity online by treating and disseminating information as though everyone is categorized. So now you have people who are like, oh yeah, real friends actually do this together. It's like, oh really? Yeah, I can see that. My friends and I kind of do that every once in a while. Like, oh, then you're real friends. It's like, no, that's not why we're real friends. Like, I mean, it's part of the it's part of the picture. Like, we kind of spend time together. And then someone's like, oh yeah, I don't have any real friends. It's like, don't you have friends you hang out with like every month? It's like, well, I have people I play video games with every day. Why aren't they friends? Like, well, that type of time is not the same as your once in a blue moon visit. Well, why can't it be? That's one of the parts that I harp on all the time. It's very, very disheartening how bipolar and categorized. And I think no one is really intentionally doing this. It's like playing to internet. It's playing to the internet. People are catching up with communication on the internet. So I don't think there's any one culture that is not doing that. To me, it's a human condition. The way the representation of each person's culture is on the internet is hyper selecting for those people who think that they're talking to a singular body of people and not treating the internet as a platform that is different from thinking that everything is based on IRL interactions. So to me, I like to think that in the next 5 years, maybe, this doesn't escalate to AI just managing all of this because you don't want to talk to anyone or have open communication with anyone online until you meet them in real life. And what happens here is it's the chicken or the egg question, but in this case, we do know what the egg is. The egg is this stuff. It's this convenience, this polarized behavior. That this is the egg, so the chicken never makes it. You never get to the chicken. The egg is already rotten. Like, not in a bad way, but it's already spoiled. It's cooked. Things are already cooked before it is allowed to be matured. So that's a deep cut, and that's one of the hottest takes that I have after learning starting language learning. I think it's a coincidence, but when someone tells me you should always watch native content, I disagree. You should watch a lot of content, like a lot of different content, because you have to understand what your environment is. If you don't expose yourself to that environment and understand the idiosyncrasies and nuances of that environment, it doesn't matter how native you sound. Online, your communication skills are probably lacking because you're portraying and you're dictating a specific form of communication that's not appropriate for online communication. Or it is appropriate, and therefore that's why you don't have friends online. Right? Like, it's difficult to bridge familiarity if you're projecting something that doesn't exist in the other person's environment. Right? When was the last time you told someone, oh, yeah, you guys do that and we do this, and that brings people closer together? Shared experiences do bring people closer together despite having disagreements, right? If two people, like a Japanese person and an American, occupy the same space, watching the same concert, that is a commonality that's forced upon them due to the shared environment. Online, you don't have that, right? It's a different medium. I could be staring at something else. I could be cold while you're hot at the same time. Where are the communication skills to navigate that? How can you express that in Japanese? How do you express that in English to the other person? Oh, okay. What is the first thing you want to ask? How are you? That's one of the big contentious one. I saw this, and this person is really influential. They even had a TEDx talk, but I disagree with particular things that they do. Largely like things like, someone would say, oh, how do you say how are you? And then she steps back and say, oh, we don't say that. Japanese people don't say how are you. O genki desu ka? Right? They don't say that as a form of greeting. When that guy was implying, it's like, but on the internet, you're not just talking to people who are going to Japan. You are literally talking to that person now. So when someone says, how are you? And then you're like, what does that mean? Oh, they're asking how you're feeling. It's like, oh, sorry, I'm just not used to it, because Japanese people don't say "O genki desu ka" to like strangers. Like, okay, now you made it weird. So now, like, whoever pulls the trigger and say, oh, I'm just okay, well, you guys are weird and I'm not, then you're no longer friends. Like, the chances of creating rapport and elevating communication skills doesn't come from that interaction, in my opinion. And that's what the internet does now. If you can challenge me, definitely feel free to challenge me and say that the majority of people do not communicate like that. They don't dictate to each other online. And then watch your native content, Chinese, Japanese, American, Spanish, and then look at the material and the content that is most influential, and tell me that they don't dictate to you what is done as opposed to what could be done, what may be done, and what is done in a very specific setting. Those are the nuances that I feel the internet may head towards unless Skynet takes over. And then the AI revolution happens, and then we don't need to do any of that. So then we just have our AI partnerships develop friendships for us. I'm kidding for the last part, sorry. I need to throw in like the Skynet joke every once in a while. But for me, I think it's rough. I watch native content. I don't watch native content. I watch multicultural content. I also watch, I watch all of the above. I use the native content to contrast with the multicultural environment, to contrast with the monocultural environment. When other language learners come around and say, oh, you have to only, because this is the right way, it's like, I disagree with you. Functionally, logically, and rationally, that is not true. Right this moment, this interaction that you and I are having is not the environment that you think you think you're having. So not only did you make it very obvious that you do not have communication skills between people of different culture, you are going to try to learn about another culture without the ability to relate to that culture. It's weird. It's an egg. It's a cooked egg situation. If you are unable to empathize and compromise and participate in cultural exchange, how do you get good at culturally adapting a new culture? You move there. The last time I checked, if all of the people who are interested in the Japanese culture move to Japan, I think there will be more people that are from different cultures than Japan itself. So that is very unrealistic, and it's very illogical. So in my opinion, from a rational standpoint, communication skills is probably a way to normalize this. And this is my hot take on how I feel right now when it comes to understanding cultural exchange through language. I think there's a hyper compensation for this, and I don't necessarily think it's intentional, but the Japanese culture exacerbates this situation. And that's one of the explainers to why there's, in my opinion, coincidentally, a higher toxicity in Japanese language learning communities versus other communities. Because there's a constant enforcement and hyper intolerance to certain behavior. Like, oh, you didn't learn all your kana yet? Like, well, you can learn at a different pace. It's like, no. You have to learn it the right way. This is the right way. And all I can think about is, I wonder what happens when someone on the internet tells Japanese people how to speak English properly. Does that come with backlash? It does. It will come with backlash. It's usually double standard because you can't agree on what is a correct way to speak English. But the reason, there's a great reason for that. Online, there are a lot of different types of English dynamics. That doesn't stop the opposite from happening, where a bunch of people, natives would constantly say, and I'm not talking about all natives. There are really wonderful people who are much more intellectually open, and they talk like instructors and teachers, and a bit of consideration that they're on a medium that is internationally multicultural. It's kind of, here's a great double standard that I'm trying to illustrate. When a native Japanese person comes online and says, this is the right way to do things, and this is not what Japanese people do, then you have an American posts a video and does the same thing about where they're from in the United States, right? One is most definitely going to be challenged by the multicultural nature of English speakers. And we're talking about language here. So if an American makes a video about English, the internet will respond because there are many different types of English speaking populations. They're all connected to that language in some way, shape, or form. When Japanese people do it, there is one, usually a smaller node of Japanese. So there are a lot of people who don't know Japanese or connected with Japanese or connected in Japanese through this. So what happens is the more polar the native person is in their English or their communication thing, the more polar their audience is. That's an echo chamber. English does not necessarily have the echo chamber right now because the fact is there are many people in the world that are connected to that language. So oftentimes when I find this, it's a bit of a mixed bag. When I watch native content, I look at the comments. Some of it's gonna be in Japanese. I try to translate it, and it looks fine. It's pretty positive. It's proactive. It's very celebratory. And then you scroll, and eventually you'll have Japanese language learners, and they will have a different interpretation of it because the person in the video uses strong English language. And that's what I think is happening online. When you use strong language and you normalize that, yeah, I'm not surprised that you treat people treat each other differently online that they do when they're IRL. And I do too. I actually do as well, because I don't want to be very offensive, right? This is a public space. However, I try every once in a while to breathe some new life into communication. I think online peeps, they spend a lot of time online, and I like to encourage that online communication can be far more than what it is now. I think it's going in that way. I like emotes. Emotes are fantastic. Emotes are an evolution, right? It's an evolution that despite needing to use English, Roman characters and the Roman keyboard to create emotes, emotes are universal, right? It's nonverbal, it's visual. So for outside of people who are visually impaired, but it's a great way to circumvent a bridge to demonstrate a unification or a appropriate internet lingo between multiple countries. For all intents and purposes, though, English is the common language of the internet, or at least the side of the internet. And it's weird. It's one of those things I haven't felt so obvious difference until I started watching native content. Like native content about like quote unquote real life things in Japan. I've noticed that it is characteristically polarizing. And polarizing in the sense that if you don't agree with that thing, they're nowhere to be found. And if you agree with that thing, it's always sunshine and rainbows. Meanwhile, when you see most things in English, it's like all over the place. And that is the nature of the internet, the all over the place part. However, it gets squelched when you're interacting with native content. So I know this is going to sound a little bit overreacting in a sense of making friends, but the last thing I really want to do is, this is a correlation, so it's part of my selection process. When someone comes at me and say, I love language learning, or I love Japanese language again as well, and then they're the same person who thinks that only watching native content is the only way you can learn a language, I am very unlikely to be that person's friend. Right? So if you're trying to like get closer to someone, understand who you're interacting with, because sometimes your success rate goes up, sometimes you lose opportunities, or sometimes that polar, like that really polarized person happens to be you, and then you're like your besties forever. But for myself, it is very difficult a lot of times to talk to someone who doesn't have more than one cultural background and very dedicated to the Japanese language, because I think the native content that they only watch is affecting the way they talk to other people who aren't Japanese. It really does. Let me know how other people feel about this. I would love to hear anecdotes, but it is very difficult for me to talk to someone who spends most of their time thinking that the way communication is developed is fully embracing Japanese culture on the internet, not like in Japan. Like if we go to Japan, I would take one of these guys with me because they would nail it. But when you go and try to tell someone how they should behave while they're on the internet based on Japanese customs, you've lost the person, because we're not in Japan. So whenever you say, oh yeah, you know what's the best way to learn Japanese? Move to Japan. Well, we're not in Japan. Like we're not, like you're talking to someone who's not moving to Japan. So when you go around and say, oh yeah, you're wasting your time, the best way to learn is with a Japanese person. Say, well, I don't know Japanese people, right? In fact, in my opinion, native Japanese people, they're really prideful, they're very disciplined, and they're incredibly, like, there are a lot of great things. The flip side is it's a double edge. They are also unlikely to be interested in cultural exchange. And that's fine. It's like the whole cake, right? It's the whole cake. When you are very socially identifiable as a decorum, then you are not very well equipped to interact with other people of different cultures. So you don't meet compromises. You're playing along with them. For me, I'm in cultural exchange. I want to learn a little bit about your culture, and you would want to be interested in my culture. And in my opinion, that's not Japanese people. Like, if we have to be truly realistic, what makes them very great at being consistent with their culture the beauty of their culture, the stuff that you like. It also means they mind their own business all the time and they're not interested in reciprocating. So understand that that's part of the appropriateness. Now, I'm not saying all Japanese people. So if I ever meet a Japanese person that like, oh yeah, I absolutely love the MCU and I absolutely love wanting to learn English and stuff, it's like, let's be friends, because that's where I'm at, right? I don't want to live in your country, but you don't have to live in my country as well. But we have to share mutual interest. Other people who embrace the hardcoreness of the Japanese of the Japanese culture and the language by extension, they want to become Japanese. We're not going to go into whether that's figuratively or literally or culturally possible, but they want to become Japanese. So they are giving up, or they're exchanging their prior identity. That works. So when you're watching native content, in my opinion, think about what the audience will be like. When I read comments, I learn a lot from reading comments and learning what the community is like, because if I'm gonna be interested in someone's content, I'm also going to interact with their community, right? So if someone tells me, oh, do you like this guy? Do you watch this guy? And it's some guy that says, that spends their entire time telling you what to do and what not to do in Japan, I'm going to say no. Because the person, maybe that person's different. I'll find out if they're talking to me. But if I read the comment section, it's going to be like that. Like, how do you think, in my opinion, an American feels? I would say I would consider myself an American, right? A Chinese American. How do you consider feeling like that when you're openly telling someone, hey, you should listen to this guy, and this guy is constantly using Americans as a punching bag for comparison? Like, that's not cultural exchange. That's not even cultural sensitivity. That's a cult. That's a cult echo chamber. It promotes discrimination and racism. Not intentionally malicious. That is the essence of what it is like to cultivate racism. Racism is not malicious. Discrimination is the act based on racism. So when you spend most of your time saying Japanese do this really well, meanwhile Americans are terrible at this, if you enjoy that content and that's the only content you enjoy, that's telling me something. I'm American. So would you want to be friends with someone who constantly has a stereotype projected by another country about your country of origin, in which you do not want to dispense with that country? It's a tough question. I don't have friends around me that constantly takes a dump on the United States because they believe it's true, and all the content that they consume are constantly taking a dump on the United States. Right? Just wondering, because that's what I take into account when I'm selecting my content creators. I love multicultural content creators because they share cultures. They talk about the bad and the good while they're interacting with each other. They don't make unintentionally racist comments, because they make commentary on a culture they don't care about and then compare it to the culture they do care about. That's my 2 cents there. I think that, in my opinion, is the dangers of only embracing one perspective, especially when that perspective is extreme and pure. So then you get into the ideas of it. Like, oh man, you behave really weird. I feel like you're offending me. It's like, what do you mean by I'm offending you? Can you explain? It's like, well, my people don't ever do that. Like, okay, educate me. Explain to me in a term that I can understand so then I can better communicate with you. Like, well, and then you spend the whole time listening to them about how they're not going to make any compromises or anything. And the only thought you have in your head is, wow, this person is really ethnocentric. They only consider their side of the point of view. And it's ironic because that's what Americans are accused of online all the time. They are often influentially the punching bag of saying that they constantly project their own value system onto other cultures. And honestly, watching Japanese native content, especially very specific ones, feel that way the same way. So it's not to say that it's a pot calling the kettle black. I think it's an understanding of human condition. What you do is very much a reflection of your background in things. So I like when someone says something like, oh, hey, this is how the United States do it in certain areas. This is how the Japanese do it in certain areas. Which one do you like better? Or do you have something in combination of the two? Versus, oh, smart people do this, and it shows like a Japanese flag, and do this, and then dumb people do this, and it would be a US example, and then it would be funny to everyone in the like comment section because they like Japan better than the United States. And I'm like, okay, that sounds like racism, but in a fun way. So it's still racism. It's not discrimination, because if it's true, then that's perfectly fine. And then the opinions are your feelings about it, right? And that's subjective, right? That's subjective. It's a very fine line of indirect, like, could you call indirect racism discrimination? Not necessarily, because it's one of those things, like discrimination is targeted. And then you're wondering, well, they only displayed Japanese in the United States. Isn't that targeted? But the intent is not directed at anyone. It's subjective, like it's suggestive, of racist comments. But it's not like I'm being very fair, right? Many times, being unintentionally racist is not the same as discrimination. Discrimination is with the intent of harm a lot of times, right? The word discrimination. But boy howdy, I do not interact very well with people who paint something only brightly in one instance and only paint something negatively in another instance. In my opinion, that can indirectly hurt language learning. Like, I don't think people are interested in language as much if you have individuals constantly pointing positive and negatives and do's and don'ts about various cultures and constantly contrasting them. Because in my opinion, if I had to give any personal friendship advice, is that if you're given the opinion that the country that you like takes a dumpster on your country of origin, and you're okay with abandoning your own identity to go there, that's okay. Now, in every other case, that's, in my opinion, that's spending a lifetime of having to do the little, that's funny. Like that, that genuine, polite smile, in my opinion, that stoicism that is ingrained into me from my Chinese parents. That smile like, oh yeah, that's funny. It's not. It can wear you down. Going back to what you said earlier, I think seeing you learning Spanish has made you seriously wonder what your experience would be like learning French, considering their similarities. Yeah. I would... Listen, Bree. 2020... mid-2026. I'll make the consideration in mid-2026 in French. I absolutely love how... Now hear me out. all the things I'm saying now, I think when it comes to French and Spanish, they're in the same to relate the whole French and Spanish to what I'm currently saying as well. Because Spanish and French and English has this like a different demographic, right? A different demographic. It has been a very different. Like French, Spanish, whenever you look at French, Spanish, and English content, it's incredibly celebratory and messy at the same time. So they like feel very in line with each other. Now, I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing, like one is better than the other. It's that the situation with Japanese and Chinese is less so Chinese. The situation with Japanese, when it comes to like the communal motivations and then like how similarities even at the language level, it also is depicted in the community. And honestly, my experience so far with Spanish and French and even Chinese has largely avoided the things that I'm talking about with Japanese language learners. It's pretty wild how distinct it is. And I would love to hear other people share and try to do this, like try to learn maybe Spanish or French and then learn Japanese and then see what their experiences are like. Because this is not just me, but it might be a small minority, who knows. There's a very potential, there's significant body of people who feel this distinction a lot of times. So it's not to say that I'm afraid of challenges, but at the same time, going into French sounds like a wonderful compliment, a little like palate bouncer with Spanish and English. I think when people talk about Spanish, English, and French, it's very like feels homey, culturally speaking, and language feeling. And then when you get to Japanese, like yikes. Oh hey, thank you Daily Bot. Low effort bot. 2020. Looks like someone sold their account too. Okay. I will dabble. There's a chance. But it'll be like halfway to like 2026. So hold the phone. There is another person that I've been interacting with. He learns French and he's quite a long ways into Japanese. So he does French, Japanese, and he's keeping up with me in Spanish, like just reviewing because he's reviewing Spanish, and he's Belgian. So I totally do want to play Clear Obscure again, like learn French, or learn at least sufficient French, and then play Clear Obscure again, or play more French games. I think there are sufficient, like I think Sandfall is going to make more French games, and that's awesome because I want to follow French because of Sandfall. That's what this sounds very coincidental. It's very coincidental, but video games, you know, these things, they don't happen very often, and when they do, language learning like skyrockets. I'm telling you now, there is an there's a escalation, there's an uptrend of the French language, like interest in the French language because of Clear Obscure. And I think one of the interviews acknowledged that. So it's a great time to pick up French. It's kind of like a Korean. Korean got an upshot because Squid Game hit Netflix. And then, you know, Duolingo did an advertisement with Squid Game too. Like, that's goes a long way. I think social media is underappreciated in how much language learning and cultural exchange happens. So to me, I was taking this is a very serious topic, so I don't want to take this lightly. I'm not trying to throw anyone under a bus particularly, it's not my intent, but sometimes unintentional things happen. And I think when people don't live in the same sphere and environment, and they're assuming that the vast majority of people live in a similar environment, that creates unintentional communication. Spanish, French, and English happens to be incredibly dispersive, right? They are three competing languages that tend to be incredibly spread out. So by that nature, when you talk about French, Spanish, and English, they kind of coincidentally fall into place online. I don't think Japan does right now. I don't think Japanese does, which creates a social clash. It creates a lot of social clashing. So whenever someone in the language learning community talk about stuff, it's that really open known secret where somehow it feels so unwelcoming when you're trying to tackle the task of learning Japanese. But when you learn French and Spanish and English, it's like, oh yeah, let's go. Let's like, people like, oh, you know what? Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Oh, you know what's silly about French? Like people, it's a different dynamic. It feels like it's in line with the internet, so to speak. It's a little bit more multicultural. And I don't know if Japanese is going to trend in the way that French, Spanish is going to, which is kind of going the ways of how eclectic English is. But boy howdy, I certainly love talking about French and Spanish eclectic thing. Obviously, I don't know a lot about French, but I know Spanish, like know enough Spanish that is incredibly eclectic. And in English, it's like default. Like you have more acceptance of, I can understand you. Nice. And then you ask the question. You just clarify, because I don't know. I don't necessarily think they'll be able to do it without encouraging communication. Really, really interesting hot take. And I'm curious what other people think. But honestly, when it comes to Japanese, I think one of the attractive features of Japanese is that you have to say less. You're able to say less to a person in order to get more mileage. And what I mean by this is when you have great execution of Japanese and you go to Japan, there's less explaining than more, because the rules are far more consistent. The decorums are far more consistent. And the hot take here is that also means you do less talking, less sharing, less exploration, less curiosity, also less diversity. That's one of the consequences, right? To be more consistent, you need to give up most of those things, and you gain those things too. So less chatty. Isn't that funny? What are the coincidences that when we think about Spanish, French, and English, and then we think about Japanese, the first thing you think about is less pleasantries, less chatty, right? Because the rules are the rules. You don't have to say a lot. Everyone behaves in the same rules. Even their language and stringentness also provides that. And then all I can think about is a French expounding. You mean you don't know a lot about Spanish, but for instance, you believe in Spanish to sleep is dormir? Yep, dormir. And to come is venir? Yep. And those verbs are identical? Yep, indeed. I think I will probably pick up French because of that. Like inherently, because you get the 2 for the price of 1, Brie. I do genuinely believe stacking languages, like laddering languages that reinforce each other, is an excellent way to get extra practice without doing the same thing. So I totally understand. Like, I totally am considering that. Like, my Japanese and Chinese stuff ladder with each other because looking at this is doing double time. And dormir is also like that too. And venir. Venir, what was there? Someone else brought up a few more examples. And then the way conjugation, like the mindset that you need for conjugation and all the gender agreements and whatnot is great. Like Spanish and French has a 90% agreement. It was like something like 90% agreement on gender. So all the like mind power you're using for like el agua and la biblioteca and stuff, you're like, oh yeah, but you get double the bang for your buck because you don't 90% of the time you're fine. So in French, that's what I was told anyways, or like that's what I read. I was curious, since they both have gender, do they disagree or not? But it's actually like pretty high, so apparently approximately 90% of that part is also transferable. So are you telling me if I pick up French, are you gonna pick up Spanish? And then we're just gonna be doing like a duo French Spanish. Okay. I'll consider it. You're making. I think you're probably the one that has the strongest insinuation for French. If I can get back to my like B1 B2 thing for Spanish, I think I can start French. That's where I'm thinking. So right now I haven't gotten to the subjunctive yet. So the moment I get to the subjunctive, I will probably think about, or casually getting to the subjunctive, I will think about seeing how French fits into. Here I am. I told myself I wouldn't fit another language in, but I think French is something that I've encountered more enough in my life that, yeah, it's hard not to think about French. Intriguing. Okay. I'm done with my rant today. That was my pocket story of the day. I come with a pocket story, you know. That'd be fun to do actually. For pronouns with conjugated verbs, there are. Okay, I don't know the is the enunciation? No, the enunciation is different as well. Like that's might be yeah, tu. Are those two I's or two L's? L. Yeah. No. Vo. Again, are those two L's or I's? Or is that an IL? So that's an IL, right? E, like a capital I next to a lowercase l. Like il. J makes a G sound, so it said J. Okay, J. And then it's like I'm a girl, and it's an I and an L. Okay, I got it. Okay, so they use G for J. Okay, instead of E. Okay, so J. Interesting. Oh, and it's like Oh no. So is that J or J or I? I don't even want it. We'll tackle that in the future. Fine. I'm glad to hear that you're very enthusiastic about French. I will definitely require that enthusiasm. Okay. Alright, let's try to finish our segment. Means I as in I am a girl, but it's spelled J. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's Oh, interesting. Like in Chinese. Oh, that's interesting. Instead of instead in Japanese and Spanish. Oh man, isn't that funny? Or in this case, because I know that the vowel sounds, there are more vowel sounds actually. So like in this very specific example, French's got the for this part, which is also Chinese, but I use the Spanish right? Have a throaty R too, like Spanish. Oh, okay. And in Spanish, default to which is for the, and that's the only, actually that's usually the only sound, and that's the only sound in Japanese too. That, wait. Is there something going on here that I don't want to, that I haven't noticed before? Maybe there's something behind this, but that's kind of funny. Oh, by the way, the reason why I chose instead of is because I figured French would be closer to Spanish as opposed to using the Chinese because I figured Chinese would be outside of this. But that's kind of funny. That's the, in that case it's the you don't there are no us in Japanese. And maybe there's a dialect out there of Spanish that uses but neither are very prominently stereotypically having the sound and which is very American. Is very American, so I kind of like stray away from American English whenever I'm reading other languages. You know, America. A, B, C, D, E, F, J. Oh, wait, G, I, E, E, Wait, what is G? Is it still good? G? Yeah, G? Is it still a G sound for G's instead of J? And then ka, him, hin, him. I don't know how you do the to the H. Wow. Alphabet pronunciation up to P. No, oh, G is J. Oh, G. Oh. Wow. So they just, okay, Bree. All right. So the French just decide to flip it. Okay, I see how it is. I'm kidding. Way to make it more complicated, French. I'm kidding. I can flip the sounds. All right. Basically, G and J are flipped. Yes, yeah. It's fine. Okay. We'll try to stay on semi stay on task today. Stay on task. Hold on to it. How far are you into French, by the way? Free. How did I already ask this? Where are you at in French? I know you. It's like, nope. Gut feeling failed. Gut feeling. Oh wait. Oh. You've been learning serious for about 8-ish months. Okay. You say strong A2 or early B1? Okay. It's gonna take, if I have to be very conservative because of all the things I'm doing, it's gonna take like at least another 3 or 4 months before I can ladder French if I choose to do so. That will take me possibly back up to past B1, but I don't know where subjunctive starts. Let me see. Subjunctive. So let's see. Subjunctive. Spanish. Language. What concept? Where is the concept of subjunctive? Oh, it's B1. Yeah, so that's exactly where I thought. Like post B1. It's got to be post B1 is when subjunctive is introduced. That's where I stopped. Like about 20 years ago. I stopped at the subjunctive. At the moment I get to the subjunctive, I kind of want to have that subjunctive ability. Like my Spanish, I like speaking in the subjunctive in English, and I want to also get to that point and then explore the subjunctive in Spanish. And then I will probably pick up another fundamental language while doing other things. So I would say roughly probably another mid 2026. I would say can be a time. Patience. Other than that, what's his name? That new person that I met yesterday could convince me about Korean. And then we just get it all together, you know? French, Spanish, English on that side of the world, and then Korean, Japanese, and Chinese on the other side of the world. If you're ever interested in using Speakly, you have a family plan, and since you have no one in your life except your streamer friend that's learning a language, you have 2 spots left. It's a lifetime thing. Oh, they have Spanish, French, and oh, are they the flagships? What is Speakly's flagships? Is it Spanish and French too? I'll keep that in mind. Man, you're really making me want to start now. Okay. Just hold on. This is an opportunity. I do really appreciate it. Give me some time. And then sorry, I'm like smirking because I always wanted to sound fancy in French. It was founded by 2 Estonian polyglots. Oh, I see. What is Estonia's relationship with French and Spanish? Like in terms of like linguistics and culture, is it? I feel like Estonia has some relation with something, but I'm not sure if it's French or Spanish. Like if it's either of them or a wholly different thing. Because Estonia is different from Latvia and Lithuania. I kind of often remember the relationship. It's kind of like Scandinavia, like Sweden, Norway, and then there's Finland. And I feel like Estonia is one of those, like there's Latvia and Lithuania, and then there's Estonia. And I don't remember if it tracks anything to do with like language or anything like that. By coincidence, obviously. About coincidences. I still remember most of my geography from middle school. Despite okay, hear me out. There is a stereotype, right? There's a stereotype that Americans are very terrible with geography. Now hear me out. There is also a stereotype that to explain that stereotype about geography is the idea that you don't learn it in school, right? Like the education is terrible. But I'm gonna tell you now, in school, at least in some places, in my school, which I recently moved to from a lower economic standpoint to this one, in I believe the 9th grade, I had to learn all the macro countries and their capitals. So, and whether you keep it or not is due to use case, right? And personally, that's why I feel like that's also a miscommunication in terms of what the cause is, but it's definitely not education. because I still know most of the countries by geography. I joke about it though. Most of the time, I would joke like, oh, you know, I don't wanna guess on this. Like, but you know, when someone mentions Kuala Lumpur, you're like, Malaysia, and then it's like, don't quote me on this. But it's more being on the safe side. You honestly have no idea. But aside from that, they teach through sentences though. Okay, and I'm not sure if you like it considering what you were talking about earlier. What do you mean? Duolingo teaches through sentences. And then Satori Reader teaches through sentences. I read graded readers. They teach through paragraphs. I'm not sure what impression I gave you about what I'm not sure. Is there anything particular that made you think that I don't learn through sentences? That's an interesting thought. Yeah. What I said earlier is that you do everything. Yeah. The main take home is that you don't do any one thing. It's incredibly logically erroneous to do any one thing. What you do is you do many things, but you can compartmentalize them to complement each other. Right? Like if you practice not using sentences, it helps you learn things not using sentences. But when you use sentences, it also helps you learn how to do sentences, but not using detached logic like this. So if you're doing SRS with your graded readers, with your podcasts, with your lifestyle, and then with friends, that is acquiring a language. To me, not what you like. Speakly would be useful for French, but I wouldn't only use Speakly. That's probably the most reasonable thing. If they're only teaching through sentences, that's not sufficient for me. I don't think that, but it would be part of it. It's about developing a multifaceted routine in order for you to consistently interact with the language. Regardless if it's native or not, unnatural or not, you're going to have a native source, you're going to have an unnatural source, what have you. The reason why that is the whole point is because then you can learn through most things. And probably that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, there isn't a method that doesn't work. There is a method that works less or more based on your experience. I grow like particularly resistant or pushback when someone says like, this is the only tool I use to become fluent. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. That is how you sell a product, not reality. At least that's my personal take. It's a little bit strong, but no, yeah, Speakly sounds like I will probably compare it to Duolingo. Like, what I mean is, I will use it as a point of comparison and contrast in order to see how they teach through sentences. Much like pretty much anything else. Now, I do want to hold that for now because I think maybe Speakly allows you. That would be another way to use a different product and then compare them, provided that they allow you to do so. So I'll look into it. Actually, I'll look into it. So they offer lifetime family plans. That's one up on, oh, I see it here. That's actually really cool. I mean, heck, it might even help you with Spanish too. The main bulk is through sentences, but they also have listening exercises, which are like 3 or 5 minutes long dialogues. That sounds pretty good. Song recommendations, and live situations, which are basically speaking practice. However, while learning through sentence, they use multiple choice, speaking, writing, listening, similar to. I see. Yeah, it looks like it's a Babel. You know, the industrial approach, which I like to dabble in industrial approaches. Formal education. This is more in line with formal education, and tried and true for fundamentals, in my opinion. And I like that they're doing multiple things and trying to sprinkle in multiple things. There was also like the Fluent U, I think, is another one that is pretty. But giving lifetime family plans, that seems wonderful. That's something that I wouldn't have mind if WaniKani and HanziHero had, because I would like share with some of my goobers. I would totally be in line to. That's very cute. Wait. I'll look into it. Give me like a couple weeks. I'll look into what their terms of services are. You really thought $140 was a crazy deal up to 40? That's insane. That is absolutely insane for a lifetime thing. Does it even like do they also like do discounts on like Christmas or end of year? I bet they do. That's insane. $140 for a lifetime subscription for 4 people. That's a pledge. That's a really beautiful pledge. Do they have alternative source of finance like Patreon or something? Or crowdfunding? Because wow, $140 for 4 lifetime? That's some margins right there. I agree. I actually agree. Like looking at, I want to say I'm familiar with maybe 36-ish, the industrial type of language learning apps. That's well below average. That's like pretty high value. Of course, this is understanding. Like I don't know what they are doing, but in terms of the raw number, that is a very low margin for a lifetime sub. Now, you're not sure, to be honest, but yeah, take your time and look into it, and you're injured to just shoot you. All right. Oh, you're in my. Oh, okay. Fair enough. You've made a very strong case. For the record, this is how I got to WaniKani, by the way, as well. And then that's how I got to HanziHero. These projects were from last year. So when I was starting with Duolingo, right, I've met impressionable people. So that's kind of how WaniKani came about, and then HanziHero came about. So that's the nature of listening to people. So what you're telling me is, if I drag my feet, I can give you a half start, and then it's gonna be a race to the end. No, I'm kidding. But if that's something that gets you motivated, I could totally kick you in the butt by racing you. I like, you know, the offer is there. By the way, the offer is there. If you respond more interestingly to, you know, the whole, hey, did you do your thing yet? Oh, and lifetime includes all their languages, and oh, okay. Yeah, honestly, you sure you don't work for the guys? Honestly, I would have just bought the lifetime subscription just based on that. What I mean is, then I can compare and contrast. You know, I can compare and contrast and double dip. So that's basically like double dipping. If I were to buy a subscription, right, it would be double dipping. And that's cool. That's really cool. No, you don't have a job, just a huge fan of them. You should reach out. Maybe turn that, and like that could be a thing. That could be a thing. Maybe, hey, hear me out. A little bit later, if I ever like have an opportunity to talk with them, that might be a cool opportunity. Like to mention something. I like mentioning the reason why I'm here, like the reason why I'm doing this, like that blueprints thing. The reason why I know a lot about blueprints is because I have a goober that decided to set a world record for speedrun. So, and then WaniKani, I know who it is, right? Blazing is the person, and then HanziHero is a guy named Jacob, and he goes by Shady. Jacob. Still remember those peeps, regardless if I'm talking to them anymore. And I guess it's almost set in stone. Well, I'll mark my calendars, and then I'll look at the terms of service and stuff on Speakly. Actually, is this why your streamer friend is learning on Speakly? Is that what you said earlier? Did you give me an indicator that has something to do with your, or is it the other way around? Yes, the only reason he is because you gave him a spot in your family. Okay, all right. So what you're doing? Okay, I see. I see how this works. Maybe I can reciprocate something down the line. I'm gonna have to cook on this. You're gonna have to let me cook a little. Need to prep. And also, when one, like, you can remove and replace people on the family plan, right? So you can, like, or is it permanent? Because I also want to know if that is something to consider as well. It could raise the stakes or affect my decision making. What? Whoops. Well, oh, wait. Yeah, the only take your time, no rush. I think it's permanent, but I'm not sure. You'll have to ask their customer service. Okay, okay. All right, we'll just wait. No, we're gonna skip. We'll move to the end. That. What? Wait. No. Dari no Daibaru. Daibaru ga tsui ni suru koto ni natta. It kind of makes sense in your mind that at such a low price it'd be permanent to prevent people from taking advantage. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That doesn't help with the read of this.
対決
Taiketsu. Okay, so it's a special read on Tai. Oh no, it's not. I just brain farted and typed die multiple times probably. Pose versus decision. Confront? Okay. Oppose and confront. Come on. What did they use for this? Key? Nope. Of course. Sha? Oh, Kyaku. Oh, that's a typo. What? Oh no, Chaku. Chaku. Chaku.
面白い
Omoshiroi. Oh, merchant. Okay. What? What? Oh, sorry. I was a little aggressive. Urushimeru?
苦しめる
Urushimeru. To suffer. No? Oh, to hurt. Or to hurt someone. Yeah, that's fine.
Safe
Safe. That's not how you spell government. Oh, utsu. Utsutsu.
移す
Utsutsu. Does that work? Oh, yeah. That is the transitive. That's the transitive.
聞こえる
Koeru. My gut feeling is paying out so far. That didn't pay out. Wait, oh. Huh. Is it excuse? Oh my.
追う
Oh, okay.
育つ
Oh, that's it. Wait. Oh, that's fine. That's not it? Wait. Araso. Uraso. Araso. How am I not getting this? This is oh no. Oh no. This is not the same word. This is couple. Anata to cheese. Cheese. Wait. Cheese. Chimu. What? Yeah, cheese. What? It's only like one syllable and I still don't know what it is. You and I guess it's a person's name. Oh no, it's not. All right, that context sentence is not helping me. I want to say making this hand motion, but it's not helping me. We're moving this to the end. It's fine. Wait. Shokyu?
初級
Shokyu. First level on basics. Fundamentals. Foundation. Beginner. Beginning levels. Dude, they're all okay. That's fine. Oh. Oh. 共通点ね
共通点
共通点 intersection gathered together at a point, like meeting together pass KoichiとはKoichiとは共通点が全ない or not 全ない maybe no I'm grasping for straws. Let's just move to the end and we'll worry about it later. Michi. Oh,
神道
Shinto.
戦車
Densha. Oh. Berabara. Berabara.
落ち葉
Ochiba.
鳴き声
Nakigoe. Oops. Wait. Oh.
Onyomi
Onyomi. Excuse me? Hmm. This is gonna be a long day. Wait. Did I type bro? No. No, I didn't typo. Okay. Oh, is it
教育
教育?
父親
Yoya.
外面
I don't think I ever asked you what is my streaming schedule like? Well, ideally, there are two mandatory things that must happen. WaniKani and HanziHero. WaniKani flexes. It's kind of tough, but on average across the board, it's probably 2 hours, and then it's 2 hours for HanziHero, barring no conversations and whatnot. HanziHero is consistent every 2 hours. Every day is 2 hours. But WaniKani there are 4 hour days and then 15-minute days. It kind of does this thing. That's kind of like how, or actually, WaniKani is more like this. So it's a 11-day cycle, but it's every day. So WaniKani, HanziHero, and then the last slot is alternating between Duolingo Spanish and Duolingo Japanese. And then there's something currently happening on Mondays for another 3 weeks, and today is one of them. It's Neverwinter. That's my live service game that I kind of keep up. It's 10 Mondays. 10 Mondays for every module, and it happens every 3 or 4 months. Those are like my committed things of this month. Next month is going to change. LLMs, Chinese LLMs is in the cycle, and I'm still thinking about how I'm going to fit that in the schedule somehow. Usually the third slot is the flexible slot. This year is the project of HanziHero and WaniKani. It's an SRS project. So those are mandatory. And the schedule, the starting time is usually supposed to be like 3 p.m. EST. So 3 p.m. EST plus 4 the 7 GMT. 7 p.m. GMT. Something like that. Usually, but I've been starting really late because of going overboard. So that starting times can be unreliable depending on how late I go about it the previous day. But the schedule is mandatory that we do WaniKani and HanziHero. For EST? Yeah. Yeah, I usually provide either a GMT or EST because the chances are here are my things that I use a lot of times. I use either EST or East Coast, British, or German, or Hong Kong. Those are my like designated times. Hong Kong is 24 hours from now. So it's 10 a.m. over in Hong Kong. So that's like and then I do plus or minus 1 hour from those times. So if Hong Kong is 24 hours, then you could roughly say Japanese is probably 26 hours. welcome to the world that is my brain. German is +6, except for daylight savings time for like 1 week or 2 weeks, something like that. And then UK is +4, +4 or 5 for the 1 or 2 weeks of daylight savings. What am I doing? What happened? Why am I staring at this? Wait. I thought I pushed this to the end. Oh, no, wait. Oh, this is just outside face. No obligations, of course. Free. No obligations. Oh. What is your schedule like, Bree?
終電
Shuden. Ne? Why do I just want to YOLO? That's not YOLO. Oh wait, that's YOLO. What? Oh,
遠足
ensoku. Oh, nope, that's Chinese.
地面
이면 네? What am I looking at? I think we're gonna have to push this thing. What? Oh, wait. Right. You do about 4 to 5 hours of scheduled language learning on the weekdays. Okay, and then weekends are flexible because your partner is off, so you often don't have time to fit in scheduled language learning. Okay, although you do find yourself watching Netflix shows in French occasionally on those days. Ah, what have you been watching? Did you watch Lupin already? That's a great one. That's the most recent one. That like, it's not recent, but it's the most recent one in terms of recency when it comes to French. It's been a while. And then, of course, the most recent thing was Clear Obscura, the video game. Wait. Short? Was there an onyomi for short? Oh, no, wait. Yes, wait. Yes, you're on your second time through. Oh, Lupin, really enjoy that show? Yeah, it's quite nice. It's a great French show. Oh. Yeah.
なる
Got it. Alright. Fine. Oh. Well, wait. Oh. Nah, dude. The ring. Yes. Mo. Oops.
Furyou.
Furio. Oh, cone is roots. That's right. Furio, not or bad. Not bad, bad. Dobutsu. Dobutsu.
動物園
You got any other French shows? I could pick up a French show sometime down the road. What itch scratches that itch? Let's see. Ochi?
落ち
Ochi. Ne? What? Ochi. What? Excuse me? Ochi no aru hanashi ga tsuki nan desu. Oh. I got you. Oh no. No. Didn't pay out. Oh. Gut feeling failed. So hard there. Oh, wait. Oh no, wait. That's not fire. YOLO? No. Wait. We're skipping this. Think about it later. Oh, oh no. Fate. Wait. Inoko. No, wait. Noku. I know this. Wait, hold up. Or is it like enaku? Or just... Oh, maybe it's like inoku? I swear this is it. Wait. This is why I don't like near rhymes that they use. No, I guess we'll see. One of the do not use that. Doesn't work. Terrifying.
共同
Yodo.
注意
Chewy. Excuse me? Oh. Just kidding. Instructions. You pour your ideas onto sensei ni chewy. Yeah, chewy. Sarechatta da yo. Sarechatta yo. What's another way to order? Osmosis was a neat. Oh, interesting. In a sci-fi weird kind of way, but that only ran for one season. Yeah. Those things get unceremoniously canceled all the time. Unless it just ran for one season, is a one shot. But I feel like oftentimes they have 2-season budgets for that type of thing. So probably unceremoniously canceled. So I'm actually on the hunt for something to watch currently aside from Lupin. Okay. Chewy. You've heard the 7 Lives of Lei is pretty, but you have to check out. Okay, okay. I have to look into it. Chewy. Oh. Oh, I really felt like I got this one. Okay, let's just keep in for now.
Nomimono.
Nomimono.
Un.
誰か
誰か
落とす
落とす Wait. Excuse me? Oh.
意見
Iken. Oh, what? I thought it was Discovery. Like, Iken wa arimasu ka? Something, it's a locate, is a thing? Ono ウランについて okay. I really thought it was Discovery. What's another way to say you've seen an idea? Hold up. Did I type Discovery first? Yes. See an idea. I'll have to come back to it.
3番目。
3番目. Oh, you're a sucker for detective shows. An English detective show recently came out that you really like is called High Potential. Based on the French show called HIP or HIP. You've watched a few episodes of that as well. Interesting. Sucker for detective shows. So I imagine you... Oh, wait. True crime? Drama? Which type of detective shows are we talking about? Have you seen Narcos? I guess Lupin definitely somewhat fits that vibe, right? I imagine you caught on to all the other stuff already, like way back in the day, like Sherlock and the stuff. When I said drama, like Sherlock would be a drama, but detective would be more like I feel like Narcos is a good one. Sure. Oh, there is a show that is kind of detective adjacent. The Americans. Now that is some intense stuff right there. The Americans. It's more like espionage and spy thriller thing, but The Americans. It ran 4 seasons, 4 or 5 seasons. Or are we talking about also like Alias? Law and Order. Oh, okay. Criminal Minds. Yeah, Sherlock was awesome. Also, you're a huge fan of anything Sherlock Holmes. Oh, okay. Yeah, The Americans. That is probably something that is very, very deep into it. Recently there was that like reboot of Mr. and Mrs. Smith on Amazon. I'm sorry, Amazon. For Netflix. Yeah, The Americans is FX, so probably not. I'm not sure if that's available on Netflix. I have seen my fair share of like true crime, detective, organized crime, stuff. And then, you know, campier versions of that type of thing, like what you call it? Chuck. Chuck is a campier version, or like Monk would be something else entirely. You have Hulu, Disney Plus, and Paramount Plus as well. Okay. I guess you already gone through like Monk, Chuck on the more like slightly somewhat lighter, harder side when it comes to like quote unquote detective dramas. And then there's all like all those spy things from out of left field, like Burn Notice or something. Monk was great too. Very nice, very nice. Sake no mi.
酒飲み
How about... Oh, I really liked this one, but it got canceled. It was Counterparts. It's a bit of a sci-fi, but it also has like a bit of mystery and detective. I think it's called Counterparts. Hold up. Yeah, Counterpart. Yeah, it got canceled. Unceremoniously canceled, even though it was well received. Sci-fi is good. Ceremoniously canceled all the time. It was on Stars. I'm not sure if Stars is lined up with Paramount or not. No, probably not. Stars is still a separate thing. But J.K. Simmons in Counterpart. It was getting nice too. It was getting exciting, and then got canceled. Low viewership. Well received, but low viewership. Bound was a new favorite of mine, but it got canceled after season. Yeah, that sounds about right. There is a very cute one that is sci-fi that's still going on with the whole like Amazon Prime thing. Upload. Upload I found particularly charming. It's unrelated to Upload is unrelated to the whole detective thing. It just came to mind all of a sudden. I'm trying to think of like other detective things, or maybe like organized crime-esque things. Why do I keep typing the same thing? It's not. Oh wait. Oh, it's Oyabun.
親分
Oyabun. Really?
作戦
Daksen. The Hunting Party, a little cheesy, is decent. That's just got renewed for season 2. Oh, that's... Yeah, that's unexpected, actually. Huh. There's also that super edgy show. Wait, is that the same thing? Hold up. I'm thinking of a poster. There's like a super edgy show. It has something like... It has Hunt in it too. Or like Hunter X, or like... It kind of reminded me of Clues. I don't think it's on Netflix. I think it was an Amazon thing. I don't know what it's called anymore. It has a very like Clues vibe, or maybe like a Tarantino thing going. I haven't watched it, so I don't know what it's like, but it kind of had that mystery murder feel. Oops. What? Oh.
共有
Show you. What is that? Show you. Oh. Oh, no. That's Kun Onyomi. That YOLO did not help. Oh, wait. Okay. No, gut feeling failed. Okay, so how do we do this? So you want to finish to complete. Finish, complete. What are we talking about when we to finish and complete? Or end? It says end. Go. Oh yeah, it's end. 5時には仕事を end 会社を出たい I leave the company when work ends at 5. End. I thought I had it. Alright, we're moving this to the end. Okay. Okay, that was a YOLO. That didn't work out. What? What? You also used to be really into medical dramas, but there aren't any good ones left. House is one of your favorite. The Pit on Max is pretty good. Yeah, those are the ones. Yeah, the Pit is the current gold standard. A contemporary gold standard for medical drama. I watch a lot of I watch a bit of a political intrigue too, like business and stuff. Billions hit really hard, and I never really saw the conclusion. I don't know if that's concluded or not, but Billions was pretty wonderful. Suits was wonderful. Political law intrigue kind of thing. And I watched most of the Suits. The reboot I didn't watch, but I did not hear very aspiring things about the reboot. And Billions, haven't completed it. Haven't finished watching the last like 2 seasons. Just waiting for it, I think. And these are long series, pretty long series. That's like adjacent, you know, the whole intrigue, trying to outplay each other kind of thing. Rivalries, intrigue. This is As One Pleases, right? So how do we As One Please? No, wait. Yeah, for whatever reason, I thought it was...
買って
Oh, it is katte. What did I type the first time? As One Please. I must have missed the unspoken.
取れる
Toreru. Toreru. Wait, toreru. Botan. Oh, toreru. Okay. What? Oh, it's just Suit. Oh yeah, Suits, even though lawyers related reminds you of that one show. What is it called? White Collar? Oh, interesting. I haven't seen the... I've seen a lot of lawyer adjacent stuff or politics, like The Good Wife is a great example. Like it's lawyer adjacent. It's a drama lawyer thing, but The Good Wife. That actress, was it like Julianne was her name or something? Sullivan or something? I forgot her name, but she won back-to-back Emmys for her performance in The Good Wife. The Good Wife was a roller coaster. I think it arguably predated like House of Cards when it comes to like the political intrigue adjacent family drama kind of thing, or professional couple drama kind of thing.
Gamen.
Gamen ne?
怒る
Okoru. What? Okoru? Okoru. White Collar is more FBI related, but the way it sets up reminds you so much of... Yeah, Laura S. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, like, I like the lawyer S thing. The setup, I think when it comes to, like, a lot of times lawyer politics, like political drama thrillers, spy, detective work, they can overlap on the essence of rivalry, like trying to one-up each other in intrigue. So that type of backing does relate a lot of those very, how I say, westernized, like westernized things. Like you're trying to one-up. And then like organized crime tends to have that rivalry between the order and the chaos. And then you have like chase, catch me if you can kind of situation, like who's ahead of who. And then, you know, the criminal versus the justice, that kind of thing does lean a lot to all those contextual themes. The themes are on top of like how the composition is done, like the attraction of it. You have this constant rivalry. There's frantic, yeah, covert affairs and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. there's so much tension. Sometimes it's almost exhausting. Like Breaking Bad is exhausting. I often talk to my one of my best like some of my best friends about this. Like Breaking Bad is like a really wonderful show, but man, is it emotionally exhausting. Sometimes those shows can get like too ham. Like, oh, okay, all right. I need to. You never finished Breaking Bad? Yeah, it is incredibly draining. Like, it's exceptional, but also it's intense, and it's not purely for people. Like sometimes it can drain someone to never finish it. Yeah, and then a Better Call Saul, right? Better Call Saul is after that or before that, however you want to view it, was wonderful too, but it that was draining too. uh, Okoru. What am I doing on Okoru? To like to lift Okoru. Oh, to occur? That's fine. I was saying like to bring up or to mention, but to occur. Okay. Blind Spot recently got added to Netflix too. You started watching again, but it's a lot more cheesier than you remember it being. Although it's still like a guilty pleasure love of mine because you think the idea of it is so neat. Ah, I can see that. One idea that I thought was quite neat, but it wasn't necessarily executed was it was a day of the week. Monday, Thursday? It's one of the day of the week. The show, it's on Netflix and it's a movie. It's a movie. It's a sci-fi movie. It had a lot of intrigue feeling of that, and it dealt with politics and oppression, right? And like that type of like political intrigue, but it was presented in a form of a sci-fi drama, and I think it was like Thursday or something. It's one of the kids' names, and the kids' names were named after the days of the week. I thought it had a lot of promise as a show, but the movie itself was too condensed. I think it's called Thursday. Or is it Sunday? Or is it Monday? It's one of the days of the week. Hold up. Sci-fi. What happened to Monday? Yeah, what happened to Monday? It wasn't like executed very well, but the cast was pretty powerful. I mean, William Dafoe was in it, but it was executed too dense. It was too dense for a movie. I think it would have worked fantastically well as a TV show. Women wake up with memories wiped in duffel bag in Times Square covered in tattoos that all led to some kind of government corruption. Like that is just so cool. I can see where all of this is connected. Your choice of viewing stuff. I warmed up to Jake Ryan and Bosch. I watched Bosch, Jake Ryan, 24. You know, your standard like episodic tropes of like your Americanized cop, covert ops, daily magic, you know, your Tom Clancy's. I do watch quite a lot of those because I want to see what people are watching. Nowadays, I'm like you got into 24 because it was your grandma's favorite. Yeah, I got into 24 because people were watching it. They were like watching it. So I'm like, oh, okay, I should be a little bit more cultured and go and watch it. or like despite whatever I think, I must go watch it. And then I started watching other things like it, and Bosch would be one that is very much 24. Like Bosch is still going actually. Yeah. And then Jake Ryan is like Amazon's version of it with Zanetsky. I think that's how you pronounce his last name, but yeah, Jake Ryan, I think it was the 4th or 3rd season now. I would consider those a bit of guilty pleasure, military stuff, military political things, especially being around in the United States among Americans. So that's quite a serialized, like kind of a prime time television stuff. Like primetime television, like not that it's now primetime television, but that used to be those like primetime television spots. I would say the most impressive, like easily like maybe top 10, it's definitely The Americans. That but I'm only saying this with a grain of salt, but it can be like Breaking Bad. Like it's really intense. But it's not ethically intense, but it can be draining too. Like it's a wonderful show that was able to capture the tension of being an undercover spy. Like no frillies, no theatrics. It's like the constant social conditioning pressure of being an undercover spy. And oof, that is really, really intense. Gripping. Quite gripping. If I had a joke about this, or like to make a joke, remove all the action-packed stuff from the Bourne series, and you have The Americans. Like, remove everything other than the thinking part and the being clandestine. Like, it's the absolute most clandestine. Oh, I have a really left field example. If you watch Kill Bill 2, no, Kill Bill 2, right? Yeah. You know, I actually not sure if it's Kill Bill 2 or 1, but you know how like two spies or two military people or law enforcement are having a standoff, right? And then suddenly like a girl walks in, like one of the kids walk in, but you have to like hide and hold that stall, that kind of situation. There was a scene in the Kill Bill series where Uma Thurman's character was going Uma Thurman's character is going to like unalive, you know, like basically take out the mother figure, the one that hurt her, to get revenge, but her kid shows up in the middle of them fighting, right? But they hit their like giant swords and axe and cleavers, and then, you know, as the kid like trying, that is pretty much The Americans 24/7. So, and I still remember the aesthetics of the show. It's constantly like somewhat dreary. It's like it's so moody the whole time because by the way, the premise of The Americans is, it might sound like it's about Americans. It's about KGB operatives that successfully got planted into the United States during the period of the Cold War period. So the characters that you follow are the Americans, but they're KGB operatives. So then you spend the whole time seeing how they like fit in to American culture. So they have families and stuff, but all the while you do all the like stuff, and it's so palpable every time. Like, oh no, like, so it's pretty surreal. I absolutely love that show. think I might have watched like 2 or 3 times. It's probably the most hardcore version of spy. Like it's taking like when I think of spy thrillers and whatnot, the one that sticks out is probably the show. When you think of other things like James Bond and stuff, then there's many things like it. I think they were so unapologetic. I think it won continuous awards. It won pretty much Emmys the Americans won the Emmy nearly every single year. Let me see. Oh, there were 6 seasons. Yeah. Like it is like the tour de force. Yeah, it has a separate list. 29 wins and 102 nominations. Let's see, Emmys, Program of the Year. I think they were nominated for Program Best Drama every single year, and they won almost every single year for drama of its running. It was absolutely, and I'm pretty sure the lead actress and the lead actress and the actor and the writer won simultaneously in multiple successive years. Yeah, its entire running. It's one of the few television shows that I can name that during its 6-year run, every single season was peak. Like it peaked so hard that it couldn't peak anymore. It just is the peak of programming. And this is not my opinion, obviously. I think it can be very exhausting. There's too much peaking in the show. Like it can be so, it's kind of like Breaking Bad, where if that's for you, Breaking Bad feels like peak all the time, but there's no like, you don't breathe. So these are shows where it can be so intense that there's no room for breathing, and that can stop people from watching. So that's probably my only jab at it, but it's definitely not Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad goes through like the drama llama stuff. Americans, it's like suppress all your emotions at once, all the time, smile. Oh, you know what? It's kind of like a reverse. It's kind of like what I was talking about earlier about going to another person's culture and they're dictating everything that you must do in order to fit in, and that is a reverse. In this case, you're thinking of a Russian operative in the United States, a pair of Russian operatives. Talking about it just makes me want to watch it again. I think I might rewatch it again. Every time I share, like, have someone who come like you, Brie, it's not that common, but nowadays people like to watch a different type of programming. But whenever people bring up like Suits, Law and Order, medical dramas, things that deal with a lot of intrigue in their daily lives of like a little bit thrilly version, a little bit looser version of organized behavior, like lawyers and whatnot, the Americans come up a lot of times. It's one of those things, like it's a show that spent so much time meticulously trying to recapture what it's like to constantly live different, like, and it's incredible. I resonated with it in a different way. Like it's kind of like code swapping. Language, surprisingly, it's very apt for learning another language and another culture. It's one of those, you fake it until you make it. You know, you fake it until you become it, and then you kind of see the conflicts of interest. So regardless of how many dualities that you're code switching, at some point there will be raising conflicts of interest. And it's not as serious as the premise for the Americans, because for the Americans it's life and death. However, I kind of resonate with it largely because that's what you present outside of the life and death situation. When you go to someone's household, you do code switching. When you speak a different language and you're interacting with monocultural people that represents that language and culture, you do code switching. The person that is more inclined to have multiple cultures set in them are the ones often doing the code switching. And then the ones that aren't are none the wiser. I mean, although you never finished, you did minor in psychology, so anything remotely related is super interesting to say the least. This one is absolutely phenomenal. I totally don't get a chance to talk about this show at all. They really nailed the behavioralisms, and it shows. And of course, people loved it, but it's also a niche show, so it won lots of awards. It's super critically acclaimed, but it is incredibly, disproportionately not as popular as its acclaim in the time. I think The Good Wife is also fairly low on despite the actress and the show also, they were competitors, I think. I'm pretty sure the two shows overlapped in their runs, but they were heavy competitors. Like when the Emmys rolled around, it's those two shows every time. So the reason why I came across it is I wanted to know what the heck the buzz was, and I absolutely love The Good Wife and the Americans. There are two very different programs, but sometimes when you see a show and it runs for like 6 seasons and then it has immaculate across the board, you kind of raise an eyebrow, you know, like even if it's a genre that you don't like, or maybe like something you're apprehensive of, you kind of want to know like what is going on here, like how is this possible? Like it's historical. Like the runs, The Good Wife kind of gives you a similar vibe to Madam Secretary. Yeah, Madam Secretary would be pretty lower on the chain, but her husband, they were politically inclined. And then the Good Wife ended up being a lawyer. She was a lawyer. But yes, it would be very similar to Madam Secretary, actually, in terms of the vibe. Yeah, it's quite empowering. The Good Wife is like, that used to be, you know, I don't mean to be reductive about television shows nowadays, but there was a time when television was becoming exceptional in writing with female leads, you know, who are supported by male actors. And yes, The Americans and The Good Wife are two of them, right? But then, not to be too reductive, nowadays when it comes to like Western writing, especially American writing, it has become like very for the sake of like there's movements for feminism, right? Like we're talking about the idea of empowering women, not the like hyper extremist version of that. And these programming stuff, these roles were so powerful in American television. And then somehow it kind of just changed. Like the vision sort of just got lost in translation all of a sudden. So nowadays it's difficult for me to really not highlight during, in my opinion, one of the golden years, the many golden years of incredibly strong, because you mentioned Madam Secretary. That is a much more contemporary example. The Good Wife and The Americans, the two actresses, they scorched, absolutely scorched. Now you could make an argument, well, maybe there weren't a lot of good actresses back then, right? The roles are just not like, there's so much nuance in the way that, and it's not the female character was deliberately held on a pedestal. It was supported and rivaled by an equally as powerful male role. right? Like, so it's not the idea of, oh, let's just remove everything and highlight the one character. It's that the performance highlight the power of the situation. And I kind of miss those years. Nowadays, it often feels like roles are deliberately, disjointedly supported. As in, the strong is because they're the main character and all the attention is given to them. Not that they're so strong because the whole cast is exceptional. So that's kind of how I feel about Western writing right now, especially the whole having female roles. Like, yes, that is possible. It can be done. Miyazaki does that all the time with anime. Like, they have incredibly strong, centralized female characters. It can be done that way. But in the terms of like the context of these particular shows, like a couple, diplomacy, politics, like lawyers that work as a team, oftentimes it can feel like they made the other characters silly and goobery and like not complementary to the main character if it happens to be female. And then it's a different vibe and trend and thing when it is a male character. It would be a bunch of male characters that support each other, that equally as charismatic and stuff, and then the female character gets sidelined. So despite the context of the stuff would require that it's probably both. So that's kind of how I feel right now about a lot of the current ones. Despite it being done before, right, in strong writing. The Diplomat also has a female lead, gives you a very similar vibe to Madam Secretary. It's pretty good, just came out with season 2 on Netflix. Interesting. The Diplomat. Oh, you know what? That's because Deborah Can. Is that her? Wait. That's because that's the same actress, I think. Hold up. Unless she just looks very similar. Hold up. Is that her name? Oh, no, it's not. I'm thinking of West Wing. No. Oh, man, she looks very similar. For a moment there, I thought she might have been the same actress. No. What's her name? Wow, she has a really interesting facial look in the show that reminds me of the actress from The Americans. But that's not what she looks like now, so yeah. What was her name? It's Paige. No, not Paige. I don't see her very often anymore. What's her name? Kiri Russell. Yeah, Kiri Russell. Yeah, I don't see her very often anymore. It does kind of. I'll have to check some of those out. It's been a while since I've watched Western like written. Oh, it is? Oh, that is Keri Russell? Oh, okay. Then yes, that is her. That explains. Okay. When I type in The Diplomat, I'm like, why does she look exactly like the Americans actress? Yeah, she's a powerhouse. Oh, because oh, that's the creator. Deborah Can is the creator. Okay. Yeah, Keri Russell. Yeah, Keri Russell is a powerhouse. So I will watch this. I think I'm gonna watch this. This is great. Thank you for the share. Keri Russell doing Keri Russell things. She's a really wonderful actress. So now you have another reason to watch The Americans, because she's the lead. She's equally. I think sometimes she kind of like overpowers the male actor, who I don't know if I've seen any recent productions. Oh, so that's great. She's back on the. Huh. Okay, so it wasn't a coincidence that it's someone a lookalike. Yeah. Yeah, she's really good on television. I'm not sure about movies. Like I don't. I think she gets like the short end of the stick a lot of time on movies. I'm looking at seeing what else. Yeah, this is her last major role was The Americans. This is her next major role. So, yes, she literally did not have a major role in a television series since The Americans. So it's been 5 years. This is her return to the television. So, yeah, what a coincidence. That is so funny. What a coincidence. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch The Diplomat. Like, I do. I also want to watch, like, I don't think, so Julianne, the one from The Good Wife, she had a lot of various roles everywhere. Julianne Margulis, she had lots of random roles everywhere, like in other shows that deal with similar things, like wives and like affairs, politics, and intrigue. Like she was even in Billions actually, but I don't know if she had any main roles. Well, she had one main role, the morning show. Oh no, that's a hosting thing. Yeah, the last time I saw her happened to be in the Billions. But yeah, she hasn't had any major roles since her thing. But yes. Oh, now I have to watch The Diplomats. Okay. Thank you for what a weird coincidence. Just looked it up, and The Diplomat has been renewed through at least season 2. Oh yeah, they do 2 and 2. Yeah, it's not in danger because they do the 2 and 2. So that means the show is doing well enough to secure the Netflix's 2-2, which is nice. That means at the end of season 2, Netflix is confident in renewing the full contract. Oftentimes, like, ceremoniously cut in half after the first year, right? That's nice. We'll have to talk about it in the future.
Nami.
What? Oh. I keep typing the wrong thing.
運転手
Intention. Well, hot dog. If it if it wasn't for this serendipitous exchange, I wouldn't have known that she was back. She finally got another major role. Good for her. I can't wait to watch again. Atsumari. Like, she doesn't get like theatrics like appeal. I think she was in a Star Wars film recently, but you wouldn't have noticed. Pretty sure she appeared in the Star Wars film. But acting, like TV shows, can't go over that first role. Really great. Yoi. Useful idea. Effective. Use idea. Conjugation. Use idea. Practical. Let's see, shimashita. So it's a sudo. You can sudo this. Moshimo no ji? Toshi? Doko. What you call it? Toki. Toki no tame ni. Cancel. Candle. Wait. Candle. Oh. Okay. Like preparation. Yes. I'm like planned something. Yes. Okay.
公園
Going. Senjo?
戦場
Senjo. Ne? Oh. Wait. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh no.
遠い
Okay. Oh, I had a brain fart. Excuse me. Wait, oh,
仮面
I'm in. Yeah.
戦い
Atakai. Excuse me. Oops.
物質
Bushitsu. Bushitsu. What? Bushitsu ne? Me? Okay. Wow. Media. Yeah. Media. Oh, section. What? Okay. All right. We're just gonna skip this for now.
猿
Saru. This one. Definitely we practiced this because it was a problem. Okay.
悪
Naku. Oh no. I skipped this again because the left one is not. I'm gonna say.
競争
Okay, Kyoso. That helps me with one of the ones I skipped. That's not it. Wait. Oh, is this
顔面
gunman? Eh? Oh. I skipped this too. I skipped the kun read on this already. Twice. Or once. So let's just say Owari.
終わり
Oh, it is Owari. Okay. So I must have typoed something on the other one. Because it's probably all still. Wait. Oh, no, wait. This is, How do I do this? How, help! Okay. I want to say YOLO. That doesn't work. Alright, so then there's a bubble in my mind right now. What? Oh, wait. It's wait. What is this? E? That gut feeling sucked. Gut feeling. Alright. What is this supposed to be? This is clown, right? It's something to do with double. Oh. Wait, whoops. That's the typo. What is... Excuse me? Oh. Sometimes I just don't know anymore. Like, well, we'll yellow it first and then see what happens. And... Shocking, not... works out pretty often.
心配事
心配事。大学院生。
大学院生
大学院生。ね。Okay. Oh, that's not what that's. What? Oh.
1台
I wonder what it's like for people to just like, you know how sometimes viewers would only have the audio available and then they wouldn't like look at the screen. I wonder what it's like to listen to me without the screen, like without seeing what's happening. All you hear is like, what? Huh? Wait. Yes. Absolutely. No. And that's all you get. And then like, occasionally there will be like a readout of a Japanese where it's like, oh, okay. Ooh. Ichidai what? A lifetime? Yeah, one lifetime. Okay, we skipped 12 things. Okay, so 2 of them, technically we skipped, technically 10 things are a problem. So, oh, yes. Oh, this worked out. Okay, so that's 1 less. So what happened here?
Koukyu.
I swear I typed that. What did I type before? I swear I typed this like 3 times when we had this. Well, that's why you skip to the end, you know? Sometimes you just gotta type the same answer again. So that's 2. Or how do I say advanced? Like high level. Oh, and then I got the thing on this too, right? It was like, oh no, wait. No. This is that sound-alike thing again. Like the mnemonic is "you are so stupid" or something. You so stupid. Oh, it's you so stupid. You so. Oh no, maybe not. Like ooh so so rao. Oh, what? I swear is this one. Oh, what other permutations could it be? Oh no, maybe it's not. Wait. No, we gotta change this up. It's not this. So this is competition, right? What are you competing for? Oh, Iso. So the Kiso. Okay, that's fine. And then now I lost a meaning for this. Together, pass, point. I thought it had something to do with like intersection or like coming together at a point. Oh, maybe it's like a common point. Or like a shared point, a common point of view or something. Okay, all right. We're cooking. We're cooking now. This is why you move things to the end. It's gone. Shellfish and a folding stool. Does that include the slide? I guess. So a slide, a shellfish, and a folding stool. How about YOLO? No. That was low effort. Sliding stool. What could you... Am I worried about this one? Yeah, I'm kind of worried. I don't remember a vocabulary word. Usually Japanese meanings, like translations, go really fast. No, not so much on this one. Alright, we'll come back to it. So what happened here? What is this? Few grains. Few grains. I honestly don't even know what the meaning is right now. This new? Ukraine. Oh. Oh, whoa, is this my only example of this? No, I don't think so. Yo, oh. I swear, I thought, wait. What? It's not hyo? Is that not sand? Oh, no, not hyo. Pyo. Yo.
秒
Oh, this one's fine. Oh, this is one of those near rhymes again. I keep wanting to say like... Oh. Zai. It's definitely ino. What? I swear this is it. Oh. It's probably inochi.
命
Inochi. Even though Enoch is Inoka or Inoku. Inochi. Okay. Oh. What? What? Oh. Yes. I mean, that's fine. Inochi. And then main or pour ideas. So you're pouring ideas into something, right? That's kind of like a... What is that? Like an article? In order. Sensei ni... Chui. The idea was like you pour ideas onto a piece of paper. And when you pour ideas... Oh, wait. No. Yes. No. It's caution. But not because of WaniKani. What did WaniKani use for caution? You pour your ideas into something you're thinking a lot about. You're paying close attention. Using... I see. I was thinking more like order. Or like instructions. And I lost this too. It's not discovery. What is it? Because one is discovery, but it's not that. Emoke is like... Oh, no. No, 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 I'm thinking of. And ideas, you see the idea, right? A view or an opinion. And then this is oeru?
終える
I swear. Maybe I put like wow or something. A store? A so what we have group, right? Group and room. Or a club room, a department room. What are we talking about here? And it kind of just looks like it's a department. たくさんの yeah, CD があります in the section. What? Alright, we're gonna push this. Alright, we're back to this. Did it help? Did it help? No. Not a oh, this is warm, right? What is warm? That has to do with a tsunami, a plate, and a sun. Sun plate. Unplate. I don't know why it is, but it's definitely anchovies. No? Oh no, it's onions. Onions. Yes, okay, I got it. I got it. It's fine. You're cooking onions. Shellfish folding stool and a slide. Maybe I'm thinking, no, that's definitely a folding stool. What? Oh, come on. Well, wait. It's not. Oh, that's winter. Oops. I don't know how to spell failure. That was winter. That's right. And then what in the world am I looking at? I don't understand. Group, section. I tried group. Group room. Section room. How could those be so difficult? Boots. Yeah, it's like booze. I'm about to flip the table. What's another way to say maybe it's like a maybe this is gonna bug me. I'm really triggered. The odds are I'm probably gonna add something. Oh no. You googled it, and yeah, there's no way that's what. How can you go from? How can you combine these two and not get the? Like this is deceptively obvious, but at the same time, yeah. And the context clue is like not helpful, or the context sentence, or it makes you think it fits my definition, but I'm like, obviously, I'm hyper focusing. I need to think differently. Let's think outside the. This is the most stumped I've been in quite some time. I guess there's something about the combination of these two are, yeah, so it's like part, department, and club plus plus a room. I already wrote clubhouse. What's another way to express club? plus room. I mean, club room. I'm telling you, one day, I'm just one day I should have just stuck to club room as opposed to clubhouse or any of these. But actually, what is this supposed to be? In the media club room? I'm not. Oh no, I forgot. I need to do my lessons today. All right. We gotta book. We gotta. Oh, it's after midnight already. All right. Okay. Sorry, just checking time. Oh, we gotta do our lessons today. Rejoice. I'm not gonna worry about that. It's close enough. Rejoice. It's not key. Something else. Boo is intransitive. That's interesting. Too much chatting. Yes.
喜ぶ
Yorokobu. Oh, I should have known Yorokobu. Yorokobu. So Yoroko. No, that's bad. Rock on. This stuff leads me down to like enochi problems. I guess Yoroko. Okay. Alright, I'll try.
喜ぶ
Yorokobu, sure. Right side. Makes sense. Are you gonna pull a kunyomi? You're probably gonna pull a kunyomi. Or maybe not. It could be sa. No, kunyomi. So this is miji. Yeah. So mijigawa.
右側
Mingigawa. Oh, Mingigawa. Yeah. Mingigawa. I said G. I meant to say Gi. Mingigawa.
右側
右側
Okay, that's fine. Solve. Jue? Jue? Oh, Jie? Jie? Oh, this is a new one. That's right. Solve. I mean, yeah. Oh, untie? Oh, okay, untie is still there. That's fine. Hi. Did I mention that you can solve this whole riddle while on a kayak? No, whoops. Wait. Angle your sword correctly at this cow to solve its riddle. Boy, howdy. The key is to untie. Okay. The riddle. Okay. Kayak. That's kind of a tough one. Actually, do we have examples? Nope. Not very helpful. Rikai is pretty okay. Rikai gets it. Get it? No, not really. Left side. Hidari. So Hidari gawa.
左側
Fine. And then Naigawa. Or oh no, it could be Uchigawa.
内側
Uchigawa.
内側
Double kun. Okay, double kun. Alright, we're fine. It's okay. Right? And of course, the near rhyme didn't work. Yep.
Yorokobu.
Yorokobu. Okay, Yorokobu.
Migigawa.
Migigawa. I'm gonna do some jerry rigging there.
Hidarigawa.
Yarigawa.
Uchigawa.
Jingawa. Yep. Yeah.
Sotogawa.
Sotogawa. Oh yeah, that's right. Because of double kun. Sotogawa. Ooh. I don't actually know which kun are we using for this. Do we have a kun? Ryo is onyomi. I don't remember the kun. Refers to both sides in a physical sense, like saying there's a house on both sides.
Ryogawa.
Ryogawa. Oh! It's just a hybrid.
Ryogawa.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, sad. That is sad. Very sad. Are they gonna go straight to kun? He. Nope. Yeah, kanashi. Kanashi is the kana. Interesting. He. Higeki. Tragedy. Higeki. Okay. A criminal's heart will always be sad. No one chooses a life of crime if they're happy, and even they seem like they're doing fine on the outside, deep down, they're really sad. That's really sad. That's actually quite sad. There's a deep cut in there, with a few exceptions. Rare exceptions in the rule. The sad feeling fills the criminal's heart with heat. This heat spreads and radiates out. If you walk next to them on the streets, you'll feel the sad heat floating by you. Okay. That's really sad. Okay. We're moving on. East side. Okay. Probably Kun. Right. So Nishigawa.
Higashigawa.
Higashi. Oh my gosh, I thought west side. Okay. Higashigawa. That's I just said west side. I was looking down here. Yeah, this is Nishigawa.
Nishigawa.
What? Oh, yeah, Sotogawa.
Sotogawa.
Okay.
Ryogawa.
Ryogawa.
Nishigawa.
Nishigawa. Higashigawa. Military personnel. Soldier member. Okay, that makes sense. Military personnel. That checks out. Heiin. Okay.
Heiin.
That's fine. Okay. Hei. Heiki? Heiki, ne? Arms. Yeah, soldier weapons.
Heiki.
Heiki. Okay. Heiki. That's fine. Heishi. Soldier.
Heishi.
Heishi.
Alright. That's fine. US soldier. Oh, that makes sense. Using Viet.
米兵
Behe. Oh, yeah, that's Behe.
米
米兵
An Adam. Original child. Oh. Oh, that's cute. Original child for Adam. Not that Adam, but interesting. The original child of everything is the atom. Is it the child from which everything is created? For it was the original child. Atoms are the building block of all things. That's kind of cute. I wonder if that's intentional. Huh. What do we have? Genshi.
原子
原子
Okay. So most of these are self-explanatory. I like it. I like it.
兵員
Hey.
兵器
Icky. What? Okay. That's fine.
兵士
Ishi.
原子
Genshi.
Behe.
Behe. Okay, what do we got left? Oh, 28. Oh my word. Oh lordy. I'm in trouble today. Getting to the end of the thing. I might have to do it tomorrow. Oh no. Oh lordy. Do I push off the thing till tomorrow? I can push off the Neverwinter thing till tomorrow. That does mean I will space out. Yeah, I don't want to push too hard. Because HanziHero is gonna kick my butt. I didn't rant that long today, right? Original work? That makes sense. So original Gensaku.
原作
Gensaku. Cafeteria. That makes sense. Yeah. Shokudo.
食堂
食堂
Medicine. 药。药是什么？药是 Yaku? What is it? Doryoku? Wait. Yoku? Yaku. Oh, it's Yaku, not Yoku. Yaku. Yes. That's onyomi, huh? Flowers can be used for comfort, but also for medicine. Indeed. And then the best way to transport all the medicine on land is with the yak, of course. Okay. Yaku. It's like, ooh. Yakaku. Yakaku. Yakogak. That's kind of weird. Oh, it's interesting that it's not shortened. And then kusuri, right? And no pharmacy though. I don't remember the beginning of. No, I don't remember the beginning of pharmacy. I would have to see it. Shio, moving right along. Is that Shiomigi? No, Shiomizu.
塩水
Oh, but it can take ensui. Interesting. The reading or kunyomi readings, you know, yeah. And then, oh, interesting, ensui. Yeah, we're fine.
食堂
Rokudo.
原作
Gensaku.
Shio.
Shio.
Shiomizu.
Shiomizu. Salty taste. Ah, yeah. Shiomi. Ne?
塩味
Shioaji. Oh, yeah, that's right. Kun kun. Shioaji. Okay, that's fine. Kun kun. We're fine. Oh, enmi and shiomi. All of what?
塩味
塩味塩味
塩味
If you okay. Hold up. Someone's got. If you happen to be cooking shofan, you might also hear the onyomi reading of this. Oh, enmi. Okay. This word can also read as shiomi, which has more or less the same meaning as the prime. Okay. All right. So anything goes. All right, I got you. What else we got? Seat. That's still seki.
席
席
Okay, we're good. Injustice. Fair enough. Negative mistake. Interesting. The criminal has done an injustice. Being a criminal is a negative thing, and if it was just a mistake, it was still a crime. Heat. When you commit an injustice, you know because heat fills your body. Maybe you've never done anything, but when you make a mistake, oh, that's kind of true. That's pretty apt. Absolutely. What? Absolute injustice? Absolutely? Alright. What is that? Zehi. Emergency. Injustice? Normal. I think mistake, negative, normal, mistake. What is going on with the use of injustice? I don't understand. All right. Ijoni. Very? What are these examples? What? I don't understand. I guess we'll find out later. No time to think about it today. A lack of seat, absence. Lack of seat. Okay. Okay with that. When a seat is lacking, the person is supposed to. Oh, sorry. A fatigue. When a seat is lacking, the person is when it's lacking, the person is supposed to have in it. There's an absence. Okay, that's fine. Non-attendance. What is this? Ketsu. Oh, is seki? Yeah, ketseki. Ketseki. Yeah.
欠席
Need to shorten ketsu. Ketseki. In attendance. Oh, that's interesting. Exit seat is in attendance. They're like the people who exit their seat at the end of the show are a number of. Okay. Exit seat for attendance. Alright. What do you have? Shitsu. So, shoot. Shoot seki.
出席
出席
Alright. Fair enough.
席
I don't know where this is going with injustice. That's gonna be a problem.
塩味
塩味.
欠席
Yes, seki. Shuseki. I am scared of injustice. Open. See. Oh, okay. Natsora. Useki.
空席
Useki.
空席
Useki. Oh, we can use this now. All right, that can help. Oh no, this is Kun. That doesn't help. Or does it? Hi? No. Haideru? That sounds not right. To be defeated. Failure to be defeated. Okay. So intransitive. Okay, ready. Interesting, ready. But intransitive. This word consists. Okay. To be defeated. Okay. Okay. And
破れる
yabureru. Oh my gosh, yabureru. Alright. What do you have? You have been defeated. You lay there on the ground, and the fans around the stadium are disgusted with your performance. Some hipster walks up to you and says, "Yeah, boo," referring to how poorly you did. "No, boo," you replied back. "Yeah, boo," they say again. Yeah, boo. Alright. I'll take it. I'll take it. Alright. Yeah, booted. Failure. Oh, we have an example of this now. Yes. Shitsu. Shitsu. So maybe like I keep losing this. Winter high, right? Shihai.
失敗
Shipai. Oh yeah, that's right. The rendaku off of the yeah. Shipai.
失
失敗
I ne. Okay. Okay, failure. Alright. Victory or defeat. Alright, that's fair enough. What are the chances this is gonna be different? I feel like it's like pai
勝敗
shohai. Oh, shohai. Okay, that's just normal. For a moment there, I thought it might be different.
勝敗
勝敗
With victory, man. It's like a 50-50 for victory. So shohai, okay, just normal stuff. Normal. And then loser. Haisha.
敗者
敗者
Alright. Words that I will very seldomly use, but will most definitely hear, probably. Whoops, that's not. Okay.
空席
Kuseki.
破れる
Yabureru.
失敗
Shipai. Ne?
敗者
Aisha. This is an help. Okay.
勝敗
Yohai. Oh, kudamono. Yeah, free kudamono. Ume is free too. Ume wine? Oh wait. Is ume kun? Ume sake. Ume sake.
梅酒
Umeshu. Why? Wait. Umes? Oh wait, umes? Wait. Is ume onyomi? Oh no. It's a hybrid. Dang it.
梅酒
Why? Umeshu. Wait, I could have sworn shu is onyomi, but they don't mention anything about it.
梅酒
Okay, that's fine. Hosoi.
細い
That's fine. We're moving right along. Nose, hana. Alright.
果物
Got freebies. We got freebies.
梅 梅酒
Umeshu.
細い
Hosoi. Whoops.
花
Hana. Alright. Snot? That's still gotta be hana. Hanakuso.
鼻くそ
Hanakuso. If you like everything else learning a new language, you learn the bad words first. This isn't a bad word, but it sort of contains one. Oh, I see.
鼻くそ
鼻くそ
I don't, but that's fine. Hanakuso. Tip of the nose. Hanasaki. Ne? Hanasaki.
鼻先
鼻先
Alright, we're fine. We're fine. We're moving right along. Speeding right along. I think we have some good ones. Humming. Nose? Nose song? Yeah, okay. Sure. Interesting. Alright. Hanauta?
鼻歌
Okay,
鼻歌
that's fine. Moving right along. Oh no. What's a kun for that? For bleed. Oh, it's bleed. So I have no idea.
鼻血
Hanaji. Oh, chi. Oh, that's right. Oh, and then it's rendakud. Hanachi. Yeah. Oh, it also takes hanachi. Very interesting. This reading are the kuns you already know. Right. Chi from the shore. And you should know vocabulary reading of, yes. Put them together and then rendaku. Alternatively, it's possible though less common, but if it matters, turning his kanji via an ayumen anyways to write it as. Oh, okay. That's fair. Yeah, because this is not as common as this as a writing situation. Navy sailor. Oh, fine. Water soldier. 水兵.
水兵
Okay, 水兵. Okay, alright. You've never seen. Yeah, I've only seen it once. Momentarily. Oh, yeah. You knew it existed, just never seen it. Yeah, I've seen it once. And even now, I'm not sure how to produce it. Oh, hold up. Yes, DI on IM DI instead of doing just JI. Yeah, I usually just type G in front of DI. But some things that I've played before definitely had some of those. You just look it up and copy it. The other thing that it took me a while to understand is the X. X to make small things. Like make a small E or make a small like O. You hit X and then you can turn them into the small things if you want it manually. For the combination like yo, you don't need to type. You could type D and X yo. Yeah, so you don't have to type yo if you don't want to, but it is yo and stuff is pretty useful. But in katakana, you might not have it. So like T, T. So you have like. Oh, I don't know how to switch to katakana on this in WaniKani. But if you want to say like chimu, right? Chimu, you can do X and an I. You get the E, so you get chimu. It took me a really long time, I'm telling you. Like, I sat there in Duolingo trying to type it. I'm like, I don't know how to produce this. And then it took me like 10 minutes looking at Google, like, how do you make that small I? Yeah, that was about around 100 days in when I was like, oh yeah, I should type some of these answers out. And I'm like, I have no idea. Yeah. How long did it? I pushed it off for like 150 days or something. It took a very long time before I became comfortable with all the, like, super comfortable that I'm like, all right, time to use the keyboard to type things. Now it's like, you know, it's more like I can feel my typos. I'm at the point where I can feel my typos. Okay, Hana what? Hanasaki. Hanasaki.
Hanasaki.
What was this? Hanasaki. Oh, tip of the nose.
Hanakuso.
Hanakuso. Not. Hanauta.
Hanauta.
Mami. Suihe.
Suihe.
Suihe. Going down. Suihe. Suihe. Suihe.
Hanaji.
It took me so long. I'm like, wait, how do you type this? DI? Hanachi. Hanaji. Nosebleed. Alright. Oh. Head for 100, please. Don't you dare change it.
Hey.
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 Hey. I didn't know they teach tone pitch accents on here either. It's a script. It's a script. I added because I need to confirm what I'm hearing most of the time. So I'm using it. So WaniKani doesn't have it. Someone else added it. It's a reference from I've got where they quote this. That's why having an open API is good. Like if they didn't have it, I could probably API it myself, as long as they have an open API. So that's kind of nice. That's actually one of the perks of WaniKani. The way their website is laid out, it's really jank, but because of that jank, you can do. So it's not like a proprietary thing. So pretty nice. It's a clunker though. It's a clunker. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. It's nice seeing these things to confirm. So matching your pitch accent with what you think it is very you get to it. At first it might be slow, but then you get to it. Like you really start connecting, right? So it's nice to have these things. Other things that you could add that I thought about adding, but I don't do anymore because I already know how to write. You can switch this up for stroke order. Someone made an animation for this, but you can replace this too. Like you can replace it with a stroke order. Maybe like even do shorthand on top. You can do a reference from a database. So right, it goes this way. So 1, right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I've been labeling it. I have to label the start of the strokes. They can do this, where you have a modified thing. If you have a database that has already images, you can replace this. right? So you can fetch it from another database and display it. So these would be the stroke order. It's right to left, down, right, down, down, down. But I don't use that anymore, largely because I see the stroke order already, because I write a lot. Yeah, when you see it, you get it right. That's good motivation. Yeah, and after a while, you no longer have to do that. You can also do like, hey, 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 right? Hey is going up, hey is going down. Now, also, if Jack, if you're so confident, you should also learn Chinese. Tonality gives you pitch control too. You could totally. Now, here's a funny thing. I want to share with you one thing. Now, in Mandarin, there's no atamadaka. Like this one, like there's no like atamadaka. No, not atamadaka. Odaka. There's no this pattern. But in my language, in my dialect that I use with my parents, this is a tonality. Like this is one of the tones. Mandarin has Mandarin has these tones. And these are relevant to pitch accent. So if you shorten things and assign them with different accent, this is pretty much Heiban. Right? Heiban. This is what is this? What is the other one? This is atamadaka from the head. So atamadaka. This is like odaka. Oh no, like not odaka. There's no odaka in this. I don't actually know. This doesn't exist. Japanese. When you go down, you just stay down most of the time. Unless this is a new particle. You can also think of this as a new particle or a word. And then this just happens to be the end of a word that can be next to it, but they don't. You kind of separate them. And then this is going up. Otaka, I don't know which one it is, but they list it here in this little tiny little thing. But yes, Mandarin is so beautiful. Now it's time. It's time to ascend, Jack. I'm kidding. No pressure. Oh, we're at the last 3 lessons, actually. So, guy, hey. What are the chances to stays the same? What are the chances to stays the same? We can't yap anymore. It's already after midnight. I think we're gonna do Neverwinter tomorrow. We'll push off the Duolingo thing. I've yapped way too hard. I started too late. Yeah, yesterday. I'm telling you, yesterday, I had so much fun talking to. I'm gonna call him my Hong Kong Korean representative from now on. I spent so much time talking to him. I literally went to bed 30 minutes after I turned off the stream, and that was to drink water. I skipped dinner yesterday. But yeah, I talked with, so I gotta refresh before we gotta get back. Gotta get back. Call him AAA. Oh yeah, he's our AAA representative. Man, I wanna like pick his brain. And he's relatively older. He's like he has experience in multiple places. Like it isn't just, oh, I moved to Hong Kong for like a year or two. This guy is pretty experienced. So I always want to like pick his brain. When I was talking, he was like, "Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks for the insight." I'm like, "But you have insight. Like you should be telling me what it's like to be a triple Asian." a triple macro user. Like I have no reference for Korean. One of his main languages is Korean. So like what insight do I have? I barely even touched Eastern soil. What is the closest thing that I have done? Eastern soil. No, I haven't ever touched like a Asian soil. Like another country of the 3 macro languages. So it was funny because I kept asking him things, but he hasn't he hasn't explored the opportunity yet. So I'm looking forward to like asking him, oh, if you're not interested, could you ask for me, because maybe that'll get you interested. So I was like really maybe a little too strong. But his when he made his example of how he broke ice with the Japanese exchange, like a language exchange student, I'm like, this guy, I can go hard on this guy. Like I can be extreme with this guy, because he breaks ice really. Like he basically made a penis joke to break the ice with a Japanese person. So I like, all right. I know you're from Korea and you're living in Hong Kong and like and whatnot, but I think we've already, if you like, when he explained some of the answers, I thought he could have been American. Like his name, oh, I remember his name now. It's Kimchi. Kimchi Malk or something. So I'm guessing Malk maybe is a nickname, and then Kimchi Korean, but I didn't want to assume. The way he wrote in English though, it sounds like he's Americanized. Like I even said, are you American by any chance? Because when I asked him, oh, like how are you learning Japanese, like how are you meeting with this language exchange, and he said something like, oh nah, I'm just using the taxpayers money, good old taxpayers money to get educated. And I immediately thought, man, that really sounds like something that would come from like a British person, or in America, like some English dominant speaker. But no, he's Korean. So that's cool. I didn't realize Koreans spoke like that. If you know what I mean. Like I don't know what it's like, but for real, but oftentimes I don't usually imagine the big three, they say things like that in openly, unless you're somewhat Americanized or like used to the American internet. Like when people say those things, usually if you're, at least in my opinion, from Korea, Japan, or China, they usually don't throw like things related to taxpayer or government or something. So, but no, he's very, it's cool, because that also means that there won't be any cultural clash. And despite he's interacting with 3 of the macros, so that's a really great opportunity. Just don't tell him I said that. I can't. He works in tech. Work from home tech. So we basically just chatted for like 7 hours. My voice is kind of still feeling the rust from yesterday. All right, enough yap. What are the chances that this stays waka? What was the other one? Oh, soba. Oh, this is soba. Soba. Oh, it's this. It's a tamadaka. What was this again? Oh, this is considered heiban. Okay. So it's like gawa, and then this is soba. Yeah, different norms and such over there, and other places you would expect them to take a little differently. I genuinely thought when they translate in English, right, it would be a little bit more reserved about these things. But nah, it was a straight up punch in the face. That screams Americanization. Not that I'm saying Americans are not the most direct, but when you're using English and you're suddenly like, oh, we learned 2 languages, and it's not like a monocultural place. Usually the direct English speakers tend to be like a westernized culture. Like, yeah, those, about the government, right? Yeah. Government things. that feels more like a Western remark. But maybe I mistaken Korea for something.
Soba.
Sober. Yeah, soba, person by your side, is important when you're drunk. You've learned gawa is the reading for this. Gawa. but when it's used on its own, yes, soba. This Duolingo introduced already. Think of other vocabulary words that use gawa. In those words, okay, I got you. Fine. Oops. And then to end with fruit? Come on, Japanese. Why? We have you. There's already 4 ends and 4 like 2 finishes and like 1 complete. Now you're just gonna use 2N with fruit. It's like the effect, I suppose. Like the result. Die. If you hear teru up a fruit. If you hear teru, oh, tear up a fruit. Is this how you spell tear? The last lesson to end. WaniKani. Wait. That is how you spell tear. I just realized I pronounced tear and tear 2 different ways. Do you say tear in 2 different ways? Just English things, I suppose. When I read this, I'm like, tear? Because I was thinking about the end. So you like tear up, you know, like it's the end. You get sappy, but they're saying tear up a fruit. Wow. Tear up a fruit, its life is going to end. Okay, real talk, I actually do think that. In other words, the poor thing is going to die. Fruits can't go on when they have been beaten up. No, like, hear me out. Like, I understand how people feel about animals and whatnot, and you know, the whole like consciousness and whatnot. But when I eat a banana, I think the same thing. Or like the fruit that's sitting on the table are slowly, like they're dead, right? Like their life support is on life support. So they're all the responses and the chemical reactions are the cells slowly coming to an end. That's what the ripening is. That's why fruit ripens. They try to, they're trying to preserve whatever's left in the cells, right? So that's actually kind of what I think about when I'm eating like cucumbers and whatnot. So, tear for the stuff that comes out when tear for the stuff that come out, and tear for the ripping stuff. Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize it was spelled the same way. Shows you how often I use the word tear. like tear is all I remembered. Like I didn't remember how to write tear. Like I literally thought tear was spelled exactly how you spelled it. I thought this was how tear was spelled. I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. And then I had to type tear something in order to be like, oh yeah, that is how tear is spelled. English. I tell you, English. I can English. Like imagine explaining that to a Japanese person. And then they're like, oh wait, but that's okay. We have atsui and atsui and atsui and atsui. Like, oh okay. That's fine too. And then it goes into like, what about whole and, you know, whole and whole, you know, whole and whole. I know. Gotcha. I got you. You got hot and thick. We got whole and whole. And a hole. A hole and the hole. Weird.
果てる
Hateru. Oh no. The fruit's life is about to end and you laugh? That's not. Okay, alright. And then you start and then you start tearing up at it more. Oh no, tearing up at it more. What's wrong with you, weirdo? Wait. I thought they were gonna say, and then you start tearing up, as in like getting sad, not being egregious. Okay. And all I'm thinking about is a banana. Now it's all lewd.
果てる
Hateru.
I did it. Okay, alright, fine. Whatever. Wait, did this say the same? I yapped so much I don't even remember this anymore. Oh, no.
Soba.
Boba. Did this change? YOLO.
Hey.
Okay, it didn't change. Okay, and then hateru.
Hateru.
Hateru. Wait, that's not it. Wait. I only remember the to die part. What was the primary? Oh, to end. Okay. Alright. We finally made it. The peak day was supposed to be tomorrow, but we kind of yapped the first during level up day, and that's why they're broken up in halves. So tomorrow we have a semi-long day, but I'll try to start earlier. Alright. Beforehand. There's no way I'm gonna get to Neverwinter Day. I do have to get to it within the next 3 days because it's the end. Yatta! Okay, alright. Criminal, comfort, nothing. Gluck, tiger, poem. The heck happened to my... It just cut off. What the... Oh, I hope my tablet's okay. Okay. Guard and festival. Alright, we're doing reads, but we have 2 new ones, right? These 2 new ones. What is this? What are you? Medicine. Flower, comfort, good medicine. Yak. That's kind of funny. Medicine can make you yak. Get it? Instead of using yaku for yak. But it's fine. And then... Huh. Oh, here's another one too. Heat. Or heat. And... Wait. Hold. Wait. I think both of these are heat. Am I crazy? He? Alright, wait, hold. Because I was gonna remind myself, I gotta make sure these two I don't get them confused, but the read is still the same. The onyomi, anyways. Alright, so got ki, ki, gen, sai, yaku, hana, kawa, soba, soba, e and hyo, no hyo examples. E, do, shyo, seki. Oh, I got stuck on this today, which was unfortunate. winter. I'm gonna get used to this being winter. Oh, and we got a lot of vocabulary words off this too. Hi. Hi. Ka. Ume. In. Jo. Oh, what? Shiki. Ki. Kan. Ze. Sho. Kan. Doko. Ai. Sho. Ren. Kaku. Gen. Sure. Alright. Just gonna pretend like the review wasn't tough. It was kind of tough. We had like 5 really rough ones. We're just gonna pretend like they're there. And then cross our fingers for the next time. Okay, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. That's our half peak day. I guess next time tomorrow we'll do the other half. And set the timer. Right? That's a lot of them. So this unit ended up being quite a lot. And then wait, hold up. Okay, it's the day after tomorrow. It's the first burn day. So we're getting our first burn, I think. Hold up. Yes. So tomorrow this 82 is probably going to be a mix of burn stuff. Actually, how long does it go? Yeah, these 65. Oh, it's 8 p.m. Okay, the day after. There's gonna be we're not gonna do. I gotta boost. I gotta boost earlier. Can't start at 7 p.m. EST anymore. It's too not enough time for yap. All right, folks. That's a wrap for WaniKani. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah, feel free to stop on by, talk about things. I've been strong-armed to thinking about French. Shh, don't tell Brie. We'll do some back, and I gotta watch a show now. I gotta watch The Diplomat. Like that's gotta happen now. So we gotta make time for that. Maybe I'll squeeze in like 1 episode, 2 episodes, and eat dinner. Because it's been nearly 24 hours. I did have like a tiny snack in between though. It was some time for some snackage. All right. So until then, right? For those who are only interested in WaniKani, eating is for the weak. Study only. Robot commence. Right. So for those who are only interested in WaniKani, oh yes, French. Minasan mata ne. Right. I'll see you guys next time. I am gonna get up, stretch. I'm gonna find some glucose because my sugar level is non-existent right now. And quick back from bank. I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第168天。This is day 168. Oh, there's a boost in the number of reviews as well. What the? I think both of them are conspiring against me. All right. Man, it almost seems like it was just yesterday that we started HSK 4. All right. Let's get into it. Look at this graph. Isn't it such a beaut? Where are we at actually? 1,794 words, 981 characters. I don't remember how many components they have. 556. Oh no, 506. So we're getting pretty close. In the future, there will be no components. Crazy. That's a pretty decent milestone. And it's just characters, words, nonstop. All right, let's get into our lessons. Speed mode. All right. By speed mode, I mean just normal speed. 兄弟. Yeah, brothers. I don't need. This one is pretty common. This is HSK4. 兄弟. 他有几个兄弟姐妹. But why does 姐妹 look weird? Why does 姐 look weird? What happened to you? What did they do to you? I could have sworn that's not what that looks like. I think that might actually be a typo. I'm pretty sure this is a typo. That's the wrong character. This is the first time I've seen a... Yeah, I think this is the first time I've seen a Hanzi typo. I've seen various tone mistakes, or your occasional tone mistake or the English translation or something, but yeah, I'm like, what is that? Unless I'm missing something.
兄弟 无聊
无聊. Nothing 聊. Nothing to chat about. Boring. Wow, nothing to chat, guys. Nothing to chat. 无聊. It literally said it's nothing to chat. I'm telling you, if you're gonna be with someone and you're saying you have nothing to chat about, I'm gonna virtual slap you. Okay, go find something to chat about. Kidding. That was a little aggressive. You gotta pump up or something. And don't lose the opportunity to chat it up. 住在那个无聊. Living there is very boring. Yikes. 我感到很无聊. I feel very bored. Right. It's something I don't say very often.
无聊
I don't say I feel very bored.
程序
程序 procedure plus 序 order, procedure and order. Okay. This is one of my nightmare characters, Cheng. Specifically in Chinese. I don't think we got this in kanji 的 this one's fine though. 长序 what am I looking at? Is that supposed to be like 叫做叫做程序很简单敲做 okay, I don't have 敲 but it is related though. 敲做程序程序很简单 that's
程序
程序 not 敲序 wait oh no that's like 程序 oh did I say 程序 or didn't I oh no it's fine
圈套
my brain is not operating. All right. 签套 a cover over a 签 a circle cover. Yes. One type of trap is a circle in the floor that has a cover on it. Yes. A snare. 小什么小 oh is 偷 right 小偷小偷设了小偷设了一个圈套
小偷设了一个圈套
yeah okay I still remember show was a problem a little bit because it's pretty old and it's at the edge of my memory. It's establish or something like that. 我中了他的穿跳 I fell into his trap. Trap. It's a trap. Oh. 这是穿套 Sorry. I tried to do the Star Wars thing, you know, the prequel Star Wars thing. It's like, it's a trap. 这是穿跳 Or I'm actually saying this is a trap, but that's fine. Like, it's a trap. Or like 他是穿跳 or oh man, but it's probably even longer. Like 他是一个穿跳 It doesn't sound quite as funny. It's like it's a trap. For anyone who watches Star Wars, sorry. Memes.
圈套
I did it actually from your lesson, but I remember you said you wanted to get to subjunctive in Spanish. For French, at least, you've encountered 0 subjunctive on Duo, and it's in section 4. Okay, however, in beginner 2 on Speakly, it's already started introducing. Oh, that's interesting how they're very different. Huh. Yeah. Oh, that's so interesting. In Duo, they're for their flagship courses, so French and Spanish and English, they try to kind of continue with the C2, you know, like the A1, A2, A1, like A1, A2, B1, B2, like they try to keep it in that range. So I was largely expecting in section 3 or 4, but in Speakly they start really early. That's intriguing. Yeah, so it is usually in section 3 and section 4 because it's a B1, B2, B1 to B2 transition. So the first couple sections are dedicated to like the A1, A2 concepts. And so far, the Duolingo Spanish one follows the curriculum. Like what I mean is it feels like I'm running through high school again. Like when I started learning Spanish, those are the things that you typically hit outside of a few themes. Like, there are a few selective words here and there, but the grammatical exposure, like the steady grammatical exposure, is right on top of whatever I learned in education. That's interesting though. Beginner 2 in the subjunctive. What did you learn? Like what was you said 0 subjunctive. What does that mean? Maybe it's something special. Like I don't know what a 0 subjunctive is. In fact, I don't know how to describe subjunctive in general. Japanese does not have a dedicated subjunctive. Chinese does not either, I don't think. Subjunctive system. It's very much Spanish French thing, actually. Like a specific subjunctive case. Like a really dedicated system for subjunctive. And English does not either. English has a diction dependent subjunctive. Like a verbal connected addiction related subjunctive. By 0 subjunctive, you mean that Duo has taught no subjunctive. Oh. And you're in section 4. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Well, that would be interesting. I do enjoy the subjunctive. So maybe it'll be longer than... We'll see. I don't know how well I'm going to be trailblazing any of the Spanish or stuff. Ohio. Oh, hey, it's Tom Nook. Did I end up watching Perfect Days? I did. And Jack also watched Perfect Days too. And I forgot to offer Bree. Oh, I forgot to tell that Hong Kong person to watch, that Korean guy to suggest watching Perfect Days. It's really wonderful. Yeah, a wonderful. Oh yeah, today's Neverwinter. Thoughts? I like it. It panders to me. That is definitely a movie that panders to me. Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. I love the minimalist. I love the capturing of the Japanese male lifestyle as well, especially someone of that nature. It is very much in line with the cultural perceptions. Do you think the main character likes his life? It would be more meta to tell you it doesn't matter. If he likes it or not, he'll make the best of it. And I think that's kind of what the topic of Perfect Days is. You take life with what it has to offer. One downside, if you like dark mode, Spickly doesn't have a dark mode, but you get around that by using group mode. I do too. That's how WaniKani is done as well. You're probably using style or some form of style plugin, and then you can adjust the back. One of the more like what I mean is like some of the popular universal extensions would be something like style plugin to change like the back. I mean, I don't mind light mode. Have you seen the background that I chose for WaniKani for HanziHero? It's white. It's perfectly alright. Yeah. It'll be a flashbang. Get you alert. Yeah, so Todd Nook, I think the main character, it's yes and no. It would be too reductive to say he likes his life. He makes the best of his life is probably what I would say. And it's very on point for like a Eastern macro culture representation. I quite like the message the movie was trying to make as well. You make the best of it. So to say that if he likes his life, it's probably yes in the sense of trying to summarize things. But generally it would be no in the moment, yes in the moment, no in the moment, yes in the moment. You make each life, you live in the perfect days. Days are perfect because you make the best of it day by day. And that's the pace of the life. You think he does? You guess some people interpret it as he as him not liking it, but even after the sad things he went through, he still smiles and stares at the sky each day. And the ending scene of him feeling a wave of emotions, just showing that he's human too and tries to make the best of it. Yeah. Yeah, by the way, Tom, I suggested to a bunch of people, and Jack is one of them. So there you go. I not only saw it, and I am a little bit late. I'm not gonna be doing Neverwinter, but yeah. Oh, you're here on Mondays, huh? That you do use TC. I wonder if you've ever used or heard of the Duolingo Solution Viewer. What does that do? Solution Viewer. That's interesting. No, I have not. Most of the time, solutions I don't. I have not considered how to marry it. What type of application does the Solution Viewer do? Does it like provide alternative solutions that are acceptable? That would be interesting, especially for Japanese. You agree with both sides? It's a conflicting lifestyle at times, but you feel like he's overall happy? Your friend who saw the movie was trying to tell me that he's living a lifestyle he's trying to convince himself he likes. Both. Yeah, it's both. It's all of the above. That's what is wonderful and brilliant about a stoicism. You can't know. It's very hard to distinguish between those two. It blurs the line of genuine happiness versus tenacity and perseverance. It very much elevates the Asian culture. So like, and what I mean by Asian culture are like things that are steeped in stoicism. So Chinese and Japanese culture. I'm not sure about Koreans, but Japanese and Chinese culture. It's both. You do not distinguish between the two. Oh. All it does is when you submitted an answer on Duo at the bottom where it has the checkmark X, it'll have a section underneath that you can click on and it will show you different alternative solutions. I'm not sure if it works with Japanese. It does. It probably does, but it will most likely work for Spanish since it works for French. I see. That's fair. I'll look into it. It's always fun to look at. I like it. That's what I anticipated a solution viewer would be like, looking at the permutations. It reminds me of what is it? Deep something. Deep Translate? Deep AI or something that's used for expressions. I think it's called Deep AI. Deep L, yes, Deep L, that's it. Yeah, Deep L, where you would enter a phrase and then here are a lot of different ways to. I kind of like that. Or here's special. Yeah, Deep L is. Someone else mentioned that. Maybe like sometime last year. Mid last year. So I was playing around with things like that where you would enter something and say, hey, what are like, here are 5 things, or here are like, you know, a selection of things. Yeah, I'll look into it. Thank you for the suggestion, Bree. Yeah, so Tom Nook, I'm not sure if you're interested, Bree, since we talked about viewing a lot. Perfect Days is a wonderful modern life movie, and it's taken place from the perspective of a Japanese male. And beyond that, it's for you to look. You think the ending scene shows both sides pretty well? To me, it seems like he was crying and smiling at the same time. You can interpret it for either side. Yes. I don't think it's sides. So to clarify between how Jack and Tom are viewing things, there aren't sides to this. There's only one. There's only one interpretation, because it's all part of the same thing. When you cry and smile, it's neither sad. It's like both. It's like a combination of the two. So it's really interesting that they decided to make all the combinations happen at the same time at the end scene. Yeah, they're coalescing. Yeah, and that's the wonders of that communication. Like life, like to capture his moment and the flood of emotions, everything has become one. And it's a great like ending to the movie. Like he's experienced all those feelings in that moment of the runtime, and then at the very end, how do you show an actor with non-verbal cues, you know, using their facial expression, how do you perform all those emotions all within a short period of time? And those are perfect days, and I love that. It was pretty wonderful to see like days, a person's life. It's all of them. You cry out of happiness, you cry out of sadness, you smile out of happiness, you smile of overcoming adversity, right? Like all of them, and that's so wonderful. Yeah, you love that. But your favorite moment was the moment where you played tag with a dying man. Yeah, there's joy to be found in misery as well. Despair can be hopeful. Yeah, there is another movie for that type of thing. There's definitely another movie for that type of thing. And usually I relate to the movie Farewell. Farewell is I think it's translated as farewell. It's American Asian American take on the whole dying thing. It was quite it has quite a few bad reviews because people didn't realize that will literally only work if you're using Duo. It will do nothing otherwise, but many reviewers don't understand. That sounds like goobers. 3. Silly goobers. That's like saying Duolingo doesn't sound native because there aren't any natives on Duolingo. Like what I mean is like a criticism for like the Japanese courses. Duolingo sucks because there aren't any native speakers on Duolingo. It's like, yes, because there aren't any there aren't natives on Duolingo. Like they didn't. There are one exception, but I don't think any of those little kiddos gonna get there by that time. That's kind of one of those things. You look for things that it doesn't do, and you're hoping for things that it does do, but it wasn't there by design. And because it's not there due to your expectations, you leave a bad review. And totally understand, Pri. And that's the nature of the world we live in. Or the internet that we share with other people. Yeah. Silly goobers. It's good that you, it's nice that you raised that point. I would have probably surmised that would occur. It happens quite often with internet reviews. Oh yes, very good. Your favorite scene is where he's just eating peacefully in the park and he waves at the lady and she just keeps thinking he's weird. No, dude, that lady, Jack, that lady, I'm not sure who looked more miserable. Like the second time? Oh, hear me out. Hear me out. My American side wants me to go and hug her. But from my tangential foreigner understanding of Japanese, that would be extra weird. It would be very extra weird. It's a great representation of Japanese decorum in public. Like that's as much in it. Actually, when he waved, he was being weird. A wee bit weird. Just a little too much friendliness. Like that he might have went from like acceptable friendly list to like double friendly just for the random wave. It's wonderful. The movie was great, and I've been suggesting it to people when they want to have a modern life and a depiction. There's quite a lot of people who are interested in the Japanese culture, so Perfect Days definitely works that in. And then you have holdovers, and then holdovers will tell you what it's like to have the Io Americana, old piece of Americana kind of thing. And I don't want to pick favorites, but I'm kind of a sucker for being that grumpy old man, but I really do care about you kind of thing. But sometimes I can sound a little grumpy. Like, I like movies that deal with helping goobers find acceptance and stuff. So whenever there's a grumpy old man who like is somewhat misunderstood, like Uncle Scrooge, for example, right? Like Scrooge McDuck and stuff, I'm a sucker for that type of character. Have you guys seen Drive My Car? I have not. That's interesting. I'll put that on the Academy Award for Best International Feature Film. Intriguing. Well, I'll put this on the list. Oh, it's kind of funny because people also search for Perfect Days. I see what you're doing here. Oh, I have one. Wait, hold up. I have one. Did I have another share as well. Man, I'm not gonna have time. You guys are gonna destroy my any semblance of sleep schedule. Have you seen A Good Person? A Good Person, 2023. Fictitious suggested, possibly. I think Fictitious might have suggested it. Sleep is for the weak. A Good Person. Or have you seen Tom Hanks, A Man Called Otto? Oh, A Man Called Otto is a little bit devastating. But again, it's the old man. Morgan Freeman. It's close enough. Not Morgan Freeman, but Tom Hanks. And I know what you mean by Morgan Freeman when it popped into your head, but the other guy that plays an old grumpy man, misunderstood and whatnot. Oh, Tom Hanks. Let me see if there's anything else. Yeah, those are modern life things too. Yeah, a man. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, you should. Oh, A Man. And it's an international film actually. It's an Americanized adaptation of a foreign film. So A Man Called Otto is based on a Ovi. It's a I think, and it's what is it? Hang on, it's a foreign film technically. It was originally a foreign film, and it's a recreation of it. I've got what it's Swedish. But they made a reproduction of it. So it also features an aged man with a lot of baggage and stuff, but it's an Americana. They Americanized it. So you can take a glimpse into how, like, you can compare and contrast how the interpretation of someone who is aged and have through their ropes and how they interact with people. That movie is so sad. Oh, you've seen it, Bree? It's really sad. It's very sad. If you wanna, like, Bree, the movie that we're talking about, Perfect Days, it's kind of the opposite. Sort of make you ugly cry. I was pretty. It was hard. Like, I watched a lot of painful films, but that one was pretty hard, for sure. Yeah, so if you guys want to see a bittersweetness, that movie is pretty bittersweet. Yeah, pretty, but you know there is sweetness in it. In Holdovers, like it's not this isn't a spoiler. Holdovers is the modern life family where modern life movie where it just goes on. So instead of showing an end, it just goes on. Like the things just proceed. So they don't encounter those types of like lessons, you know, they don't go to the end. And because when you think of modern life, death is tough, right? So when you have characters die on screen is pretty rough. I mean, like in general, in so you could imagine when I was watching Perfect Days, it's like, man, I wonder. Not that it's not that cruel. Yeah. What else we got? So I'll have to check Drive My Car. That's interesting. Yes, both are somewhat similar, quite vibes, which I like, but in my opinion, Perfect Days. Sleep is for the weak. Right. No more sleep, no more eating. Yeah, dude, I still need to eat. I can't go 2 days without eating. I did get some applesauce though. Saddest movie you've seen is Mysterious Skin. Interesting. That movie makes you cry when you think of the ending. Saddest movie that I've ever seen, or maybe like something that made me cry. Is it weird that I have to think about it? You haven't thought about that movie in ages? The Mysterious Skin? You know what? Alright, fine. I'll pick one. Okay. So, alright, guys. Alright, listen. I have to watch like an episode of Diplomat. And I'll watch Mysterious Skin. And then I'll watch Drive My Car, okay? Alright, guys. Listen. No sleep and no eat. Alright. There you go. Alright. I'm trying to think. Things that made me tear up. Or like at least have a... my heart bleeds a lot, so... correction, you must binge watch both seasons, The Diplomat. So unsteady, so unsteady. We have too much media exchange now. Saddest movie, like I actually haven't ever like literally cried, but you know, the whole like the bleeding heart situation, it happens a lot. Based on the content that I watch. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. I'll have to come back to you on it. Oh, it's not a movie though. It still deals with Giovanni though. Not Giovanni. Giamatti. All Giamatti. Because we were talking about holdovers. It's his role as Adams. Adams, the founding father, one of the founding fathers of the United States, right? He did a short micro series, and he was playing John Adams, the John Adams, and the very like when they had to conclude, they decided to conclude his entire legacy, and it was gripplingly bleeding hearts. Like it's one of those things when you how far do you cross the line to see, oh, you know what, anything that deals with that, like for example I don't know how, I know anime is a mix in this group, but like when you see a beloved anime character, for example, and they decided, you know what, we're just gonna show your character age until he can't do anything anymore. That stuff is rough, and it's very similar to like what Bree and I are referring to when we're talking about A Man Named Otto. It's one of those things like life that's what happens in the conclusions, in the final chapters. So when you have like an incredibly brilliant, vibrant character, you can totally grind that vibrant character into the ground. And they kind of did it with Rurouni Kenshin. It's the example I was thinking of. If you watch Samurai X, there are two Samurai X films where Rurouni Kenshin is like the turbulence of his youthful life, and then there's a third film which is more concerning the end of his legacy. Those things kind of destroy my heart. Very, very not necessarily like, it's one of those like short decay stuff is stuff. Oh, you know what? Maybe this is kind of a movie sort of situation. Anything with dementia. Any movie featuring living and dealing with a member with dementia. Like, that absolutely devastates. Actually, there's a new one recently. I was going to watch this soon. It's called... Hold up. Hold. It was incredibly well received. And is it this one? Yes. It's called Familiar Touch. It just came out recently. First time writer, maybe self-writer, self-director. Familiar Touch. Oh, you heckin' Twitch bot. Yeah, so I do like watching those films. It's very tough to watch, but it's it can be beautiful as well. So I kind of watch them. Yeah, Familiar Touch is one. And looking at the premise, it does deal with a form of dementia. Tom Hanks is brilliant, though, to be fair. I wonder if it would have had the same impact, maybe it had a different actor was cast. In that role, honestly, it's a very Paul Giamatti role. He's very good at playing a aggressively disgruntled person, and just at first incredibly unlikable, and then not like, that's how I actually thought Tom Hanks was fantastic. At the same time, he has this like he still has this friendliness to him. Like, he has a slighter friendliness. There are certainly actors that lean a lot more on inherently viscerally unlikable. And then they endear you, right? They endear you through their actions. What's another disgruntled person? Maybe like Ian McKellen. Is that his name? Oh, I'm referring. McKellen, right? Ian McKellen. I could kind of see that. Just like a friendly old guy, but he just looks very stern, and then, just grumble, and then goes bad, man. That kind of thing. Although Ian McKellen is kind of tall. I wonder how tall Tom Hanks is. Thinking Tom Hanks, how tall are you? I have no idea. Alright, guys. Alright. Enough, yeah. Thanks for the suggestion, Tom. How are you doing? It's been 2 weeks, I think. Right.
召集
Yoji. We're running late. The yap machine has been strong today. Yoji. Summon, gather to convene. Call together. 交集全体员工开会convene all body members workers meeting. Convene a meeting of all the okay.
召集
Sorry, I'm thinking of sad things. I mean, the beginning of Up is pretty sad. And then when I played Clear Up Scare, like the first like 30 minutes, that it just hits me with the same thing that I felt when I watched the first sequence of Up. Unnecessarily brutal. Wow, it was kind of necessary to be that brutal, but so. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
程序
I don't outwardly cry most of the time, but I do inwardly cry a lot.
兄弟
Like I'm fairly easily heartbroken on the inside. Outward expression is something stoicism and filters handle quite well. Many years of training, I suppose, or conditioning.
召集
or a lifetime of conditioning. 无聊
无聊 圈套
converge 汇合 to fit converge to fit. Okay, that's fine. Converge, fitting together into one piece. Okay, it's fine. Oh, I have a he makes me stressful. He is one of the top 5 stressful characters. 不同问话在这里汇合。Different cultures are converging here, okay, or converge here. Okay.
汇合外汇
foreign exchange. Outside converge. Okay. A foreign exchange is a place where the outside world converges with the country, allowing for the exchange of currency and other commodities. Foreign exchange. What's happening? Why brain broke? Oh no. what is that? Why, right? Yes, 外汇。外汇市场，外汇市场，or 市场每天都在变化。外汇市场每天都在变化。Foreign exchange places or markets every day are changing. Okay, so change every. 外汇
外汇腰带
腰带 waist sash a belt 他在商店里买了一条新的腰带。She is at a store, bought a new belt, right? She bought a new belt in a new store, yeah. In a
腰带
腰带
兄弟姐妹
兄弟姐妹 Yeah, those are siblings, alright. Yeah, this was the typo. 姐 was the wrong thing in one of the. Actually, it's probably in this example. 兄弟姐妹. Oh no, it got this one's okay though. These examples are okay. There's a mistake somewhere. 他要好几个 I need to hear it.
他有好几个兄弟姐妹。
好几个哦，他有好几个，兄弟姐妹。OK， 兄弟姐妹，
兄弟姐妹
兄弟姐妹。Of course, says siblings.
次序
秩序 order, I guess. Oh, occurrence. That's right. The order of a sequence refers to the order of each individual occurrence of the sequence. Okay. 次序请依秩序回给 no 回 what 回告问题回答 Oh, I should have known that. 回答 to answer. I should have known. Okay, just kidding. Okay, fine. That's disappointing.
次序
秩序okay.
汇合兄弟姐妹次序
外汇
腰带花圈
Excuse me. Oh, a wreath. Oh, yeah, yes. A flower circle. Yes, it's an arrangement of flowers in a circle. Yeah. For a moment, I thought that said wealth, not wreath. What is this? Something Li. Something Li Xiang. Li Xiang Nao. Li Xiang Nao 会看到 oh no. Wait, hold. 许多 yeah 许多会花圈
葬礼上总会看到许多花圈。
葬礼上 oh 钟 oh that's 钟 it's not now 钟 do I know 钟 oh I should know 钟 yes overall or something. Oh, I'm not sure. Zhong. Is that the same? Overall, you always see many wreaths at funerals. What the heck is always? So at a funeral, 总会, I guess that's always. 总会看到 always see. 总会看到许多 many 许多花圈 wreaths. Okay, that's fine. That was not really that fine. There was a lot of problems there.
花圈
花圈
召回
召回 summon return. A faulty product is to summon all existing. To recall a faulty product is to summon all existing versions of its return to you. Oh, that type of recall. Is it both types of recall? Or is it just one type of recall? So far, all of these are a very specific type of recall. Okay. Tesla. How you say Tesla? 特骑定 No. 特骑拉 Oh, Tesla. 特骑拉 No. Oh no, this is not 骑 特斯拉 特斯拉 Yeah, okay. 叫回了几千 what is that 几千 vehicle 几千辆 maybe 几千辆卡车 辆卡车 okay or truck thousands and this is a counter 辆特斯拉 oh my gosh Tesla I'm gonna use that with my parents from now on like what is that it's a Tesla instead of saying Tesla they do know how to say Tesla but Tesla is pretty funny Tesla 叫回了几千辆可车 Tesla That's great 召回
山腰
mountain 腰wait mountain waste oh okay Mountainside, okay. Yeah, the mountainside is the waist of the mountain. The summit is the high, and the summit is the head, the high, and the base is the feet. Oh, that makes sense. Yep. Although one could also say tip instead of head. 山腰的风景非常 oh no 非常 I want to say that's supposed to be Yi Mei. No. I lost you. What are you? I don't remember. Yo Mei. How does Yo Mei work? We have Foreman, Hearts. I don't remember how Yo Mei works. Yoshi in front of the bakery. Oh yes. Oh, that's the discombobulated distorted, or what is it? Contorted, distorted foreman thing.
山腰 正
Oh, we got Zheng. We finally got Zheng. We might get Fu as well. Zheng Fu, which is government, but Zheng is also politics. Say. James Bond is in the bathroom of the English Manor, being chased by a yellow construction hat wearing foreman. That is a foreman, who swings at him with a pointer. All because James Bond kept on bringing up the subject of politics to the working class foreman, mentioning that he supports the aristocrats of the manor. Alright. I guess that's kind of something. Maybe James Bond is on a mission, you know? Diplomatic mission. Zheng. How does this work? I'm not sure if I have this. Zhengzhu. I don't think I have Zhengzhu yet. Or Zhu. Zhengji. Accomplishment. Oh yeah, political accomplishment. That makes sense. Zhengfu. Yep, there's Zhengfu. Seifu. Seifu. Zhengdang. Zhengdang. Zhengtan. I've seen you before, but I've seen a simplified version of you before.
正
Zheng.
头
Oh? Oh no, it's another toll. Oh, this one's tossed. Or throw. Ke? Or na? Like nakeru. Oh, Tarzan. Terror. Tarzan is inside the bakery, sure, where he works. He's trying to get an annoying finger that's running around the bakery, throwing missiles of croissants at him. He finally grabs the finger and throws it like a missile out the window. I think we're gonna change this up. So Tarzan is inside the bakery where he works. He's having trouble because he doesn't know what to press with his fingers. And suddenly when he's running, when he's doing the thing, he's tapping different utensils at the utility, right? Any utilities in the bakery, it suddenly starts throwing it starts throwing croissants randomly like missiles all around, making a mess. And that's pretty much what Tarzan does. To complain. Also. Interesting. Should throw should? Or accuse. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what accuse. You accuse. Okay. Also. To complain. To throw, to accuse. To throw an accusation. To throw assets. That works. To invest. 投资. To submit a draft. Call. Interesting. All right.
头 正
Yeah.
头山腰
山腰.
花圈
花圈.
召回
召回. All right. Hit me up with the characters. 直. I think I've seen this 直 already in 直亮. This is probably 直亮. James Bond is inside the living room of the house, where he is taking care of his high quality shellfish. That kind of sounds like him, honestly. They're lined up on the carpet. That doesn't sound like him. He gets his hoe, and use that to move them around gently. He comments aloud, "This is one high quality hoe, that's for sure." He could stick a high quality hoe in like a tank where the shellfish is. Oh wait, well shellfish. Sure, high quality shellfish in like a subterranean hoe. It's fine. All right, we're good. 平直 quality. Interesting. Oh no, it's not the same. It's not that. Oh, I thought it was something else. Huh. I thought it might have been 质量 or quality. It could still be though. 物质. It might be a different. Oh, it might be 质量. No, 质量. No. Oh, okay. It's 4. It's not this one. So 物质 matter. Hey, you're gonna have to explain that one at some point.
止语
Yeah. Oh, finally got this one. Oh no, I could get this mixed up with another thing. How do I get this mixed up with something else? There is something else. Did it have something on the left? Yuki is in the basement of the house. Okay, now it's Yuki. And oh, it's Ju. I think it's Ju. And I don't remember how it's different. So okay. When suddenly a space capsule comes crashing through the ceiling, landing roughly into the cement floor. A person comes out of the space capsule and offers him a Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card as a sign of peace. I would have taken also a space capsule offered him like just start a duel and just duel Yugi, Space capsule lands and then duels, but you need to stick offer in somewhere. Okay, offer some trading card. Alright, fine. I don't know how the space capsule I don't know how the space castle has anything to do with Yugi, and also how it ends up in the basement as opposed to the living room. How about Yugi was hearing strange things from the basement of his house, and when he went down there, he noticed that there's a space capsule where he found E.T. and E.T. was like, "Ah, here you go," as a sign of peace offering, you know, and come in peace. Not that space capsules happen all the time with Yugi. This one is gonna be rough.
语读
Ooh. Okay. That's a lot to work with. Alone. So Dumbledore is inside the living room of the house, trying to catch a poodle so that he does not feel all alone. Oh, that's kind of sad. He puts an insect in a container and lays it in the middle of the carpet and then hides behind the couch. That's kind of cute. A poodle, all alone, came up to eat the insect. Alright, that's... And in that moment, Dumbledore uses his wand to summon a magic net that captures the poodle. Now Dumbledore is no longer alone. That's kind of cute. And also kind of weird. Maybe they were playing like hide and seek and trying to catch it. Like Dumbledore is feeling lonely at the moment. His poodle is like not paying attention to him. Something like that. So he devised a plan where he places an insect in a container in order to capture the poodle's attention. And then, little did you know, poodle comes out, inspects the insect, and he's like, "Ha! Yeah." You know, grab the neck, and then now he just want to squeeze the poodle. Okay, anyways. 独特 alone, special, unique. Fair enough. 独立 independent, alone standing. 维度 not sure about the last one. 独霸 detached. 独栋 detached. That could be useful.
读局
G, bureau, and we have legacy. Julius Caesar is inside the living room of the house, where he has set up a bureau of war. Checks out. Next to him hangs a small flag. Nobody seems to be visiting him, so he spends his time recording his memoirs with a voice recorder, among some other new theories of war. Alright. That's fine. That checks out. What is the 邮局? 邮局. Yeah, 邮局. And 药局? I see that.
局料
料. The other materials. Oh. So 材 and 料 checks out. Interesting. 料. Gotta make sure I don't mix it up with 科. Right. Instead of this. 科. Link. Yeah. Link is in the bathroom of the barn, which has a pile of manure in the corner. He takes a measuring cup and scoops up some manure, then drops it into a bag of rice that he has. What sort of material is Link trying to create? Discuss it. Okay. I mean, that could be feed. You never know. Or I mean, like, not feed, but fertilizer. I said feed. Fertilizer. Oh, there it is. 材 and 料 put together. Material. 材料. 原料 original material, raw material, yes. 燃料 yang, a different yang. Plastic. 塑料. Oh yeah, 塑料 is definitely plastic. Although I don't recognize that character, but 塑料. Yeah, 塑料 dye. Yep.
料
I think that's a few. 塑料, 塑料 actually is pretty close. 塑料. How do my parents say it? 塑料. Oh no. 塑料. 塑料. I think it's pretty close. What is this material? What do we have?
纸 橘
Hmm?
雨
Yeah. It's gone. Who is L?
料
What? Oh, wait, what? Oh. Oh.
毒
I got Gandalf mixed up with Dumbledore. Okay. Common problem, actually. Quite a common problem. Not only mine. Alright, let's try to lock in. Call it a day. Too tired. Okay.
丝
Oh no. Oh no. How does the earthworm and the page go? Oh no. We'll come back.
耳
Whoops. That's not great.
平
What is ping? Okay.
热情上
How am I drawing?
虫
Okay.
丰富，
这本书内容很丰富。
What? Plentiful? I don't know. Hold on.
外国，
你去过外国吗？
Wealthy is still fine. A Jobu. What was Jobu? Oh no, Jobu is not Jobu. It's something else.
丈夫，
她的丈夫想离婚。
学生，
我是学生。
本人，
你本人不喜欢猫，对吗？
What?
松树，
松鼠喜欢爬松树。
坚强，
他性格很坚强。
Firm, strong, strongly?
“既然，
既然你不喜欢巧克力，就给我吧。
What is what? No, that's fine. It wouldn't change up the meat I had in my head. I don't know if they changed it. No, I don't think they changed. I should add like individual or yourself or something. Oh wait, I think yourself is fine. Oh. What?
“松林，
松林里的空气好香。
河，森林，
森林中有许多野生动物。
女人，
男人能做的事，女人也能做。
阴森，
森林里的氛围十分阴森。
Okay, I'm wrong character then. Oh. Oh. Oh.
意，
Dang it. I got feeling it's not
厚
working.
度，
这件衣服的厚度不够。
深厚，
他对中国文化有着深厚的了解。
What?火冒三丈. Oh, is it Jiang, not Zheng? Yes, Jiang. Still got nothing on this. That's aggravating. Hmm. Oh, I got it.
顿时，
整个房间顿时变得寂静起来。
马尾，
他剪掉了他的马尾。
Ah, I missed the end. Save me.
既定，
这个计划已经有了既定的目标。
训，环境，
这里的环境非常宁静。
送给，
Oh,
谢谢你送给我这么好的礼物。
I hit the wrong tone. I was like, why did I get it wrong the first time?
逆
What? I don't want to talk about it. And then how did I? Oh,
火冒三丈，
他因为错过了火车而火冒三丈。
what? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know what that is. It's gone. I have no idea.
科断闭嘴，
他叫我闭嘴。
oh.
经
Ah. Oh my, that's ke.
部件，
这家公司生产电脑部件。
You're not bone. Are you a joint? Are you a jawbone? You're a jawbone.
时刻，
我永远不会忘记那时刻。
Oh, Wang. Oh, that's Wang.
网
What is what? Oh.
笨，篮子，
他胳膊上挎着一只篮子，
商业，
在工业、商业、财政方面。
Oh. It's just really flat. I missed the 3 again. I mean, I missed the G, not the... Wait. Oh, 3-3. Ah, that's not what I want.
抖，
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not triggered.
家园，
他为了家园而奋斗。
What? What? What?
公尺，
这条房间有5公尺长。
What?
使用，
你会使用这个电脑吗？
Uses code. Good enough. What is this? Coat of arms? Coat of arms.
放假，
学校明天放假。
生病，
他昨天生病了。
YOLO. Oh no, wait. No. Wait. Yes.
杂乱，
抽屉里的东西很杂乱。
初次
初次见面，
在家，
你妈妈在家吗？
太阳，
地球绕着太阳转。
What is that supposed to? Oh, home. No, okay, okay, never mind. Just kidding. I know. What? Oh.
愿意，
我愿意帮助你。
补考，
为补考做准备。
补考。
头痛，
喝太少水容易造成头痛。
忽视，
不应忽视困难。
负，
为补考做做几做，或做几倍。Match test. 要准备，所以做准备，为补考做准备。What? Dude.
水饺，
水饺是一种中国传统食品。
意，茶，耳机，
我的耳机坏了。
福利，
学校为学生提供各种福利。
福利 What? 狐狸
胃
can't help.
注入
这条汉注入大海，
温飞船
阿波罗飞船，
Well, I totally just went with it. Okay, so we have Happy Profit. How did Happy Profit work? Dang it. I don't know what they're going for.
奇怪
我昨天做了一个奇怪的梦，
等
What am I? I'm drawing an unnecessary blank here. 它是一个 like I don't know. It's empty. My brain is gone. That's not what I think it is. Or is it? Oh, no, it's not.
救护车
路上遇到救护车，应让路给予通行。
立刻
他立刻就猜中答案了。
I don't know. What happened?
接济
老人的生活费用全靠亲友接济。
危险
这个世界是个危险的地方。
Excuse me? Collar? What color is that? Oh, no, wait. Yeah. I'm blocking this. Oh, I got them backwards? Oh, I did get them backwards. Oh, no, that's not colors, a kind. The Ling. So it was okay with Ling. I actually got the right side incorrect, not the left side. That's fine. Oh. Wrong thing. 城市, oh no. 城市是什么? What does that even mean? 城市. I don't. What? Oh, is it like follow? Oh, it could be follow.
农民
爸爸是农民出身，
I'm so triggered by this.
另类
她是一个另类的女孩。
伪
YOLO? That's not it. That's yen. I thought this was the other thing, but it's not.
“压力
我的手不能承受压力。
It's that's so annoying. Do I care about? No, I don't. Eventually, it was some sort of benefit.
设 李子
我喜欢吃李子，
餐个人
我个人认为
落
Maybe like follow. Oh. Oh.
病例
我们需要您的病历。
Dang it.
愿 反常，
今天冷的反常，
Not regular. Unusual. Oh, chong. Oh man, I was chonging. I was choking. Chong shi. Let's see, like. Ah, yeah, it is. Okay.
从事，
What? Oh no, I don't know what that is. Wait, hold. I don't know. Risky is fine. Whoops, that's not how you spell risky.
"船员，
全体船员的救了，
巧，
Oh wait. I don't want to. That was a little embarrassing. Rarely is unusual to some extent. Show.
收养，
收养孤儿，
收养孤儿。收养。Okay. And then no.
公务员，
他是一名公务员，
Okay. That took a lot.
石油，
我们去野外探测石油，
Oh man, I fat fingered the two.
感性，
感性是一种主观的观念，
What? Attributes? Nature? What are we talking about? Wait. Oh, that's such a bad YOLO. Chase gradually. How do you chase gradually? I don't know how to. Oh man, I don't know how to English anymore.
幼儿园，
这所幼儿园有很好的老师。
搬家，
你可以帮我搬家吗？
Oh, I typed I instead of you.
玉，
Oh, whoops.
停止，
大家突然停止聊天。
Wait, I gotta make sure I don't confuse these two. This is... Yeah.
挑，
What? Wait. Huh?
西，结束，
派对在午夜结束。
Oh my gosh. Yeah, sure. I really dislike Jie. But not because it's more the English side of things. Wait.
初步，
这只是初步的想法。
It's first steps. Initial first steps. Wow, I'm surprised I didn't add that.
记，在乎，
你真的在乎这件事吗？
Okay, those are trouble ones. That's a little scary. Oh. No? Oh, 庆祝. Oh, this is assemble. No? Yeah, this stuff is annoying as heck. Oh no. Another Jie? Wait, what is this? Wait, Jie? Not what I think it is. That's not it. That's not it. Oh no, I think I lost it. Oh. No, I lost it. I don't think it's, I think, no. Oh, yeah, it is. 结构
结构
嗯
庆祝
庆祝大会，
呃呃 just drawing a blank now. Uh, um, just a blank. Uh, no reason this should be a blank. I don't got anything. Perceptions of this is annoying. The end? Oh, as in to complete. Oh. We're just gonna keep blocking though. I'm not gonna worry about that. That is okay, so the bundle thing is to end. That's so aggravating. I think Jie is so aggravating.
商品
We'll
出
just
口
go
商
through
品，
all of them. We'll just like go at the end and go through all of the bootstrap through the Jies. All the Jies suck. They all suck. No, hands down. Top number one. Jie is the suckiest of all the characters, man. Holy heck. Ugh. 10 help.
鼓
And then I still don't know what this is. Crown. Legs. And I even made a connection to deep. But that still wasn't enough. Chung. Oh, the sink? Yeah, because the mnemonic is butt. Okay. That's aggravating. Very aggravating.
酱
We'll go over those too. My fat finger 3. Oh, wait. No. Yes. Oh. No, it is Jewel. Right?
冰 逐渐
逐渐变暖了。
逐渐变冷了。Something move gradually, like advance gradually, chase gradually, slowly follow. Okay. Gotta be one of them. Oh, I missed the on.
似乎
他似乎不太高兴。
Oh, right. That's not the main thing.
问卷
我们需要你填写这份问卷。
Oh, I almost did it again.
以免
经常擦油，以免生锈。
以免 This one sucks too. It's like care to be. It still sucks. Every single time. Seems. Hmm. Email. Oh. Oh, Boyd. Yes.
为何
他为何不回复我的讯息？
Okay, that was premature, but I almost felt confident about that. That's a little alarming. Drawing a blank on this. It's the fatigue. Definitely fatigue. Complete blank right now. Yeah, just complete blank. Hmm.
B
I do have that. What is that? I thought I didn't. Oh, goodness gracious. I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh,
法治、
法治在民主中很重要。
how to govern? Methods of govern? Rule of law? Okay. Gradual. Chase. Gradually. What is another way to say it? It's just gradually. All right, but I'm just gonna write follow. Follow as in resulting. Just gradually, like whatever follows is very gradual. Um.
小伙子、
这个小伙子很有创意。
Wait. All right. I mean, you can have it. You can have it. Um.
发胖、
最近我开始发胖了。
设计、
这个建筑物的设计非常现代化。
设计 oh, design. Okay.
立即、
请立即告诉我们发生了什么事情。
伙食、
孩子们喜欢小学的伙食。
伙食 what? Horseshoe? Okay. Okay. Um.
围裙、
他穿上围裙开始做晚餐。
羊肉、
中国人不常吃羊肉。
个性、
这个孩子的个性很温和。
小、和善、
但他对我不和善。
沉、淡、格、
Sorry. Why? Oh. Oh, what? Oh, is there? I think I needed a G.
建立、
建立一个计划。
Oh, that's Lee. What? How did I type 3? Really? Oh.
重伤，
重伤致死，
便利 build stand. Build stand one plan. I don't know. Establish a plan. Okay. Same difference.
熟练，
他开车很熟练，
胜利，
我们的胜利来得不容易。
What? 胜利。
交，
Our prevailing. Our victory. Okay. Still the same as accomplishment. What happens when you click on this? Oh, you're just reviewing the... That's fine.
"逐渐，
逐渐变暖了，
This just says you can have it. We're not gonna bother with that. All right. Yeah, I'm way too tired today. Focus is tough. Okay. Let's hope tomorrow will be okay. What are some stuff that's really annoying? Jia, all the Jias suck. So we need to go over the... Let's just go over the Jias now. Oops. It's not what I meant to do. Yeah, let's go over the Jias now. How we do a couple rotations around. How many Jias do we have? Oh, these are... Yeah, they don't mark the stuff. Select against the stuff. Yeah, so what do we have? So we have combine, which has he, right? Which I thought that was it, but it was the end, 结束. So shu and 结婚, no problem. Unite. Group, right? I think unite is okay. 董洁 is fine because there's overall. Then 结构 is fine as well, but it is the newest one. That could be a problem in the future. But Go has... What does Go have? Construct. So these are fine. So it's definitely these two. Lun has theory. Goes with conclusion. So it's just these two. And I tried both of them. Right? But N just didn't happen today. So far, it's still the same problems, but it's constantly rotating out different problems. So, Shu, okay. Shu and He, and then we have to do He. Go over to all the He's. Because we have a lot of He's. So he compose. This is a problem one. Oh, and we have to go over chang. Li to fit logic reasonable. This is fit, right? Yeah, so these two suck. That's fine. Ji He was assembled, so I got this mixed up with Jie He. So these two suck. He Ge. He Ge is fine. United is United Nation. He Bing. He Bing is going to wait. That's fine. It's when He is in the second place. Yeah. Converge? Converge is new. But Converge is carried by this. Does Merge get carried by this? It kinda does, but this doesn't help because this is combined. So it can cross with this. Alright, so we have He Chang, He Chang, He Bing, He Chang, He Bing, Jie He, and Ji He. Those are the problems. We're gonna do something with them. And then what about Chang? So we still have He Chang for compose. Wan Chang, that's fine. Chang Shou, that's fine. Form. There's also this. Wu Chang. Is that gonna be okay? Does it? This is a group, right? So it needs the group. Changju. Okay. These are okay. This is mild. And then there is still one more. There's still one more problem. So to fit, but there's also suitable. And actually, I haven't thought to think about this suitable. What do we have? Du shi is fine. Shi du, fine. Shi yi. Oh, there's this. Then, okay, this is fine to fit. We're okay with that. But this. We have suitable, we have the other suitable. Let's see if there's any lineup. Okay, there isn't. So we're just gonna solve that problem with more rigor, right? So we might as well start with them. What do we have? We have结合 结合 is combined. And before it's not. And then we have 结束. Is that problematic? Yeah, 结束. We want to add 结束 to this. Which is to end or complete. Oh, I can think of another problem here. Then we have 和. Oh, there's also 集合 HanziHero, which is to assemble. Then we have Chang. Which is to compose. That has been a problem for some time now. Because of the word compose. I feel like I'm missing one. It was combine. Combine and compose are overlapping. The end is just something that I completely forgot. And then assemble is your gathering of the stuff. What was merge? Merge was a Bing, right? Wait, no. Oh no. That doesn't look right. Is it a sandal? Nope. I'm missing something. No, that was it. This looks weird when I wrote it. Oh, Bing. Just to merge. This is fine. I think these are the problematic ones. Except for to end. To end is very different from how interpret it. There's form. The form. Form deal with groups. So, 主和 probably 主和 or 主节 no 主和. What was 主和? It's to form. It's also to unite. Unite is fine. What was the key for unite? I have no idea. There's also conclusion. 结论. I'm like angry. I'm like angry remembering this stuff now. This stuff is infuriating. Oh man. Holy heck. This set is really infuriating. I don't think there's anything that comes remotely close to this set. Yeah. I better start decomposing. Like I better start coupling all the other ones. There are a couple more like this. That I noticed that I'm a little bit off, as in I'm using synonyms, but I'm not sticking to the primaries. So I'll keep an eye on it. All the figurative phrases I need to collect at some point because they're really poor. Like, oh, and then we have that gradual thing. But things like hereafter, things like hereafter, therein, afterwards, things like this. This stuff is really scary. And then there were a lot of things dealing with like because has been a crutch. And then even if, although is fine, since is fine actually, since, although, these things, the bottom ones are pretty okay, but anything dealing with like here, after, before. Oh, we had Chong Shi, which surprisingly I ended up thinking about over or undertake. Okay, we got some problem areas starting to creep up. Whenever these things show up is when things start hitting the fan. And then these things start hitting the fan too. Everything else is really identifiable. With a few exceptions. I noticed that the joy stuff. So something that's becoming a problem is anything dealing with benefit or profit. So things dealing with Li and benefit. Yi. What was the bottom part of Yi? Like snowflake. I wanted to say a snowflake in a bowl, but is it a heart? Whoops. It's new, that's why it's still somewhat of a problem, but it's a, oh yeah, it's a bowl. And that's not how snow, oh, it's a modified snowflake, that's right. Or it's a plate. Yeah. These things, Yi, and then adding adding Fu. How did Fu work? It's fortune. Right, Fu. Something like this. These things can get a little tricky too. Alright. 3:35 a.m. Okay. So let's finish this up. Now I'll just do it. I'll do the Neverwinter thing tomorrow. Tomorrow might be shorter because of the WaniKani is possibly shorter. I think. We'll see. What? Something makes me want to say it's... Yeah, it's Jung. Jung. Oh. Sure. Oh no, 知. G. Yeah. Liao. Whoops. Đủ. Yep. Cheng 什么？程序 OK 程序兄弟教职呀，教职 OK 无料what what is that? Headdress. Nope. Trend is gonna be a problem. Yeah, trend is gonna be a problem in the future. 穿跳 穿跳 waist cover belt. Oh, wait, a trap, dang it. Yeah, trend is gonna be a problem. We got a new he. Ugh.会合兄弟姐妹侧系 Oh no. Yeah. Next. What is that? 侧系 Oh. Mortar. By way. Foreign exchange. Yeah. 料带 Wait, 料带 is that What? Oh yeah, trap. That's right. 香料 Oops. 香料 but not 香料 not 料 save me. Oh, this is 腰带 send help. Y'all die. Y'all die. Okay. 花圈造尾 Okay. Okay, let's go over these. Well, these are shaky. So we have James Bond making his way to the bathroom of the English Manor, where he bumped into an English foreman who is aggressively using a pointer to point out that people don't appreciate that James Bond, like, have a big disagreement, I guess, with James Bond about politics. A very stern foreman with a pointer. That's not the greatest. It's fine. Kung Fu is good to go. Now we have Tarzan making his way to the bathroom. Wait, not the bathroom. It's not bathroom. It's hole. Right? It's the middle. Oh, not toe. Hole. The bakery. So he's in the living room where he's in the middle of the bakery, right? And we're gonna modify this. He's just pressing random buttons with his fingers, and then it's accidentally launching croissants everywhere because he has no idea what he's doing. Right? Tossing croissants everywhere like missiles. Good enough. That one's okay. That one checks out really well. And then now we have James Bond in the house, taking care of his exotic, sophisticated shellfish in his tank or in his terrarium of sorts. And he's using a very, very exquisite English, like a high-techy hoe for do it. Wait, I lost the meaning. Oh, high quality. Oh, all right, fair enough, good enough. And then now we have Julius Caesar in his privacy of his house, setting up a bureau, right? Setting up a bureau of war. Established by having a flag, and he even made a flag for his bureau, but no one is recruited yet. So he just spends his time using a voice recorder to record his thoughts about war, I suppose. Yugi. Yugi's one is it's kind of a big of a whiff. So we'll see if it a lot overlaps with Ju as opposed to Yu. So in the basement we have his house, and he happened to come across a space capsule. We heard some things downstairs. I am not sure about the Yeah, I'm gonna say that's how you do the space capsule. Oh wait, I think it's the whole thing. That's what I think the stroke order is. I'll have to look at it. So space capsule and discover that the alien inside, or the person or the thing inside had a card to offer him, I suppose. This is really weak. It's a bizarre enough to be possibly memorable. Possibly. Let's see. Link made his way to the bathroom of the barn doing Link things. So he's becoming crafty, right? You're crafty. So he took a measuring cup and grabbed some manure and added it to a bag of rice to make some material for something. It can be anything. Link does craft things. Pretty okay. I've heard weirder things that Link have done, you know? Then we have Dumbledore, who is in the living room of his house, where he's feeling a little bit lonely. He doesn't know where his poodle went, but he devised a crafty idea to take some insects and put them in a prison or cage to grab the doggo's attention. And then when the doggo was preoccupied, he summons a net and then squeeze him with love and affection, right? So he's no longer lonely. Alright, all this stuff. Ugh. And then the last one is definitely a gradual. I don't know why they have gradual in that way, but what was it? It's down here. Zhujiang. No? Zhujian. Zhujian is Zhujian. I forgot what's in the middle. Was it a car? It was a car. With a hoe. Wait. Yes. Or some sort of scraper. Yeah. The hoe. Or an axe. Or an axe. Or a hoe. This is a hoe. Yes. Oh, I did get stuck on something else too, actually. For some time before it took a while. It was earthworm. And page. This one, what is it? Gradual. And what are you? Oh, I did get stuck on Ling as well, which doesn't get enough use, in my opinion. Ling, which is another. What is this again? It goes in and out. This character comes in and out. Like it suddenly happens and it suddenly doesn't. And I think I only have one. Yeah, see, I don't know. Oh, and it has a tail as well. I think it might be in this way. The page is what's throwing me off more than this is pretty aggravating. Oops. No, right. It's doing. It takes so long to get doing into my head. I have to think. And then there was one more. Chen. Yeah, Chen. Chen is pretty bad. Right. Chen. Oops. Just sync. Yeah, I think we covered pretty much all of them. Today was not so hot. There was a lot of problems, and they really lingered. I think it was very distracting. But it also could be explained by my fatigue. Not in the greatest amount of stamina. All right, that's my attempt. We'll try to review some of these tomorrow. See how it works out. All right, folks, that's a wrap for today. Didn't get to Neverwinter. Tomorrow I'll probably try to do that. Try to get an earlier start. Although I say that, but it's already 4 a.m. We'll see. Yeah, so that's a wrap. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to stop on by. I would say I'm always open to chatting, so we'll just shift schedules around for chatting, right? Lots of fun topics today. I have a lot of things to try to watch, but probably not tonight. Too much indulgence. We indulge a lot in sharing hobbies and whatnot, and other considerations for the future. You know, the idea of French and whatnot. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, be excited, right? Hopefully there are interesting things going on at your end. I would love to hear them. Definitely feel free. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.